Below the rolling tides and churning storms lies a realm where light cannot reach, and logic often dissolves. This is the midwater zone, neither surface nor seabed, where pressure distorts perception and time drifts untethered. Here, in the ghost-lit corridors of the ocean's twilight, creatures shimmer into view only to vanish seconds later. Their forms challenge our understanding of biology. Their movements defy explanation. Between 1920 and 1960, a series of quiet but curious reports began filtering in from submersible crews, naval patrols, and early marine biologists. Most of them were dismissed as technical glitches or hallucinations brought on by isolation. But some of these encounters were recorded in classified documents, journals, and shadowed military reports. Tonight, we dive headlong into these records. Before we begin, take a moment. Where are you listening from? And more importantly, what time is it? Because once we submerge, time begins to unravel, just like the truths lurking in the deep. Now, let's begin. On September 3rd, 1921, the USS Alden, a Clemson-class destroyer conducting classified hydroacoustic trials near the Northern Pacific Convergence, encountered an entity that would never be officially acknowledged again. Just past midnight, sonar technicians on board recorded a moving echo unlike anything catalogued. At 780 meters depth, a shape emerged, not solid, but gelatinous, long, and seemingly jointed at irregular intervals. It swam without fins. It hovered without propulsion. The crew could not determine if it had eyes. The rhythm of its movement was unnatural, smooth accelerations, followed by long moments of absolute stillness, as though thinking. Radiomen noted that all outgoing signals during its appearance were absorbed, not blocked or jammed, simply gone, as though swallowed. When the ship pivoted to adjust heading, a bladed fin the length of a telephone pole brushed the hull. It left a grey-white smear, resembling ash, soaked in seawater. The sailors began calling it the Pallid Seraph, named for the glowing wing-like membranes that unfurled from its sides when it twisted. Some described them as angelic, others as skeletal sails moving independently of current or creature. Though its full body was never observed at once, what was seen confirmed one thing: this was not a misidentified squid. This was something entirely new. The smear left on the hull proved impossible to scrape off. Ship engineers attempted every form of solvent available at sea, including alcohol, brine, and kerosene. The residue did not burn. Under magnification, its structure resembled thousands of tiny hooklets, like insect feet, fused together in overlapping patterns. One biologist on board hypothesized it might be a feeding adaptation, some form of nutrient-extracting skin contact mechanism. But no known sea creature fed by touching metal. The ship's crew began to complain of nausea whenever below deck, especially near the hull's midsection. Instruments began to fail, compasses spun slowly. The intercom system developed a faint background hum that matched the sonar pings used earlier. On September 5th, a torpedoman experienced a seizure mid-shift. He awoke repeating a sentence he had never consciously spoken. It was beneath us all along, watching, always watching. By the time the Alden returned to port, 4 crew members refused to return to sea duty. The Navy conducted psychological evaluations but found no pre-existing trauma. The only shared factor among them: all had touched the hull near the smear. Within weeks, the substance dried, cracked, and peeled itself off in curled flakes that seemed to vanish in air. No trace was ever recovered. Once docked, the USS Alden underwent decontamination procedures, ordered by the Naval Research Detachment. But when scientists reviewed the ship's sonar recordings, they were forced to classify the files under an internal code name, Echoform A7. The creature, now officially referred to in documentation as an unknown pelagic serpentine lifeform, exhibited echolocation abilities far beyond any biological precedent. The recordings revealed it emitted frequency-modulated pulses in the 40-50 Hz range, which then rebounded from the Alden's hull in altered form. This meant one of 2 possibilities: either the creature was scanning the ship's structure, or worse, it was mimicking its internal vibrations. Researchers noticed that these returning pings matched the cadence of the ship's own engine cycle by the second encounter. Somehow, the creature had learned the Alden's rhythm and synchronized with it. The ship and the life form were, briefly, humming in unison. That type of synchronization requires an awareness of timing, suggesting more than instinct. As one analyst recorded in a private memo, "It didn't just hear us, it listened, and then it chose to sing back." By late October, the Alden was assigned to non-combat roles. The file was sealed, and the sonar logs vanished under a stamp labeled simply UN reliable. 6 months later, in March 1922, a Canadian fisheries vessel, the St. Cordelia, trawling the same general area, reported recovering a net shredded along its middle half. Embedded in the remaining threads were fragments of translucent cartilage with small branching blood vessels still intact. When brought aboard, the fragments began to soften, releasing an odor similar to iodine and rotting seaweed. The ship's captain attempted to discard the remains, but 2 deckhands insisted they saw the water darken below the surface after disposal. One described folds of light moving slowly just beneath the hull. Another claimed to have seen teeth lined like music keys, stretching around a disc-shaped mouth. The captain, fearing panic, omitted these notes from his official report. But days later, the same vessel developed an unexplained tilt to starboard. Divers found no breach. Instead, they discovered the starboard ballast tank coated with something jelly-like, yet unbroken. Pressure sensors failed when inserted into the tank. The ship was ultimately retired and never used again. A technician inspecting the sonar later commented off-record, "There was a frequency that sounded like it was breathing, but too slow, not human slow, something older." By 1923, the term Seraph-class fauna quietly entered the lexicon of certain naval and biological circles, used to reference mid-water organisms exhibiting limb-like fin arrays, glide-based propulsion, and untraceable migration patterns. The pallid seraph, while officially unconfirmed, was whispered about in maritime research networks. Attempts to locate it again using passive sonar failed, but deep trawlers began reporting ribbon net ghosting, where nets upon retrieval returned twisted and slick, as though passed through a gel. Most chilling were the fragments of undulating tissue, occasionally retrieved, translucent, with embedded luminescent nodules spaced along the outer membrane. Scientists speculated this was a form of distributed vision, thousands of light-sensitive spots, rather than true eyes. When electrified, the tissue would contract, not randomly, but in sequences resembling Morse code. No message was decoded, but it was enough to inspire the nickname Codex Veil for the creature's presumed defensive layer. Some claimed the seraph was not one animal, but a colony of soft-bodied organisms moving in orchestrated unity. Others said it was a singular entity with an intelligence distributed along its limbs, each fin thinking independently, communicating across its own flesh. None of these theories explained why it had not been seen again, or why the sea around its last known location remained eerily quiet. Then, in 1924, a Royal Navy reconnaissance dirigible, patrolling over the Pacific for aerial hydrographic mapping, reported an oil-slick-shaped bloom beneath cloudless skies. The shape was long, measuring nearly 200 meters, and remained stationary even as the tide moved around it. Photographs taken from 3,000 feet revealed something extraordinary. Along the bloom's outline, large curved fins were briefly visible, rising and sinking in what resembled a circular breathing pattern. For 13 minutes, the creature did not move. Then, in a slow spiral descent, the bloom vanished into deeper layers, leaving no churn or wake. When enhanced, the photographs revealed a ridge of raised, arrowhead-shaped nodules along the spine, glinting faintly. Zoologists later stated that if the creature had indeed surfaced, it would have no evolutionary reason to do so. Midwater creatures avoid surface exposure due to pressure differentials, which led to one terrifying conclusion: it had not surfaced accidentally. It had risen with intent, possibly to observe, possibly to remember the air. One analyst quietly asked, "Is it learning the sky? Is it trying to know the ceiling of its world before it returns below?" In mid-1925, a deep-sea camera capsule deployed by the University of Washington was lowered to a depth of 820 meters near the original Alden encounter site. For the first 20 minutes, visibility was poor, microscopic particulates suspended like a curtain of dust. Then, without warning, the particulate field cleared, as though suctioned downward. In the remaining frames, a shadow crossed the camera, enormous and silent. It revealed no body, only filaments, trailing like tendrils or spines, each lined with rows of quivering, luminous beads. One arm alone appeared to span 15 meters. As it passed, the surrounding water darkened not from light loss, but from absorption. The glow of the camera was simply swallowed, pixel by pixel, until it blinked out. Upon recovery, the capsule's metal surface bore no marks, except one. A line, jagged but unmistakably intentional, had been scored into the side, almost as if by claw or bone. 3 intersecting circles, arranged like vertebrae. When shown to local tribes, one elder pointed and whispered, "That is the eater of the ones who swim between." The meaning was never clarified, but the name stuck among researchers. From that point onward, it was no longer called the pallid seraph. It was simply the between eater. The following year, a classified research memo from the Naval Oceanic Anomaly Bureau catalogued over 30 sonar pings matching the seraph's original movement signature. Yet each report was filed from a different part of the Pacific, spanning thousands of kilometers within days. Either the creature moved at impossible speeds, or there were multiple specimens. In March 1926, the USS Harper's sonar officer logged a brief but vivid encounter with something enormous beneath the ship. The water became disturbingly calm. Then, from the portside beam, thin appendages rose from the water, each glowing with soft blue light. Not fast, not threatening, just there, hovering. Witnesses described them like the fingers of a cathedral's shadow, rising and falling without sound. Then they were gone. The ship's crew began reporting nosebleeds and inner ear pain. One man suffered temporary blindness. Blood tests showed unusual changes in electrolyte balance, cells behaving as though exposed to extreme electromagnetic fields. The Navy theorized the creature, or creatures, emitted pulses that disrupted cellular osmosis. If true, it would mean the creature was capable of affecting human biology remotely, through water alone. No predator on Earth had ever shown that capability. But then again, the pallid seraph had never been a predator. It had only ever watched. By 1927, attempts to locate or lure the creature returned inconsistent results. The Naval Bioacoustic Division launched Operation VeilNet, deploying frequency emitters calibrated to the seraph's original sonar signature. These emitters were placed at varying depths throughout a 5-kilometer midwater corridor west of the Alden's last contact site. For 6 weeks, there was nothing, no anomalies, no interference, no atmospheric changes. Then, without warning, all 5 emitters went silent. Divers sent to retrieve them found the units untouched, but surrounded by gelatinous residue clinging to the mooring lines. More chilling was what wasn't there. All surrounding marine life had vanished. Not fled, disappeared. Trawl nets returned empty. Microscopic plankton density dropped to near zero within the radius. An oceanographer aboard the survey vessel, Camber March, described it as a hole in the food web, like something turned off life. This wasn't predation, it was deletion. What remained was quiet. Dead quiet. The only sound was a faint hum recorded just before the emitters failed. A spectral analyst later noticed something buried in the signal, a harmonic trace echoing the exact sonar pulse emitted 6 weeks prior. The seraph hadn't responded. It had waited, heard, understood, then replied. By 1928, theories about the pallid seraph diverged into 2 camps. One believed it to be a biological anomaly, an undiscovered deep-sea species with adaptive intelligence and complex physiology. The other camp, composed of linguists, mathematicians, and more fringe thinkers, believed the seraph was not just a creature, but a vessel, either a host of something greater, or a sensory extension of a deeper consciousness. The reason: symbolic patterns began appearing in sonar charts. At first dismissed as mapping artifacts, the data was soon reanalyzed by a cryptographer named Dr. Haruki Nakamura, who discovered mathematical consistencies in the distortions, spiral progressions, prime spacing, non-Euclidean frequency intervals. In one instance, the waveform of a sonar return bore eerie resemblance to ancient alchemical sigils, rotated and warped into 3 dimensions. These were not random, they were constructed, designed. More troubling was their source. They all emerged from the 800, 900 meter zone, where the seraph had last been seen. Nakamura hypothesized that the creature, or the intelligence behind it, was embedding these shapes into returning sonar, as if injecting thoughts into our tools. It's not just reacting, he wrote. It's participating in our observation. It is composing itself through our machines. One of the final missions to search for the pallid seraph, during the interwar period, occurred in 1929, when the US Navy covertly contracted a privately owned deep-sea exploration barge, the Caldas Ark, to lower a high-resolution film capsule into the anomaly zone. Equipped with red-spectrum lighting and insulated against magnetic interference, the capsule descended to 830 meters. For 20 minutes, it recorded only drifting particulates and undulating thermal waves. Then at minute 23, the light dimmed, not through malfunction, but obstruction. Something massive moved across the frame. The silhouette was smooth, segmented, ribbed along its edge, like overlapping plates of cartilage. Thin struts extended from the body at impossible angles, refracting light in ways that made them seem to vanish when not in motion. The creature, or part of it, passed overhead, coiling slowly, and then rotated toward the capsule. What followed remains one of the most haunting images in marine archival history: a single vertical slit, dark as pitch, within a membranous socket that shimmered faintly with bioelectric tendrils. It blinked, and when it did, the pressure in the capsule spiked by 8 atmospheres in an instant, nearly rupturing the hull. No sound, no strike, just one glance, and the water around the capsule boiled. After the Caldas Ark footage leaked into a closed scientific colloquium in 1930, reactions were polarizing. Some dismissed it as camera trickery or deep-sea illusion, but those who had been at sea, the trawlers, divers, sonar engineers, believed. They'd felt the same thing during unexplained drop-offs in acoustic pressure or sudden periods of absolute silence underwater. They described the skin-prickling awareness of something immense, watching from below, too still to be detected, too large to comprehend. A new term emerged: noctiforms, beings of darkness, not because they hide in it, but because they are shaped by it. The pallid seraph became the flagship entity in a growing list of deep-sea anomalies, presumed not extinct or unknown, but simply hidden by evolutionary design. Its physiology, from the translucent sensory veils to the radiant spinal ridges, hinted at biologies not meant for surface understanding. It did not come to the surface, it did not breach. It emerged in moments of silence, responded only to those who disturbed its rhythm. In every report, its signature behavior was the same. It circled, it listened, and only when it learned its observer did it become visible. In 1931, a drifting weather platform near the Kamchatka Shelf recorded a 30-minute sequence of water temperature fluctuations occurring in repeating 3-minute waves. Within each wave, the central temperature dropped by 4 degrees Celsius, despite surrounding waters remaining stable. Simultaneously, pressure readings spiked downward, an impossible phenomenon, as depth remained constant. The only explanation was mass displacement, something massive, perhaps hundreds of meters long, hovering close enough to compress the water without contact. The temperature sensor, when retrieved, was coated in a film that behaved unlike any known organic residue. It grew colder when exposed to light and emitted a low-frequency vibration when submerged again. When isolated in a vacuum chamber, the residue stopped vibrating until sonar was played back through the chamber. At that moment, it began to pulse in time. The inference: the material remembered sound, not in the way tape or memory cards store data, but biologically. It responded to acoustic patterns with physiological behavior. This discovery reignited speculation that the pallid seraph wasn't just an organism, but a repository, a living archive of acoustic encounters, and that by exposing it to new sound, one might awaken old ones. By 1932, the myth of the seraph had outgrown the Navy's ability to suppress it. Sailors carved stylized renditions of its coiled form onto hulls, calling them depth wraiths or god snakes. A crew aboard the USS Terrapin reported an encounter with a creature bearing translucent wings that unfurled vertically like sails. They claimed it drifted beneath them for 10 minutes, never rising, never descending, simply matching their speed. When sonar was activated, the creature vanished. Moments later, the sonar screen displayed an impossible signature, a perfect outline of the ship itself, mirrored below, as if something had memorized its form and sent it back. Not an echo, but a reply. One signal technician described the moment as being stared at by a reflection that blinked first. The crew stopped using sonar entirely for the rest of the voyage. When the Terrapin returned to port, barnacles on the hull were gone, burned off in patterns matching the Seraph's wing filaments. The ocean had left a trace of the thing that watched them. No confrontation, no violence, just the same pattern, presence, awareness, and then disappearance, as if, once again, it had learned what it needed and let them go. By the close of 1933, the Alden incident had evolved from a single encounter into a legend of the midwater frontier. No one had captured the pallid seraph in full. No one could say how large it was, how many there were, or where it came from. But the accounts, whispers in port cities, fragments in sealed Navy files, errant sonar glitches, recorded in logbooks, all pointed to one fact: something intelligent, vast, and utterly alien to surface understanding existed between the 700 and 900-meter zone in the northern Pacific. Its actions were never hostile. It did not attack, devour, or defend. Instead, it observed. It absorbed. It waited. The last official mention came from a French submersible in 1934 that recorded a low hum heard even through reinforced bulkheads. As it passed through the midwater zone, the crew watched thin coils of light spin slowly outside their viewports. When they rose to the surface, the coils followed, for just a moment, then like a curtain drawn back, they vanished. The captain's final log entry: "We sailed past something that could have ended us, but it only watched. It waits not to strike, but to remember." From then on, no ship returned to that corridor. The pallid seraph was left to dream. In the mist-veiled inlets of British Columbia, where the Salish Sea folds into ancient fjords and brackish channels, a different kind of creature was first reported in the spring of 1924. It was not large. It did not roar or disturb the tides. But what it did was worse. It shimmered. Fishermen from the coastal town of Cadborough Bay described thin, glowing arcs just beneath the water, traveling in pairs, always parallel, never intersecting. At first believed to be schools of bioluminescent fish, the arcs soon revealed themselves as part of something far more coherent. On March 19th, a trawler caught one such arc in its net. What surfaced was not a fish, but a segmented ribbon 4 feet long, translucent and warm to the touch. Embedded in its surface were nodules of faintly pulsing light, arranged like vertebrae. The creature was alive, but when exposed to air, it stiffened, curled into a spiral, and began emitting a low harmonic tone, audible only when recorded and slowed. It was not a defense mechanism, it was a signal. Within minutes, the ship's radios failed, and below the surface, 2 more glowing arcs circled slowly, just outside the boat's light range, watching, unblinking, waiting. The recovered specimen was placed in a seawater tank aboard the Frederick James, a fisheries vessel outfitted for biological survey. Within 24 hours, the water turned cloudy, then entirely opaque, not from waste, but from rapid cellular replication. The creature had begun to dissolve, not in death, but in multiplication. Its flesh liquefied into fine threads that tangled and swirled, forming what the onboard biologist called a light net, a floating lattice of bioluminescent filaments, still pulsing in rhythmic waves. Each pulse ran from end to end, never deviating, like the coordinated contractile movement of a muscle. When sonar pings were directed at the tank, the light net changed frequency. It blinked in sequence with the ping, as if responding, not reacting, responding. It took in the sound and emitted a light reply. The scientists began to consider that this was not one creature, but a node, a cellular relay from something far larger and still submerged. The light net was removed for land analysis. It didn't survive the journey. Upon transfer to dry lab conditions, the filaments disintegrated entirely. What remained in the tank was nothing but clean water, salted to the exact conditions of Cadboro Bay. And yet, sonar pings in the lab still returned, echoes. Locals had long whispered of strange lights beneath Cadboro Sound. For years before the scientific community took notice, indigenous fishermen spoke of the lamquapna, the threading ones, not spirits, but living river-like beings that slipped between ocean layers. These stories were never heeded until April 1925, when a group of military hydrographers mapping the continental shelf west of Vancouver Island recorded something impossible. At precisely 744 meters, 3 separate hydrophones picked up synchronized oscillations across an area spanning nearly 6 kilometers. The pattern resembled pulse navigation, like marine radar, but made entirely of light-triggered sonar reflectivity. In simpler terms, something was using sonar as a key to manipulate light, or light to control sound. When the team replayed their ship's own sonar ping at the same pitch, they received a reply, unlike anything ever captured, a reversed version of their own signal, modulated and drawn out into a perfect triangle waveform. The response ended in 3 abrupt flashes of signal, spaced evenly, like a punctuation mark. What made it chilling was that this sequence, 3 points, matched the spacing between the glowing arcs, often reported in Cadboro Bay. The implication was clear. The arcs were not isolated. They were communicating in trilogies. Later that same year, a Canadian naval patrol vessel stationed in the area experienced a full power failure at 2:13 a.m. While the sea was calm and the moon high, the crew described sudden darkness beneath the ship, as if the water itself had turned to ink. Moments later, shimmering light rose from the depths. 3 vertical columns that pulsed in perfect sequence, beginning at the base and ascending upward, like luminous spires. No one dared lower equipment. When the power returned 10 minutes later, the lights were gone. But in the hours that followed, the radio operator picked up a continuous signal, a low hum that rose every 8 seconds into a sharp crystalline tone, then fell again. The signal repeated exactly 87 times before vanishing. The crew, under strict orders, logged the event as an electromagnetic irregularity. Unofficially, it became known as a Lamper spiral. One petty officer claimed the lights had formed a spiraling loop around the vessel, vanishing only when the crew stopped speaking. It was listening, he whispered in his deposition. Not to our machines, to us. He was later reassigned and never returned to open waters. In 1926, a marine biologist named Dr. Tilda Wren, stationed at the University of Victoria, began correlating unexplained fish die-offs in Cadboro Sound with sudden, sharp changes in ambient light levels recorded at depth. Her instruments, designed to detect bioluminescent plankton bursts, began picking up sustained illuminations that occurred without any known species present. The spikes followed a specific rhythm, 8 seconds on, 16 off, then again, always in pairs. Wren suspected an undiscovered species of siphonophore or jellyfish, but trawling yielded nothing. In an act of desperation, she submerged herself in a solo bell dive to 300 meters, equipped with red spectrum lighting and audio feed. What she recorded shocked even her most skeptical colleagues. At 220 meters, the water cleared, and around her, 8 long, segmented forms glided silently. Each was roughly the length of a grown man, but impossibly thin, like needles of living glass. Their bodies radiated soft pulses, timed precisely with her own breath. They didn't move, they floated, drifting laterally, as if pushed by thoughts rather than current. In her logs she wrote, "I looked into the lens of one, it changed color. Not the creature, my helmet lens. It adapted to me." Her footage was lost in a lab fire 6 weeks later. The term lampers entered common usage among the few scientific circles that dared catalogue these events. The working theory by 1927 was that lampers were midwater entities made of loosely aggregated tissues, perhaps colonial in nature, whose nervous systems extended into the water through electroluminescent pulses. They communicated not through sound alone, but through a choreography of sensory invasion, manipulating how light passed through seawater to affect sonar returns and visual perception alike. One chilling discovery came from a Canadian signal buoy, accidentally dragged ashore during a storm. Its black box recorder captured a 3-day loop of harmonic interference that, when converted into spectrograms, resembled branching tree structures. These patterns changed based on tide, weather, and lunar position. But on the third night, when the moon was fully occluded by cloud, the signal simplified into one shape, a helix, spiraling downward. At the base, a single line, a flaw. Some researchers speculated this was a symbolic map, a message, or perhaps a warning. What if the lampers were not communicating in language, but in terrain? What if their pulses weren't just signals but contours of an environment we cannot enter, but they can extend into hours? As autumn of 1927 set in, the waters of Cadborough Sound turned curiously still. No schooling herring, no dolphin sightings, even seabirds seemed to avoid the water's surface. A Norwegian merchant ship, the Eidfjord Rose, passing along the outer rim of the inlet, reported a strange occurrence during a routine sound depth test. After dropping a weighted line, the vessel's crew began to notice faint bands of light rippling below. But unlike moonlight or bioluminescent sea life, these bands were not reflections. They were arrays, evenly spaced, undulating in unison, as if stitched to some vast invisible loom. When the crew activated their echo sounder, a series of ascending clicks responded, not random, but spaced, deliberate, measured. Over the next hour, every response from the echo sounder was followed by a matching vibration within the ship's steel hull. The deckhands, in quiet terror, described the sensation as a heartbeat, not ours. One engineer collapsed after watching a narrow shadow slither across the underside of the hull's viewing glass. In the logs, the captain recorded, "We are floating in something's throat, and it has not yet chosen to close it." The year 1928 marked the first attempt to deliberately bait a lamper. A team of oceanographers from the British Admiralty, under the direction of Dr. Percival Raines, lowered a metal cage filled with flashing lures into a midwater column known for recording the highest density of unexplained light pulses. Attached to the cage was a high-speed camera encased in quartz. For 45 minutes, nothing happened. Then the water darkened, as though an eclipse had settled beneath the waves. The camera recorded 7 elongated figures circling the cage at equidistant intervals. The creatures did not touch the metal. Instead, they hovered just outside its influence, flickering softly, each pulse blinking once, then twice, then 3 times in perfect sequence before repeating. Dr. Raines' assistant, a former electrical engineer, noted that the creatures appeared to be running a test signal, identical to early relay timing patterns used in wireless transceivers. It was as though they were attempting to establish handshake. When the cage was retrieved, it was intact. When the cage was retrieved, it was intact. But the camera footage had been overwritten with a sequence of color-banded static, red, green, blue, repeating endlessly in a spiral pattern. The The creature had left no scar, no fragment. It had left a message, but in a dialect of light. By 1929, whispers about the Lampas had begun infiltrating academic circles far beyond Canada. At the University of Edinburgh, a crypto-behavioral symposium reviewed classified footage smuggled from the Admiralty's experiments. A single consensus emerged. These were not simple bioluminescent anomalies. They were articulated, photonic intelligences. One visiting scholar, Dr. Emile Vabra, proposed that the Lampas used light not only to communicate, but to model perception, projecting images, even emotional states, into the minds of those nearby. He recounted the testimony of a Cadborough diver who, after ascending from a failed net drop, could not speak for 2 days. When he finally did, he whispered, "It showed me itself, not what it is, what it feels." His sketchpad revealed spiral glyphs and mirrored arches, unmistakably similar to light field readings from previous expeditions. Vabra theorized that the Lampas were semi-sensory entities, existing partially outside human range, and possibly even capable of imprinting optical echoes into seawater. If true, this could explain why sightings left no biological evidence, only pulsing after images, fractured machinery, and minds haunted by patterns that repeated endlessly behind closed eyelids. As he said in his final report, "They have no mouths. They write themselves into the water, and we read them through fear." Fishermen in Cadborough Bay began telling stories in 1930 of strange ghost currents that pulled nets sideways at odd angles during still water. They described thin, glowing threads snaking around the lines, harmless at first, until the threads began to pulse. Once a fisherman attempted to haul one in, the line snapped clean through, not frayed, not cut, cleaved as though phase shifted. That night his boat drifted for hours, its compass spinning endlessly. When dawn broke, they had somehow travelled 16 nautical miles with no engine. No one on board recalled moving. It was as though they had been carried. The old men called it a Lampas crossing. When they want the water, they said, they take it from around you. These tales were dismissed until a government-mandated sonar mapping expedition recorded phantom seabed anomalies at exactly the same depth, broad, rounded shadows that shifted during observation, but vanished on return scans. Each appeared and disappeared alongside spikes in midwater luminescence. The lead scientist abandoned the mission after claiming he heard singing through his hydrophone, accompanied by the slow clinking of metal, like wind chimes made from bones. He said he felt watched, not above, not below, from the water itself. In 1931, a deep-sea cable-laying operation encountered what was initially reported as an obstruction, an uncharted ridge in the middle of the midwater column. Divers sent down to inspect found nothing solid, but the water was oddly stiff. When one diver reached forward, his hand vanished past the elbow, visually present, but totally numb. He was pulled back up in time. Later that night, the cable line vibrated violently, followed by 3 short bursts of electrical feedback that surged through the system. All the signal lights on the control panel blinked in perfect sync, then turned off. When examined, the exposed copper wire had been coated in a thin, opalescent sheath, organic in texture, but untraceable in lab conditions. A later X-ray scan of the diver's suit revealed fine traces of mineral deposits on the inside fabric, shaped like miniature runes. One biologist speculated the diver hadn't touched a creature, but part of a Lampa communication vein. A flowing structure meant not for capture, but for contact. The diver never spoke again. He later drew a series of loops on a wall in charcoal and refused to sleep anywhere near water. "It doesn't swim," he reportedly told his nurse. "It folds." Cadborough Sound had, by 1932, become a name spoken only with caution in shipping reports and field research logs. The Lighthouse Service mapped a series of unexplained light blooms recorded from shorelines, vertical curtains of illumination, pulsing silently just below the waterline. Unlike northern lights, they moved against the current and followed predictable paths. Local children called them water trails, and threw stones to make them move. But they never moved away from people, only toward. A teacher from Oak Bay Elementary, whose students witnessed the trails, later reported having dreams in which the sea glowed with bands of green and white, spelling out impossible words. She sketched what she saw in charcoal, a narrow glowing silhouette, with no arms, no face, and hundreds of eyes aligned in vertical strands, like strings of pearls glowing in darkness. When she awoke, her hands were damp with salt. The papers never published her story, but the drawing was later matched with witness reports from as far away as Hokkaido. The shape was always the same, tall, narrow, filamented, glowing. These were not hallucinations. They were recurring sightings across continents of the same unspoken thing, the Lampa's form, a thing seen only in silence. A marine lab technician in 1933 conducted a sound experiment using isolated recordings from Cadboro Sound. The technician, Lionel Moxley, believed the pulsed light sequences held hidden frequencies undetectable to the human ear. He built a custom sonograph to translate the flashes into harmonic intervals. After feeding in data from a 1928 Lampa signal recording, the machine began to emit an unexpected pattern, a triadic chord, resonant, low, and deeply dissonant. He played it twice. On the third loop, the lab's glass containers cracked, not shattered, cracked in concentric spirals. Even the saltwater tanks vibrated. Moxley recorded the vibration at exactly 62.1 Hz, a frequency previously noted in multiple Lampa encounters. But then something more disturbing occurred. The sonograph's needle began to move on its own, transcribing symbols not part of any known recording. The symbols curved and spiked, always in repeating threes. Moxley later suffered hallucinations of lights behind his eyelids and sounds with no source. Before he quit his post, he left a note. "I didn't make the sound. I revealed it. It was waiting to be played." The tape was buried under university archives. Some say the chord still hums through the seawater during stormless nights. In 1934, a final dive was authorized to confirm the nature of the Cadboro light trails. The HMS Kestrel deployed a two-man bathysphere fitted with reinforced shielding and a newly developed optical prism recorder. At 640 meters, the bathysphere entered a field of pulsing light columns. Inside, the divers reported an immediate sensation of vertigo, as if the sea had tilted sideways. Through the viewport, they described what appeared to be translucent ladders rising endlessly in the dark, each rung a single Lampa flowing vertically, undulating in slow synchrony. The creatures did not approach. They circled the bathysphere in columns. The lead diver described the motion as being nested in a cathedral of swimming glass. They remained motionless until a pulse erupted from the top of the formation, 3 concentric shock waves of light, descending through the water. In that moment, the divers both lost consciousness. When retrieved, their vitals were stable, but their skin fluoresced under UV light for weeks. Both men eventually left the Navy. One would later be institutionalized after claiming he could still see the spiral trails behind closed eyes. The other simply refused to speak of it. When asked what he saw, he said, "The light had mouths, and they all sang in silence." By 1939, Cadboro Sound fell quiet again. No more blooms, no confirmed sonar anomalies. Fishing patterns returned to normal, but beneath the stillness, the files stacked higher. There had been no violent encounters, no clear intentions from the creatures, but something had been shared. The final government survey noted a drop in ambient underwater light fields in the area. "The trails have dimmed," it read, as though the message is complete. The last unofficial entry came from a retired sonar technician named Walter Brim. He had worked the night shift at a signal post near the Sound's mouth for 12 years. He claimed that on his final day, he saw a slow flash roll beneath the water, too perfect to be chance. 3 arcs, then blackness, then another flash, this time on the surface. Just one. It was waving, he said. A slow final blink, like it knew I was leaving. Whether his words were sentimental or literal, no one could say. But the Lampa files were closed that year. not dismissed, closed, as though the subject had turned its head away, or perhaps, as though it had finally finished reading us. In the years following the Second World War, few regions of the Atlantic inspired more quiet dread among naval researchers than a trenchless depression known as Danzig Hollow. Located some 300 kilometers off the coast of the Azores, it was not a trench in the traditional sense. There were no tectonic rifts, no sharp escarpments. It was instead a massive cavity in the midwater column, identified only by sonar dropouts and persistent acoustic anomalies. First charted in 1933 by a Polish scientific expedition aboard the Boltowicz. The hollow did not reflect sonar, it consumed it. Signals fired into the region never returned, not even as faint echoes. What little was captured were reverberant harmonics, ghost tones spiraling upward in pitch, until they vanished entirely. Then came the strangest discovery. In that same year, hydrophones left overnight in the hollow picked up what sounded unmistakably like human voices. Low, multiplied, harmonized, not speech, not intelligible, but singing. Every attempt to recreate the effect failed. No geological features nearby could account for the echoes. The Boltowicz crew dubbed the anomaly the Deep Choir. What they didn't know then was that others would hear it too, across decades, and none of them would ever forget the melody. The Boltowicz tapes were reviewed repeatedly in Warsaw by both naval analysts and musicologists. Some dismissed the sounds as thermal shearing, hot and cold water currents, creating acoustic illusions. But one analyst, a tone specialist named Jakub Lechnar, noticed a detail that shattered that theory. The harmonics were not natural, they followed the harmonic minor scale, specific, human-structured. Worse still, there were modulations, deliberate pitch bends that rose and fell like question and answer. Lechnar fed the waveform into an early frequency printer, and what emerged was a pattern that resembled human vocal chords, layered across 6 octaves. He called it polyphonic mimicry. His report concluded, something is either singing from below or reflecting what we've sung before. But there was one more revelation hidden in the data, a repeating pulse at the very lowest end of the spectrum, 0.7 Hz, nearly imperceptible, but steady. It pulsed 12 times, then paused, then 12 again. When adjusted for speed, it aligned almost perfectly with known whale lullaby rhythms, but with 2 added notes. 2 notes no whale had ever sung. It was as if something beneath Danzig Hollow had learned the patterns of marine life, and then rewritten them. In the winter of 1934, the Dutch vessel Still Nacht, passing over Danzig Hollow during a routine cargo haul, reported that their engine stuttered mid-transit. As power returned, the crew heard what they believed was a woman singing in the ballast hold. A full search revealed no one aboard matching the voice. One officer descended into the lower deck and swore he saw shifting shadows undulating against the bulkhead, like light passing through moving water, despite the space being fully dry. That same night, the crew's radio emitted a string of sounds resembling Gregorian chant, complete with shifting resonance. When recorded and compared to the Boltowicz tapes, 3 harmonic intervals matched precisely. These were not artifacts, they were identical refrains. Following this, the Still Nacht diverted course, its captain shaken. In his private log he wrote, "The sea sang back at us. I do not know the words, but I know it was not for us to hear." Upon docking, half the crew abandoned maritime work altogether. Several refused to speak of the incident. The radio officer, however, spent his final days transcribing what he remembered. His score bore a title in trembling script, "The Mouth Below Breathes in Keys." In 1936, a private research team, funded by the German Oceanographic Institute, lowered a deep-sea recording pod into Danzig Hollow, equipped with a low-light camera and parabolic microphones. At 760 meters, the pod's sensors picked up a low-frequency tone so intense it caused the glass to vibrate. The camera captured images, not of a creature, but of the water itself, folding in on itself, layering and looping like fluid drapery. Within those folds, something moved, not solid, not clearly formed, but visible as distortions, like a body refracted through layers of heat. The recording showed long, veil-like trails, moving in rhythmic arcs. The lights on the pod dimmed, and a bloom of faint phosphorescence spiraled around it, lines of color moving like waves through liquid fabric. Then came the sound. The pod's external mic captured not one voice, but many, hundreds perhaps, each moving in slow harmony. The analysts described the tone as a lullaby for drowning. One researcher, Helena Bricks, swore the melody shifted when she played back recordings of herself humming a Polish folk song from her childhood. It mirrored me, she wrote in her log. It adapted my breath and returned it to me, folded into something vaster. The team never returned. By 1937, Danzig Hollow had become a place of quiet superstition. Ships crossing near its coordinates began experiencing what was unofficially termed auditory drift. The sudden impression that sound was bending inside enclosed spaces. Engine rooms would ring with humming that wasn't mechanical. Bunks creaked in rhythmic tempo, and beneath it all, always barely heard, was the song, never loud, never distinct, but unmistakably melodic. It wasn't merely heard, it settled into the bones, an internal resonance impossible to escape. One Soviet submarine, patrolling near the region, recorded what they believed to be a distress call transmitted in triplicate intervals. When translated into Morse, it yielded only one word: descend. The crew refused. That same week, a Polish surveillance buoy, anchored in the hollow's upper shelf, registered a sonic anomaly where the frequency spectrum twisted, not spiked, not dropped, but twisted, as if physically knotted into itself. Spectrogram analysis revealed a shape resembling a curled nautilus, unfolding over 35 seconds. At its center was a singular spike, 300 Hz, precisely matching the timbre of a human soprano. The signal was never repeated. A few researchers suggested it was not a creature, but the creature's mouth, singing not to us, but to something deeper, below. That same year, an Italian explorer and amateur theologian named Pietro Dolcetto published a limited circulation manuscript titled Canti Silenziosi del Profondo, Silent Songs of the Deep. In it, he argued that Danzig Hollow might be a living structure, a biological cathedral formed over millennia, designed not with walls but with harmonics. Dolcetto cited overlapping reports of synchronized lights, spiraling water pressure pulses, and tone-reactive resonance to support his hypothesis that the choir was not emitted by creatures inside the hollow, but by the hollow itself. It was a shell, a resonant chamber, and its song, not a lure, not a call, a memory. Dolcetto proposed that the water itself retained sonic impressions from the past, voices, deaths, lullabies, mechanical echoes, and the hollow was playing them back through living filters, creatures that fed not on flesh, but frequency. He named them acanthohymnas, spine singers. He never claimed to see them, only to hear them. His final field recording, taken days before he disappeared at sea, contained a single voice layered over dozens of humming tones, a child's voice, Italian, saying, "They don't sing to you, they sing you." The tape was retrieved from an empty boat. No body was found. By 1939, war shifted attention away from midwater anomalies. Danzig Hollow became a forgotten marker on naval charts. But not to all. Deep in Allied cryptographic archives, intercepted U-boat logs revealed German interest in subsonic camouflage, sonic masking systems reportedly inspired by anomalies observed in the hollow. One prototype U-boat, U-724, was sent to study acoustic convergence layers in the region. What followed was lost, save for a single recovered logbook page. In it, the communications officer wrote, "The sea has stopped echoing, it listens, but does not return." The U-boat was never heard from again, but 2 months later, a Norwegian fishing trawler discovered a smooth black panel floating near the surface. Embedded in it was a copper disc, etched with musical notation, 12 bars of unplayable music. Each note was marked with a symbol that defied translation, as though borrowed from forgotten alphabets. When tested, The copper rang at a tone of 111 Hz, the same pitch emitted during whale death calls. The sample was filed as wreckage. But one acoustic engineer kept a rubbing of the disc. His daughter, decades later, would report hearing its tones in her dreams. "They sing one another into being," she said, "and then they wait for the next to join." In 1943, the HMS Doran, part of a convoy monitoring subsurface anomalies, recorded a rare series of low droning pulses from beneath Danzig Hollow, each spaced 10 seconds apart. For 2 full minutes, the pulses held a perfect harmonic relationship, a sub-bass C, followed by its exact minor third, then an augmented fourth. In musical terms, the progression created unresolved tension, not dissonance by accident, tension by design. Within hours, crew began experiencing auditory hallucinations. The radio officer heard a flute. The mess hall cook swore he heard a woman singing green sleeves through the pipes, and a junior engineer was found sleepwalking the halls, humming in his sleep, a song no one else knew. Later analysis revealed each hallucination occurred within 12 minutes of the pulse events. One psychologist theorized a form of sonic imprinting, echo-induced neuroreception, that functioned like a parasite. The ocean, he claimed, was not broadcasting. It was transmitting, planting a motif that repeated in the mind. The Doran never returned to the region. The music never repeated on their instruments, but those who heard it would spend years chasing it, like an unfinished verse that lives in the silence between notes. In 1945, a team from the newly formed Acoustic Research Division of the Royal Navy revisited Danzig Hollow with the intention of mapping its structure using pressure-sensitive light arrays. These sensors would glow brighter as water pressure fluctuated, revealing invisible currents and potentially unseen organisms. At a depth of 700 meters, the sensors began to flicker, not randomly, but in vertical alignment. Columns of light moved across the grid in staggered waves, as though illuminating invisible steps. Then came the sound. A sequence of glottal bursts, nearly vocal in structure, began to echo from beneath the array. As it continued, the lights shifted again into spirals, into concentric rings. A linguist reviewing the footage stated the rhythm mirrored ancient hymn forms, antiphonal call and response. The lights themselves were not behaving like reflections of movement, but like signals, each glowing brighter in synchrony with the glottal pulses. Then for 17 full seconds, all sensors went dark, absolute black. When light returned, the ocean was empty. No fish, no kelp, no plankton. The sea itself had stilled. One crewman, reviewing the footage in slow motion, claimed to see something enormous move in the distance, a shape framed in light, like ribs glowing inside a hollow throat. He left the project the next day. In 1946, a freelance journalist named Leora Venn, researching unsolved naval disappearances, published an underground paper titled Resonant Depths. Inside were transcripts from sailors, submersible operators, and retired sonar officers, each describing voices in the deep. What unified them was their content. None of the voices called out. They harmonized. They sang without words, and always in threes. One sailor described hearing his mother's lullaby, note for note, played back through static. Another claimed to hear the Lord's Prayer, distorted by bubbles and breath. Venn posited a radical theory. The hollow was not a place where the ocean spoke, but where it rehearsed, a library, a living echo chamber, evolving melodies by layering human sounds, absorbed through history. Her most controversial claim, that some creatures in the hollow were shaped by this sound, born not from eggs or spawning, but from accumulated harmonics. Their flesh, she wrote, is echo-given form. They are sung into being. Her paper was pulled after just 6 weeks. Venn disappeared a month later, during a chartered dive off the Azores. Her submersible was found empty. Only a tape remained inside, spinning endlessly. On it, a voice hummed something familiar, a folk lullaby, but slowed, deepened, sung by something else. The Royal Acoustic Registry's final sanctioned expedition to Danzig Hollow took place in March 1947. Aboard the research vessel Linnaeus, a three-man submersible was lowered to 860 meters, deeper than any previous descent in the region. Equipped with omnidirectional microphones and a prototype symphonic sonar, an experimental device designed to translate deep-sea pressure fluctuations into visual waveform representations. The team expected turbulence. What they received was silence. For nearly 20 minutes, the hollow was void of acoustic activity. Then, as the submersible hovered above a wide depression, something shifted in the surrounding water. The team described it not as a sound, but a presence, like being inside a throat, preparing to hum. The microphones remained silent, but the glass of the viewport began to tremble subtly, rhythmically, in perfect resonance with the heartbeat of the ship. Lights flickered. The walls of the sub vibrated gently, in waves. The lead engineer began to hum, unaware, and only stopped when the other crew members did the same. Not one of them could explain what they were humming. Playback of the cabin audio revealed a five-note motif, rising and falling. It matched no known composition, but when overlaid on the hollow's spectrogram it fit exactly. In 1948, a French acoustician named Dr. Claudine Morel proposed a chilling hypothesis during a closed meeting of the Atlantic Seabed Studies Coalition. After analyzing over 60 sound fragments recorded in Danzig Hollow, she noted an inescapable pattern. Each harmonic sequence followed a structure that mirrored human speech breath cycles. In short, the hollow wasn't just producing tones, it was phrasing. She compared one long harmonic swell to the rhythm of someone reciting poetry in sleep. Her most disturbing finding came when she reverse-engineered the spectrograph of a 1945 naval recording. When slowed and adjusted to account for underwater distortion, the resulting waveform resembled the phonetic cadence of a name, not a sound, a name, over and over, not English, not French, but almost familiar, like hearing your name in another dreamer's mouth. Her colleagues dismissed it as pareidolia, but she insisted the hollow did not generate new sounds. It remembered, stored fragments of everything ever sung, prayed, or screamed into its depths, and it could release them, one by one, in the shape of a creature, or in the lull of the tide. Her unpublished notes ended with a question no one could answer: what happens when it forgets how to stop? A declassified Soviet hydrophone array, set in 1949 near the southern edge of Danzig Hollow, detected a sonic event lasting exactly 72 seconds. It began with a low pulse, then rose into a sequence of harmonics that, when played back at high speed, produced what sounded like a female voice chanting in reverse. Analysts called it a reversed aria. But when transcribed and mirrored, the wave pattern revealed an image, a spiral shape, followed by two branching lines. When shown to marine biologists, several noted the uncanny resemblance to cephalopod nerve mapping, but the size, estimated at over 900 meters in span, made the implication unthinkable. One audio engineer suggested it wasn't a creature at all, but a composite, a living mass of resonance-formed tissue, acting as a voice box for the hollow itself. He coined the term vox mare, the sea's voice. Whether it was a being or a place, one thing was certain: the hollow could now create harmonies at will, and every few months a new variation surfaced, always more complex than the last, a scale that grew, a body that composed itself, note by note, with every vibration fed into it. Something was evolving, but not upward, inward. In 1950, a final attempt was made to chart the inner depths of Danzig Hollow using long-range bathymetric pulses. Instead of returning topographical data, the array received something else, a dense, recursive waveform that filled the return channel for 11 minutes straight. When converted into audio, it sounded like a choir held underwater, multi-layered voices drifting in and out of unison. But here's what disturbed the analysts. Every fifth note was the same. Regardless of pitch, speed, or frequency, it was identical, flat, monotone, yet somehow warm, as if the music itself returned to that note for comfort. A researcher played the tone at high volume in an isolation tank. Within seconds, the water began to ripple, not from sound, but from vibration transmitted through his own chest. His heartbeat adjusted to the tone. So did his breath. He exited, pale and dazed, whispering, "It wants to remember itself." That tone, dubbed the fifth note, began appearing in unrelated recordings across the Atlantic, often in radio static or sonar interference. Always alone, always surrounded by silence. Whatever was inside Danzig Hollow had begun singing its theme into wires, water, and waves, not to call, not to warn, but to prepare. In 1951, a final dive was attempted in secret. A two-man team, both seasoned marine biologists, were lowered in a reinforced capsule to a depth of 930 meters, the closest any had come to the hollow's heart. For the first 10 minutes, the water outside was pitch black. Then came the glow, not bioluminescence, but structural light, faint lattice-like patterns drifting upward, like cathedral windows beneath the sea. Something immense passed in front of them. No visible limbs, no face, only shifting arches, living architecture, made of pressure, light, and tone. Then, a sound, low, immense, and impossibly close. Not hostile, not musical, simply present. The capsule's lights shut off, not failed, dimmed. The men were never recovered, but days later, a black box drifted to the surface. Inside was a final recording. No screaming, no impact, just one of the men whispering, "We entered a lung, a living hymn. It's not a monster, it's a memory, built tall." His final words before the tape ended were sung in near-perfect pitch. "We are what it sings to itself." No further dives were authorized. Danzig Hollow was erased from public charts, but the fifth note still appears, sometimes in storms, sometimes in sonar, always just before silence. On December 21st, 1937, during the longest night of that year, the Norwegian research vessel, Leif Erikson, drifted over an uncharted depression in the mid-Atlantic, just west of the Norwegian Sea. The region had long been suspected of harboring thermal anomalies, pockets of heated water inexplicably rising from mid-depth, with no visible volcanic source. The vessel had been dispatched by a private consortium of oil and seismic firms, seeking to exploit untapped petroleum fields beneath the subarctic shelf. But what the Leif Erikson encountered was not sediment, nor oil, nor tectonic fracture. It was something that has since defied every known biological, geological, and acoustic model. The crew referred to it later only as the Solstice Gullet. At approximately 2:46 local time, the ship's depth sounders registered a sheer vertical drop in the seafloor, descending from 440 meters to nearly 920 in less than a kilometer. What caught the attention of Chief Hydrographer Lars Brenning was not the topography itself, but the silence within it. As the ship passed above the trench, the echo sounders stopped returning, not distorted, not weakened, stopped. Active sonar pulses were fired, none returned. Passive listening devices recorded only background hum, until suddenly they began registering subharmonic pressure undulations with near-perfect intervals, long waves of non-mechanical vibration, 51 seconds apart, low enough to be physically felt in the bones. Brenning later described the sensation as standing inside a cathedral organ the size of a fjord. Shortly after the pressure pulses began, a winch-mounted probe was lowered to map the temperature gradient across the trench. It never made contact with the seafloor. At 830 meters, the winch groaned violently, cables rattling, then went taut, as if something had gripped the line. The crew halted the descent. For nearly 4 minutes, the probe remained locked in place, suspended in something they could not see or measure. Then, just as abruptly, the cable slackened. The probe was reeled back up, twisted, not crushed, not broken, but warped into a soft spiral, coated with a glistening amber-grey film. But that was not the strangest part. As the crew examined the damage under floodlights, the sea beneath them began to brighten, not by the vessel's light, but from below. A rising ambient glow emerged from the trench, not bioluminescence, not photic reflection. It was as though something soft and translucent was climbing from the depths, something that reflected the moonlight in strange wobbling bands. Then came the breach. First, a bulge of pale surface tension pushed through the water like a balloon swelling upward. It did not break the surface. It pressed against it, as if testing the membrane between ocean and air. Beneath it, something vast moved in silence. A coiling wall, flesh-colored, speckled with fine vertical ridges. Some described it as a tongue, others as a glottal curtain, pulsing with slow peristaltic motion. Sailors watching from the rail reported the smell of iron, salt and something floral, like crushed lilies left to rot. Then, just as the glow reached its apex, it blinked out. Not dimmed, vanished. As if someone had flipped a switch. The ridge slid beneath the waves. The sonar crackled once, then returned to normal. By sunrise, the sea was calm again. The probe's residue was collected and stored in lead-lined jars. Under ultraviolet light, it rippled with patterns like muscle tissue arranged in fractal symmetry. No known marine organism matched its signature. Samples sent to Bergen's University degraded within days, refusing to preserve even under deep refrigeration. Some scientists posited that it was enzymatically alive, even digesting its own molecules post-exposure. The logs of the Leif Erikson were sealed within 6 months, but among the crew, the name spread rapidly. Moorwalker, not a fish, not a leviathan, a mouth that watches and climbs every year on the darkest night. A year after the Leif Erikson encounter, in December 1938, a second expedition was mounted, this time under a veil of academic obscurity. The University of Oslo, in partnership with an anonymous benefactor from Copenhagen's Maritime Archive, funded the charter of a smaller research vessel, the Njordheim, under the direction of Oscar Nygaard, a reclusive hydrographer turned theorist. Nygaard had developed a controversial hypothesis he called chronothermic gate theory. The idea that certain aquatic life forms emerged only under highly specific astronomical alignments, where solar distance, lunar gravitational pull, and water density intersected to create momentary biological permissiveness. According to him, the trench encountered by the Leif Erikson was not just a deep water basin, it was a living vent, a rhythmic gate that opened on solstice nights. The Njordheim departed Tromsø on December 17th, arriving at the coordinates of the solstice gullet, just past midnight on the 21st. Unlike the prior expedition, Nygaard came equipped not just with sonar and thermal rigs, but a pair of hand-built beacon cylinders, fitted with both barometric fluctuation sensors and passive acoustic chambers. These cylinders, codenamed Pilgrims, were designed not to ping the depths, but to listen. Once dropped into the trench, they would remain neutrally buoyant and record any changes in hydrostatic pressure and ambient sound for 6 hours. Nygaard theorized that if a creature was emerging, its passage would leave behind an echo, not of sound, but of motion, a footprint in the liquid layers. At 1:09 on the morning of December 22nd, both pilgrims were deployed. For the first 3 hours, they drifted silently at approximately 880 meters. The temperature held steady, at 3.7 degrees Celsius. The pressure, oddly, dipped by 0.3 bars before returning to baseline, a phenomenon previously thought impossible, without upward current. At 4:28, the acoustic chamber in Pilgrim 2 began to register infrasonic pulses, not random, not seismic, a steady pulse, every 54 seconds, followed by a resonant tail that climbed, plateaued, then vanished. But it wasn't the frequency that unsettled the researchers, it was the modulation, each wave crested in a warble, as though refracted through living tissue. Nygaard, analyzing the waveform in real time, noted a harmonic interference, not unlike vocal cord tremor. The pilgrims weren't recording oceanic pressure, they were hearing something exhaling. At 4:51, the water beneath the Njordheim began to rise, not with current, but heat. A thermal dome inflated upward from the trench, causing the surface to shimmer. Then faintly, the water around the ship grew denser, not physically, but visually. The crew described the sea as thickening. Lights reflected strangely. Shadows appeared where no object cast them. Something was lifting beneath them, but not fast, not violent, purposeful. A single wrinkled ridge broke the surface to starboard. No sound accompanied it, no roar, no breath. Just the slick rising of a groove-lined flesh segment, nearly 60 meters long, curved gently like the edge of a half-closed mouth. Along one side, vent-like pores opened and closed in rhythm, releasing bubbles that shimmered with iridescence. When examined through binoculars, each pore revealed small concentric rings lined with thin translucent filaments, like curled tongues or coiled petals, each vibrating softly, as if tasting the air. Then came the color, a slow gradual shift beneath the water, from gray to pink to amber. The glowing body unfurled like a ribbon, then twisted once before descending without splash, drawn back beneath its trench. The pilgrims floated for another hour before both signal feeds cut out. Their final recordings showed the acoustic pulse speeding up, from 54 seconds to 21, then to 12, then to 7. Before being replaced by a single drawn-out vibration that lasted over 6 minutes. No creature known to science could generate such resonance without exploding its own tissue. Nygaard believed the vibration was not vocal, it was structural. The creature, whatever it was harmonizing with the trench itself, its own habitat singing with it. Or is it? The Njordheim returned to harbor on December 25. Nygaard's theory was never published. His notes were deemed too speculative. He died 3 years later in Copenhagen. At his request, his ashes were scattered near the Solstice Gullet. His last written words, scribbled on a weathered nautical chart, read, "The trench is not a mouth, it is a throat, and something wakes when it aligns with the sky." The third and final documented encounter with the Moor Walker occurred in December of 1939. This time, not by a Nordic expedition, but by a French biological survey vessel, the Eclat Marin, under the direction of Dr. Lucien Raybaud, a pioneering deep-sea physiologist who had previously studied bathypelagic squid migration patterns. Raybaud had read Nygaard's unpublished theory through academic channels, and saw in it something more than superstition or folklore. He saw a repeatable cycle, a behavioral rhythm so exact, so surgically precise in its solstitial timing, that it could not be coincidence, it could only be biology. Unlike his predecessors, Raybaud came with what he believed to be an edge, a fully submersible 2-man observation capsule, known as the Coccyx. It was pressure-hardened, outfitted with quartz-reinforced viewports, and a rudimentary sonar luminal system that could project ultrasonic waves and visualize their return in real time. It was the most advanced piece of underwater technology France possessed at the time. The goal: descend past 900 meters into the trench during the solstice window, and observe whatever stirred in the gullet. The Eclat Marin arrived on December 20th. The weather was clear, the sea eerily flat. At 22:08 on the 21st, the Coccyx was lowered. Dr. Raybaud piloted the capsule alongside his assistant, Émile Chassagne. Descent was smooth, lights flickered only once past 780 meters, and by 2 o'clock, they hovered silently at 928 meters just above the trench's base. And then, the silence began to breathe. The water outside no longer behaved as a fluid, it pulsed, not in currents but in compression, the way lungs rise and fall with breath. Every 5 minutes, the pressure outside would soften, as if the weight of the ocean receded by mere grams. Then it would press back in, not enough to crush, enough to remind. Through the capsule's viewport, the pair saw no fish, no plankton, no sediment drift, only darkness, alive and unmoving. Then came a glow, faint, like moonlight pushed through vellum. It didn't shine from below, it coalesced in the water around them, as though millions of tiny prisms had suddenly chosen to reflect something that was not light at all. They began to see shape, not form, not body, just the suggestion of proximity, a bulge of density, a ripple that took too long to collapse. Then, one by one, patterns emerged, arched folds, curved like baleen but too wide, each one spaced with tubular indentations like acoustic horns. The sonar pulses began to return strange signals, spirals, loops, feedback harmonics, that didn't oscillate but layered, building in overtones until the interior of the capsule vibrated with soft hums they hadn't initiated. Raybaud noted in his journal afterward, "It was singing without sound. The water translated it into pressure, and the pressure rearranged our senses. Then something touched them, not struck, not wrapped, touched, a surface, soft and warm, pressed against the capsule's lower hull. The temperature inside rose by 4 degrees in seconds. The external thermometer stopped registering. Shashan reached for the control levers. The viewport began to fog from the outside, but not from heat, from film. A translucent secretion began to slide across the glass. Within it undulating shapes, cells maybe or lenses, twitched gently, responding to the capsule's light by narrowing into slits. They were looking through a membrane, into something's inner lining. For exactly 6 minutes, they hovered in contact, not pulled, not swallowed, held. Then the sonar emitted a tone on its own, never programmed, never instructed, a 5-note descending arpeggio. The touch receded. The light collapsed inward, as though being inhaled. The capsule rose back aboard the Eclat Marin. Raybaud was silent for hours. When asked what they'd seen, Shashan simply said, "It has no front, no back. It is a sentence being spoken in shape, a creature that teaches itself what it is by rising each year to feel us." The footage from the coccyx was archived, but the sonar luminal logs were sealed by the French Ministry of Oceanic Research until 1971. When finally reviewed, researchers found an anomaly. The sonar's 5-note emission was not unique. It exactly matched a harmonic signature, first recorded in 1937 by the Leif Erikson. The same 5 notes, the same descent. Something remembers, something listens, and once each year it climbs to the surface of silence, just to be heard. By the winter of 1942, the Solstice Gullet was no longer a secret among naval intelligence. Despite the absence of official documentation, rumors of the breathing trench had trickled through maritime listening posts from Halifax to Lofoten. Submarine captains reported oddities on sonar, only on specific nights. Unreturnable echoes, recursive pings, and vibrations that bled through the hull like a second pulse. The shape had yet to be seen clearly, but something was known. It came back every solstice, without fail. The Royal Norwegian Navy, under covert pressure from Allied sonar intelligence divisions, commissioned a black operation in December 1942 to drop a full-range autonomous hydrophone array into the gullet. This array, called Minute Tone Memory Tone, was outfitted with 36 audio pickups, arranged in an elliptical spread, suspended across a grid from 750 meters to 930 meters. Unlike previous expeditions, there would be no human observers. The plan was simple: drop the frame, anchor it, and let the machine listen. At exactly 0 o'clock on December 21st, Minute Tone descended. At 0:19, the first tones began, soft pulses, rhythmic, harmonic. The machine recorded them passively, translating vibrations into data. Each pickup along the array heard something slightly different, as though the signal were not broadcast from a single point, but emitted across a vast undulating surface. When stitched together, the harmonic data formed not a melody, but a terrain, a spectral elevation map of pitch versus time. And in that data was a terrifying implication. The trench was moving, slowly, imperceptibly. The contour of the trench floor had risen by 1.7 meters since 1939, but only on the solstice, and only for 6 hours. Then it flattened again. This was not seabed, this was diaphragm. At 2:32, the central pickup unit, deepest in the array, captured what analysts would later call the descant bloom. A sudden swell of high-frequency overtones layered atop the trench's infrasonic respiration. For 16 seconds, it was as if every water molecule within the gullet had become a flute, each vibrating with pure tone, layered and echoing. The harmonics increased in pitch, until they vanished altogether, and in their place, something new arrived. A shadow, not a visual one. An acoustic shadow, a dead spot in the recording where no vibration passed. All 36 pickups registered a sudden hole in the sound field, a place where nothing resonated. It hovered at 870 meters. It rotated. It grew. When the data was processed into an acoustic model, it resembled a torus, donut-shaped, approximately 45 meters across. And at its center, silence. A structural silence. Something not absorbing sound, but cancelling it. It hovered in place for 9 minutes, then began to descend. As it sank, sound returned, only now it was distorted, warped. Minettone's upper sensors recorded faint whispering sounds, phasing in and out, not language, not speech, but syllables, repeating, overlapping, swallowing one another. The audio bore a strange compression, as if it had passed through long corridors, been chewed, then exhaled back through a throat too vast for scale, and then, at 3:41, every sensor shut off. No damage, no pressure breach. They simply stopped, as if the water itself had decided no more sound should be heard. 2 hours later, the array resurfaced, all units intact, all recordings preserved, but something clung to the cables, thin streaks of viscous residue that glowed blue under UV. Chemical analysis revealed organic proteins not known in marine biology, folded in helix structures that suggested reactive behavior. What alarmed analysts most was that these proteins arranged themselves in parallel sequences, not biological, musical. Raybod, who had gone into seclusion after the coccyx dive, was sent copies of the recordings. He responded only once, a single note, typed in all caps, folded into the envelope. "It is not singing, it is rehearsing." After that, Raybod was never heard from again. Minettone was mothballed, the trench, erased from charts. The solstice passed the following year without incident. No ships lingered near the gullet, and in the silence, the Moor Walker returned, unheard, unseen but not forgotten. It does not feed, it learns, and each time it rises, it brings with it a new vibration closer to words, closer to form, a creature rehearsing not how to live, but how to speak. In March of 1936, the cargo freighter Alvarez Mar, en route from Dakar to Belém, reported a bizarre phenomenon while traversing the Central Atlantic Convergence Zone, a notorious band where the equatorial currents grind against one another in layers of rising warm water and sinking cool flows. The crew, mostly hardened sailors who had navigated the doldrums for years, described what they saw not as marine life, but as a city of broken lanterns, floating upright beneath the waves. These lights, hundreds of them, glowed a dull, bone white. They were not drifting, not bioluminescent, in the way jellyfish shimmer. They hovered in perfect vertical lines, at depths between 300 and 400 meters, flickering in synchrony, like candles in a chapel, breathing with the tide. Captain Elias Montero reported the incident in his log with uncharacteristic brevity, stating, "Lights below, fixed, cold, uneven spacing, not fish, no motion, no current, holding position against gravity, no samples were taken, no deviation was recorded." But what startled the crew most was the silence. When the lights appeared, all other sea life vanished. No birds, no surface swell, not even the usual groans of the hull, just that impossible hush, like something had turned the world down to hear itself think. In 1937, a joint research mission, organized by Brazilian and Portuguese oceanographers, launched a discreet expedition to the convergence region. The goal was simple: determine whether these lights were indeed bioluminescent organisms or a byproduct of some rare optical illusion. The research vessel, Estrela de Mar, entered the zone equipped with early deep lens photometry and electrospectral recording devices. On April 3, shortly after sunset, the sea beneath the vessel shifted. No wind, no moon. But the water glowed faintly from below, again in vertical arrangements. One diver, lowered in a pressure suit to 350 meters, saw them up close. He described them not as animals, but as vertical fins, each shaped like a blade of bone, rooted in nothing, suspended in fluid, as if pinned by invisible threads. Each one emitted a pulsating white light that flickered irregularly, almost like Morse code. When he reached to touch one, it faded to black instantly, but two others nearby brightened, pulsing faster, as if aware of the contact attempt. The ship's lead physicist, Dr. Miguel Saldunha, believed they were not organisms at all, but naturally occurring crystals reacting to acoustic vibration, perhaps calcite structures, amplified by pressure. But when a sample was retrieved, it dissolved the moment it breached the thermocline. What remained was a smear of dust, fine, white, and phosphorescent. Under microscope, the particles formed fractal chains resembling vertebrae, not of any known creature, but engineered, repeating, deliberate. They were not remnants of something dead. They were in every meaningful sense, letters. Dr. Saldunha famously wrote in his private journal, "The ocean is writing something, and we are reading the spaces between the lines." Over the following 6 years, sightings became seasonal. The lights only appeared during the equinox drift, a strange thermal window, in late March and late September, where the equatorial bulge realigns, magnetically, for roughly 3 days. Each time, the lights arranged themselves differently, sometimes long strings, other times concentric rings. One ship reported a formation that mimicked an asterisk over 2 kilometers wide. Aerial photos captured by seaplane in 1941 showed the lights forming a perfect grid. But no one could find an origin. They rose from midwater, no upwelling, no anchors, and when sonar was deployed, it returned nothing, as if the space the lights occupied was excluded from acoustic law. One American naval engineer referred to the area as sonar dead ground, a place where even machines chose not to listen. In 1944, a final attempt was made to decode the pulse pattern. An algorithm was run against their flicker frequencies and yielded a shocking result. The sequences aligned with the rhythm of human speech when graphed on a phonetic cadence chart, not as words, but as breath, phrases, pauses, commas in light. The ocean wasn't just writing, it was reciting. In the spring of 1938, a Dutch colonial transport vessel named Havelaar's Resolve drifted into the convergence zone under strict orders to reroute after reports of Italian submarine activity. It was during a moonless stretch of night, somewhere near the intersection of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the Intertropical Convergence Current, that the helmsman noticed strange reflections spiraling up through the black water. Not stars, not passing fish, but soft, bone-colored glimmers, just beneath the surface, drawing patterns not with speed, but with intention. The deck crew called it ghost cursive. They watched the lights sway in long arched formations, slowly tilting as though inscribed by a hand unseen. None of them understood what they were seeing, but all of them agreed, it wasn't drifting, it was composing. The Resolve's navigator, a man named Willem Koorts, had once been a mathematics teacher, before the war redirected his path. Koorts began sketching what he saw in a ledger, meant for star maps. Over 3 hours, he recorded the arc and intersection of hundreds of light trails. When he presented these to the ship's captain, the response was skeptical. But a passing British destroyer, the HMS Nightwing, intercepted a radio report from the Resolve, describing the lights and demanded a rendezvous. Their onboard cartographer, Lieutenant Marlow Finch, boarded the Dutch vessel to verify the sightings. Finch's reaction was not disbelief, but fear. He noted that the drawings mirrored what he had seen weeks earlier in the same region, converging lines that looked less like sea patterns and more like glyphs, diagrams repeating in symmetry. But what disturbed him was that they were beginning to resemble writing systems, lines curling into forms that looked uncannily like Aramaic spirals, old Tibetan block strokes, and even fragments of linear A. Scripts not related by origin, but by function. They were visual languages, born from repetition, from pressure, from time. What language could the ocean possibly be borrowing from? By 1940, deep-sea trawlers, operating in the convergence zone, began experiencing inexplicable instrument failures. Compass needles spun slowly in place, pressure gauges locked at exact values, never fluctuating, even when hauled back to the surface. In some cases, crewmen reported seeing shadows moving beneath the hull, but unlike the Moorwalker's enormous coiling form, these appeared human-sized, drifting upright, never swimming, and always surrounded by the lantern lights, as if encircled in reverence or surveillance. Reports from the Brazilian merchant fleet included something stranger. One vessel claimed a series of lights approached and traced the outline of their hull, matching the shape perfectly and hovering just below the waterline for over 20 minutes. The lights then rotated, each one taking a fixed angle in a slow orbit, and blinked in sequence before vanishing. The sonar record was blank, but the magnetic sensor recorded a faint spiral signature. The Royal Society in London became involved in 1942, after a reconnaissance report submitted to the British Admiralty mentioned something shocking, that the flickering bone lights not only moved, but mirrored the navigation lights of passing ships, always with a delay of 43 seconds, as if learning, echoing, repeating what it saw, a coded mimicry from below. One naval scientist, Dr. Bertrand Niven, was flown in to analyze the light behaviors. He proposed that the lights were not life forms at all, but a type of emergent midwater intelligence, a cloud of particulate sensors responding to thought, pressure, or movement. What alarmed him most was that when he shone a focused beam into the water, the lights dimmed and rearranged into a single line, not vertical now, but horizontal, aligned perfectly with the horizon, and when that light was shut off, they reverted to spiral form. What was being tested, he wrote, was not curiosity, it was perception, not ours, theirs. In 1941, aboard the Belgian chartered vessel, Herculean Drift, an expedition led by Dr. Claes Wenders sought to conduct a controlled experiment on the recurring light patterns in the equatorial convergence. Wenders, a linguist turned biometric analyst, had no background in marine biology, but he had been following classified rumors of geometric light phenomena appearing in the central Atlantic with increasing complexity. According to reports obtained through neutral intelligence channels, certain naval dispatches had started including sketch-like references to subsurface semaphore, as if the sea itself were flashing coded warnings in skeletal tongues. Wenders believed these were not random flickers of bioluminescence, but structured, mnemonic emissions, visual data fields, attempting to interface with anything capable of observation. The Herculean Drift arrived at the convergence threshold just after the spring equinox. As was by then expected, the surrounding sea began to shift shortly after sunset. The surface turned mirror smooth, unnaturally still. There was no wind, yet the flags sagged with a strange weight. Lights began to appear below, dozens, then hundreds, pulsing slowly in concentric rings that expanded and contracted in silence. Unlike previous accounts, these lights were not fixed. They oscillated slightly, pivoting around invisible axes. The ship's electrical systems dimmed twice before stabilizing. Wender's team lowered a flat, mirrored disc with a controlled light source, essentially a rotating beacon encased in polarized glass. It was designed to flash at intervals, determined by the Fibonacci sequence. The hope was to trigger a response. If the lights truly followed a pattern, then mathematical resonance might provoke something meaningful. What they witnessed exceeded expectation. Within 11 minutes of the device activating, the bone lanterns below shifted from ring formations into staggered rows, aligning themselves directly beneath the disc, in perfect imitation of the Fibonacci interval. Not only that, but the lights began pulsing back in the same sequence, slightly delayed, but unmistakably accurate. They were mirroring the pattern. Then after the 8th interval, the lights changed color, shifting from bone white to a deep violet glow, barely visible, unless viewed through filtered lenses. Wenders believed it was a form of acknowledgement. The ocean had answered. They repeated the sequence again, and again the lights followed. But when they introduced a deliberately incorrect sequence, a visual error, the lights paused. Then for the first time in all documented sightings, they retreated, folding inward in a collapsing spiral, before disappearing entirely. Within seconds, the sea returned to total blackness. Wenders was shaken. He insisted that they had sent an incoherent sentence, and that it had offended whatever consciousness or network had been watching. In his notes he wrote, "Not only do they expect comprehension, they require it. The lights are not just for display, they are filtering us, asking if we can reciprocate their structure, and when we fail, they withdraw, like a teacher withholding the next lesson." That same year, a British anti-submarine vessel reported a sonar anomaly, consistent with what Wenders described, a sudden appearance of perfectly symmetrical clusters of echo returns, each cluster blinking out the moment a depth charge was dropped. This wasn't camouflage, it was avoidance, with intention. The sea was learning to read threats. By 1943, sightings of the bone lanterns were no longer confined to research vessels. Commercial pilots flying over the Atlantic convergence began filing visual reports of ghost net-light shapes visible from 3,000 feet, shapes that mirrored aircraft flight paths, and at times seemed to be tracking them. One pilot reported seeing a ring of lights expanding directly beneath his aircraft, then splitting in half as his course changed. To Wenders, this was confirmation. The lights were not trying to lure ships, they were tracing patterns, learning our movement, our mathematics, our structure. He theorized they might not be creatures at all, but a type of aquatic mnemonic matrix, embedded intelligence without body or brain, arranged like an alphabet in the medium of the ocean. Something old, something emergent, something waiting for us to finish a sentence it began long before we learned to speak. In the final recorded encounter with the Bone Lantern formations, a 1944 French hydroacoustic expedition, led by Dr. Émile Favreau, attempted what no one before had dared, not just to observe the phenomenon, but to interrupt it. The team set out from Martinique, aboard the research schooner Passeur d'Ombres, equipped with custom underwater amplifiers, experimental directional microphones, and a rotating sonar grid capable of emitting coded pulses, signals that could be shaped like echoes of language. It was Favreau's belief, considered by many heretical, that the midwater light formations were responding not merely to mathematical harmony, but to invitation, that their pulsing was not just mimicry or mapping, but the first syllables of an attempt to communicate. To interrupt them, he said, might provoke a deeper response, a structural reaction that revealed what lay beneath the patterns. The schooner entered the convergence zone on September 19th, shortly before the autumnal equinox. Almost immediately, the sea became glass smooth, not calm, held. The light formations began again at dusk. This time, they appeared with terrifying coordination, 11 perfectly spaced vertical columns, each glowing pale blue instead of white, arrayed like sentinels around the vessel in a radius of 200 meters. They flickered in rhythmic triads, 3 short pulses, a pause, 3 more, again and again. Favreau activated the response grid. For the first 3 minutes, nothing changed. Then the lights halted mid-pulse, as though stunned. The team broadcast a frequency-modulated sonar pulse, designed to mimic cardiac rhythm, encoded with subtle distortions, meant to emulate breath cadence. They expected confusion. Instead, the lights began to rotate, not individually, but as one synchronized body, 11 beams twisting slowly, clockwise, as if being stirred by an invisible spoon. The sea grew warm. Below the schooner, the water lost its color, fading into a featureless gray. Then the lights pulsed outward, doubling in number, each now trailing a faint, filament-like tail that extended toward the surface. The filaments never breached the water, but hovered just beneath it, brushing the underside of the ship's hull. Metal groaned. The amplifiers began picking up an echo, not in sound, but in timing. The pulses below began to match the crew's own movements, the shifting of boots on deck, the heartbeat of those near the railings. One man collapsed from sudden vertigo. He claimed the lights were mirroring my breath, faster than I can hold it still. Favreau initiated the second phase, a dissonant signal, designed to break harmonic repetition. It was not meant as an attack, but as a challenge, a linguistic dissonance, a deviation, a question. The response was immediate. The lights dimmed, then flared, bright enough to illuminate the shoal beneath the ship in brutal, unnatural clarity. The crew looked down and saw nothing. No water, no plankton, no reflection, only absence. A void where light fell, but did not return. A circle beneath them had become black as pitch, bordered by 100 vertical stalks of light forming a vast silent cathedral beneath the waves. Then came the tone, not heard, but felt. Bones trembled, teeth buzzed. One man began to bleed from his gums. The air turned metallic, and then a shape appeared. It rose from the center of the void, slow and steady, an immense vertical limb. Not a tentacle, not a fin. A column flat on one side, curved on the other, marked with ridges like musical frets or tally lines. It had no skin, no color. It shimmered with a light that did not come from it, but through it. And at the top a ring perfect and smooth, like a cornea without an eye. The shape hovered, utterly still. Then it rotated, once, and the lights went out. No fade, no flicker, out. The sea was silent again. In the aftermath, all of Passeur d'Ombre's instruments were dead. No data survived, no footage, only the logbooks remained, handwritten and sealed. Favreau's final note, scrawled hastily in the margins, read, "We are not watching the lights. The lights are watching us. They are waiting for the day we write something worthy in return." The bone lanterns were never seen again after 1944. Some say the ocean grew bored, others say it is still listening, only now, from deeper down, far beyond the lights, where language ends. In early May of 1935, a routine geophysical mapping expedition launched from La Paz aboard the Mexican survey ship Azul del Norte. The purpose was mundane, charting magnetic anomalies along the continental shelf of the Gulf of California. But what the team discovered just south of Ángel del La Garda would soon become the basis of a whispered enigma among Pacific oceanographers. The first sighting of what would be called the ink glass drifters, a category of midwater life forms whose properties still defy the principles of optics, chemistry, and fluid mechanics. The ship's first officer, Ricardo Sáenz, described the moment it began. The sea was calm, not uncommonly so, but around 11:20 p.m., during the night shift, the water began reflecting the stars in duplicate, not a distortion, but a second set of constellations, as if the sea had grown a second sky beneath its surface. Crew members leaned over the railings and saw stars twinkling below, but not where they should be. These points of light shifted independently, moving slowly beneath the hull in precise arcs, refracting like oil on water. When a flashlight was aimed into the sea, the light didn't scatter, it bent, sharply, at unnatural angles. Even stranger, a strange blue-black stain appeared wherever the light passed, like a fluid shadow hovering in the water. Over the following week, the Azul del Norte remained in the area. The anomalies persisted, growing stronger each night. Eventually, Sáenz ordered a winch-mounted net lowered to 450 meters, hoping to retrieve one of the light sources. What surfaced was not a fish, nor a jelly, nor plankton, but a transparent sack, fist-sized, filled with what looked like glossy ink suspended in layered curls. It didn't move, it didn't pulse, but when touched, the ink inside shifted into a spiral, perfect, symmetrical, and unmoving. The sample was preserved in brine and brought ashore for study. Days later, it had liquefied, not decomposed, vanished into itself, leaving no residue, no pigment, only an oily circle on the inside of the jar. Reports from local fishermen confirmed that strange mirror bubbles had begun to appear in the water, not bubbles in the traditional sense, but spheres of distortion, floating orbs that bent lines of sight, making fish appear fragmented or duplicated. Nets passed through them with no resistance, but when they did, the fish inside turned invisible, reappearing only once removed from the water. No one could explain this. No known sea creature produced such a refraction field. Marine biologist Ignacio Terán suggested it was not camouflage, but rather a natural lens, an evolved visual cloaking system, so advanced that it erased presence altogether. By 1938, American researchers stationed at the Scripps Institution began taking interest. A collaborative team was sent to Baja California to explore the now documented optical hot zone just north of the Midriff Islands. They arrived in early summer, aboard the Pacific Starling, and quickly discovered that the drifters, if that's what they were, appeared only under highly specific conditions: late night, full moon, and absolute silence aboard the vessel. When any mechanical noise occurred, engine rattle, sonar ping, human voice above whisper. The mirage lights vanished instantly. This led to the hypothesis that the drifters weren't bioluminescent at all, but light parasites, organisms that borrowed and bent ambient light into shapes of their choosing. Not only were they absorbing celestial light, they were repainting it. Footage captured on nitrate film revealed transient geometric shadows crossing beneath the hull, flat polygons that moved like sheets of dark glass. Some were barely larger than dinner plates, others spanned several meters. When light touched their surfaces, it didn't reflect, it scattered into grids. One square in particular emitted a fleeting burst of luminescent blue lines, perfect squares that assembled and vanished like a collapsing cube. Mathematicians brought in to analyze the footage believed it wasn't just a pattern, it was a projection of space folding through itself. And then, just as quickly as they had come, the drifters vanished. From 1941 to 1945, no sightings were confirmed, and the zone returned to its usual placid patterns. It was assumed the phenomenon had passed. But in 1946, during a post-war Canadian-led sonar survey, a single brief contact was made, an acoustic echo that returned an impossible result, a void 300 meters wide, registering at 0 Kelvin, without any measurable mass. When sonar returned again moments later, the void was gone. But one of the survey crew saw something, just once, an enormous disk beneath the water, smooth and colorless, gently drifting eastward toward the deep Pacific. He only said one sentence: it wasn't swimming, it was sliding between dimensions. In the spring of 1937, an exploratory vessel, sponsored by the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the Buque Horizonte, was dispatched to study anomalous magnetic signatures reported in the Gulf of California's Lower Trench region. The ship was modestly equipped, manned by marine chemists, physicists, and one curious outsider, Dr. Rüdiger Hoff, a German experimental physicist who had recently defected from his homeland under suspicious academic pressure. Hoff's particular interest wasn't the sea itself, but what he called naturally occurring temporal distortions, a fringe theory that most dismissed as academic fantasy. But what Hoff would encounter in the following weeks would cement his legacy among oceanic folklore, even as official science continued to ignore it. The Buque Horizonte made camp just east of Tiburon Island. For several days, all equipment operated normally, until, at precisely 3:37 a.m. on April 11th, the ship's barograph recorded a brief but severe pressure drop that lasted precisely 14.3 seconds. No wind, no tremor. Yet the air thickened, and the sea around them appeared to shimmer, not glimmer, but refract, like a heat mirage across a stone wall. Moments later, the ship's lamps flickered. Those on deck began to report glass shadows floating just below the surface, shapes that looked like curved panes of translucent obsidian, visible only at certain angles, and for fleeting seconds. Hoff, sensing something extraordinary, requested that all light be extinguished. The ship drifted in darkness. Within minutes, a shimmer appeared, a moving distortion across the water's surface. It wasn't light, it was absence. Where it passed, stars disappeared, as though eaten by something utterly transparent. Hoff and his assistant lowered a special device of their own design, a sealed light prism suspended within a copper frame, used to measure the bending of ambient photons through various density strata. They never saw the prism return, but the winch recoiled, pulled abruptly, as though something had yanked the cable downward. And then there it was, hovering just beneath the hull, rotating slowly, was a perfectly circular form. Not a creature, not an object. A hole, in water, in light, in space. It shimmered like a soap bubble, but within it, they saw movement, not from the drifter itself, but inside it. Fish swam behind it, then vanished. A school of sardines passed through one side, and did not emerge from the other. It was as if the disk was a gate, or a fold in reality. Hoff called it a mobile lens of unreality, something that refracted not just light, but presence, mass, time. The next night, under controlled silence and complete blackout, they repeated the experiment with multiple observation tools. This time, more of the drifters arrived, 4, then 7, then 12. Each passed beneath the ship, slow and deliberate, as though inspecting it. Their edges shimmered like the surface of a bubble, yet their movement had weight, pull. Hoff noticed that compass needles leaned gently toward them, even though the drifters emitted no magnetic field. When sound was introduced, a controlled knock against the hull, the drifters paused. They tilted, not turned, tilted, adjusting their angle of perception. Then, in synchronized fashion, each released a single pulse of light, barely visible, violet, at the edge of sight. That light triggered the surrounding seawater to shimmer again, and for exactly 8 seconds, the Buque Horizonte was no longer where it had been. The crew claimed they saw sky above, but not their own, a different sky, fewer stars, a single moon, larger, yellowed, scarred with black veins. Then they were back. The ship hadn't moved, but everything, every sensor, every clock, even the minute hand of the chronometer, had jumped ahead by 2 hours and 16 minutes. No one had touched them. Hoff claimed it wasn't a hallucination. He believed the drifters were not creatures in the conventional sense, but lenses windows through space-time, capable of bending observation as easily as light. He called them vitrium temporal, glass loops of dimensional distortion, perhaps sentient, or perhaps the nervous system of a greater undiscovered organism that existed across layers of perception we have yet to quantify. The drifters never harmed the crew, never attacked, never touched. But from that night onward, no one aboard the Buque Horizonte ever saw their own reflection clearly in water again. Their faces, in every mirrored surface, appeared a fraction delayed, as if something was still watching them from the other side. By the time 1940 arrived, whispers of the ink-glass drifters had reached the ears of an unlikely group, the U.S. Navy's Undersea Surveillance Bureau, an informal wartime initiative tasked with tracking silent anomalies in the Pacific corridor. Though officially focused on enemy submersibles and stealth vessels, internal memos reveal that the Bureau had quietly begun collecting maritime folklore, particularly those stories from South American and Mexican coastlines that spoke of invisible lights, floating voids, and soundless ships. And so, under the guise of an acoustic survey mission, the Navy dispatched the USS Declivity, a refitted sonar vessel, into the heart of the Gulf of California to investigate. The ship, under command of Lieutenant Arnold Breyer, arrived in July of 1940 and began deploying wide-range sonar sweeps near the area triangulated from earlier sightings. Almost immediately, strange returns began to appear, but not where they should have. Echoes returned from layers where water density was too low to support any mass. Some pings even returned multiple echoes from the same object, but at different distances simultaneously. It was as though the sonar was glimpsing a time fold, or that the object existed in multiple locations at once, each just milliseconds apart. The Declivity's hydrophone crew, trained to detect subtle undersea disturbances, began recording faint whispers, soft arrhythmic sequences not dissimilar to Morse, but with no discernible repeat pattern. The sounds were low, below human speech, and always ended with a dull chime, like glass ringing underwater. Over time, these pulses began aligning with the crew's own activities: steps on the deck, mechanical switches, even the flicker rate of onboard filament bulbs. The ship's technician, Ensign Mora, noticed something else. When the hydrophones recorded at certain angles, the background noise of the ocean dropped to zero, not faded, vanished, as if they were recording inside a vacuum. It was in these pockets of auditory emptiness that the drifters began to appear again. Unlike previous sightings that reported transparent spheres or distorted voids, these manifestations took on new forms: long ribbons of refracted space, curling just above the seafloor. They looked like silk blown through liquid air, folding, shimmering, yet physically untouched by currents. One floated vertically for nearly 7 minutes before unraveling into nothing. When sonar pinged it directly, it emitted a pulse of light from within. Again, that faint violet band that no one could trace. The sonar record from that moment returned a deeply anomalous image, a perfect hexagonal grid within the fold, layered 6 times in increasing density, like a fractal neural map. Breyer and his crew believed they were watching a thought process, something spatial rather than linguistic, that these entities were not reacting, but observing, processing the ship's presence the way one might examine an insect beneath a lens. Days later, a bolder test was attempted. The declivity deployed a sound capsule loaded with percussive intervals mimicking known cetacean calls, whale song, dolphin clicks, even synthetic rhythms meant to simulate distress. At first there was no reaction, but at exactly 1:26 a.m., the crew reported the most dramatic phenomenon to date. The water around the ship became prismatically warped. Every reflection broke. The stars overhead shimmered like oil floating on ink, and then the drifters rose, not one or two, but dozens. They came up like balloons held underwater, each one distorted at the edges, as if pushing through a wall not meant to be crossed. And when they reached eye level, just beneath the surface, they hovered, silent, watching. Every electrical system aboard failed. The hull vibrated, not from pressure, but from resonance, a frequency that seemed to exist just below the threshold of thought. Men reported hearing words that weren't spoken, seeing flashes behind their eyes that had no image, tasting metal. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, the drifters sank back down. No motion, no propulsion, just gravity, reclaiming a moment borrowed. Power returned, but every compass now pointed east-northeast, toward no landmass, toward a blank patch of ocean where nothing had ever been charted, a location they called the Fold Point. They didn't return there, and neither did anyone else, until 1948, when the drifters came back for the last time. But that time they weren't waiting beneath the surface, they were hovering above it. In the final documented encounter with the ink glass drifters, the year was 1948. Post-war scientific expeditions were on the rise again, and with the newfound accessibility of radar, magnetometers, and deep-sea photography, many previously abandoned hypotheses about midwater anomalies were being quietly revisited. Among the most enigmatic of these missions was a joint US-Mexican oceanographic effort conducted aboard the research vessel Cielo Abajo. Though most official records refer to the voyage as a bathymetric mapping project, the truth, concealed in uncatalogued personal journals and restricted naval memos, reveals a mission driven by obsession, an attempt to find the fold point again and uncover what had eluded science for over a decade. The lead scientific officer on board, Dr. Althea Raymore, was no stranger to controversy. A physicist with a background in theoretical optics and non-linear time mechanics, she had been discharged from wartime research for promoting unstable causal frameworks. In other words, she had proposed that light and time were fundamentally the same substance, merely moving at opposing frequencies. But it was her fascination with the ink glass drifters that had drawn her back to the sea, and to the exact coordinates where the declivity once trembled above folding space. Upon arrival, the Cielo Abajo encountered calm seas, unnaturally calm, in fact. For the first 36 hours, not a single wave broke against the hull. The air felt dense, the humidity curiously static. At dusk on the second evening, the first distortion was recorded, a subtle bend in the visible horizon, slight at first, then increasingly dramatic, until the stars appeared to tilt along a convex arc, just above the waterline. The ship's radar showed no object, but visually, something vast hovered 20 meters above the sea, a transparent shape, like a stretched lens, rippling with a slow inner pulse. It was one of them, a drifter, but no longer in the water, it was in the air. Raymore ordered silence aboard. No lights, no engines, no electromagnetic interference. The ship's generators were cut. All that remained were the slow creaks of the wooden deck and the quiet breathing of 27 men and women, each of them staring up at a creature that looked more like a spatial ripple than a life form. Then came the light, not emitted from the creature, but from the air around it, a soft violet bloom that bled outward, like a lantern hidden behind fog. It formed a dome over the vessel, and within that dome, sound ceased, not muffled, removed. One sailor dropped a wrench on the deck, and though it visibly struck wood, no one heard it. It was as though they'd been placed beneath a bell jar, severed from causality. Raymore stood at the bow and raised a mirrored panel, one she'd designed years earlier, based on calculations from the Hoff recordings. She tilted it at a precise angle, and the drifter responded. Its shimmer pulsed, then duplicated, splitting into two forms, each overlapping and sliding across each other in impossibly fluid motion. Then a third appeared, and a fourth. They circled the ship, slowly, methodically, casting overlapping refractions that created brief images in the air, diagrams, geometries, and once unmistakably, a human handprint, distorted but recognizable, held open as if in greeting or caution. Raymore recorded every second in graphite sketchbooks. She would later describe the experience as watching a language draw itself into the folds of reality. Her team, however, began to suffer. Several crew members complained of vertigo, migraines, and what they described as memory shadows, the sensation of recalling events that had never occurred. One engineer began speaking fluent Portuguese, a language he did not know. Another recited mathematical proofs backwards, in mirror image, while asleep. And all the while, the drifters hovered silently, their movements slow, graceful, completely devoid of biological rhythm. Then as dawn approached, the entire field of distortion collapsed. The air shimmered once more and cleared, like steam sucked back into a pipe. The creatures vanished, leaving no trace. But every watch aboard the Cielo Abajo had stopped, each frozen at exactly 4 hours 17 minutes and 3 seconds AM, then resumed ticking only hours later. And in every timepiece, the missing time varied. Some had lost 13 minutes, others, days. Raymore's own journal resumed in her handwriting, but described events she swore had not yet happened. Pages spoke of a second encounter, one she had no memory of, involving symbols drawn in sand, whispered harmonics, and a phrase spoken in her own voice. They are not windows but eyes. The Cielo Abajo never returned to those coordinates. Dr. Althea Raymore vanished from public life in 1950. Her last known communication, a telegram, sent to the British Society for Online Art Apologies. It contained only one sentence: "The sea is folding upward." In 1927, during an early bathymetric survey of the Philippine Trench off the coast of Luzon, a joint Japanese-Filipino expedition aboard the Takayama Maru encountered a luminous band stretching through the midwater zone at an estimated depth of 1,400 meters. The band, according to surviving logs, was neither static nor serpentine. It was suspended like a ribbon in tension, faintly glowing with a pale, silvery light, and undulating slowly as if stirred by breath rather than current. At first, it was believed to be a massive siphonophore, or a long chain of bioluminescent salps, but closer inspection through deep glass viewers revealed no anatomical divisions, no internal sacs or propulsion systems. It was uniform, translucent, and possessed a halo-like shimmer along its lateral edges. When the ship attempted a descent tether to drag a small camera cage through the formation, the tether failed to return, frayed not by pressure or mechanical strain, but as though dissolved. The captain, Seiji Motomura, made the fateful choice to record the coordinates and abandon the area, fearing the sea itself was consuming intruders. Over the next decade, the region gained a sinister reputation among native mariners, who spoke of the Cinco Luces, 5 pale belts seen by deep-diving pearl harvesters that were said to hover in water so still it echoed. These belts reportedly emitted no heat, no discernible energy signature, and yet they induced headaches, nosebleeds, and periods of temporary disorientation in those who gazed at them for too long. In 1934, a diving bell experiment, conducted by American naval engineer Lionel Chastain, ended prematurely when the diver began convulsing after descending to a pocket of water saturated with faint light. Upon retrieval, he muttered in fractured Ilocano, despite being a native of Maine, and repeated a single phrase again and again: "They do not close, they are always watching." The film taken during that dive, later locked in the archives of Manila's Oceanographic Institute, revealed the pale cincture drifting like a massive curtain suspended vertically in the water, tapering to infinity in both directions. But embedded within it were brief, slow ripples, concentric ovals, that moved too deliberately to be current-driven. One biologist described it as a muscular blink, as if the entire thing were a membrane, an eyelid caught mid-shutter. By 1942, these occurrences had increased in frequency. Japanese naval forces, attempting to map Luzon's eastern trench for strategic depth charges, reported sonar voids over a kilometer wide, each one aligned with previously recorded light belt sightings. One destroyer crew observed a new anomaly. The cincture had multiplied. Now, two parallel bands of pale shimmer moved in synchronized flow, separated by precisely 84 meters. Between them, fish behaved erratically, some frozen in place, others colliding mid-swim or spiraling upward in confusion. Magnetic compasses inverted temporarily, and every watch aboard ship gained precisely 1 hour and 7 minutes during the event. It was concluded that whatever the cinctures were, they did not occupy traditional space. They formed a kind of corridor, not just across the ocean, but through perception. And as one sailor reported, shivering in his bunk, they were never belts. They were the edges of something enormous, and we were staring at just the binding. In the monsoon season of 1931, an independent maritime expedition, funded by a consortium of European naturalists, made their way into the Luzon Deep aboard the steam-assisted brig Selene. Their aim was to collect sediment cores and catalogue luminescent species that had been reportedly seen shimmering across the midwater column by merchant crews. What they found instead was a phenomenon that would dissolve the boundaries between biological science and metaphysical dread. On the third night of operations, their chief surveyor, Edgard Laurie, observed a horizontal fissure of light, stretching for hundreds of meters just beneath the water, resembling a glowing white scar across the darkness. Yet the light had no diffusion. It did not illuminate the sea around it. It simply existed, rigid and self-contained. Divers lowered into the water described an overwhelming sense of pressure, not physical, but observational, as though their presence was not merely detected, but scrutinized. When the light band was approached more closely by a remote boom equipped with chemical sensors, the results made little sense. No trace elements were found, no heat gradients, and yet every glass lens directed at the band fractured, not shattered, but rather developed internal cracks, resembling leafless trees or vascular systems. One geologist compared the pattern to corneal microfractures in overexposed retinas. Worse still, during the experiment, the water around the Selene grew inexplicably still. Every wave, every lapping sound ceased. Then, just beneath the band of light, shapes began to emerge, not animals, hollows, blurred silhouettes of symmetrical forms, utterly still, hovering within the ribbon like insects trapped between panes of moving glass. Laurie recorded them obsessively, noting that they never blinked, never shifted, and never revealed origin or end. They are cross-sections, he wrote, like we are seeing only one dimension of something vast, something trying to slide through our plane of vision sideways. Years later, in a recovered field journal left behind after the ship vanished in 1932, one of the last recorded observations described the band narrowing. Over a span of 10 minutes, the cincture pulsed, first slowly, then with increasing frequency, emitting a noise not through air, but through the ship's bulkheads, a humming that vibrated bones before it reached ears. Instruments failed. The journal stopped mid-sentence. The Selene was never recovered. No debris, no wreckage, only a trail of decayed plankton and a thread of violet algae, perfectly aligned with the last coordinates of the light fissure. To this day, no marine drift data explains how a vessel that size could vanish entirely in a sea with no tectonic activity. Some suggest spontaneous implosion, others a sinkhole collapse, but among the few who've seen the original logbooks, there's another theory, that the pale cinctures were not part of the sea at all, that they were rips, windows held taut between layers, and that perhaps the Selene did not sink, but slid somewhere else. In 1939, the Japanese scientific vessel, Shinryoku, set out under government contract to lay the foundation for an underwater listening network in the Western Pacific, a wartime precaution driven as much by paranoia as strategy. Their journey took them along the plunging edges of the Luzon Trench, where they intended to install the first of several deep-hull audio receptors, capable of picking up submarine propeller signatures at over 2,000 meters. But 2 days after dropping their first hydrophone array near the coordinates previously reported by the Solen, the crew encountered something that permanently shifted their mission's focus. The instruments picked up an impossibility, not mechanical clicks, but rhythmic intervals of silence, precisely spaced, like a metronome keeping time by erasing sound instead of producing it. Between these silences came soft vibrations, described by sonar technician Hiro Matsumoto as the sound of something folding its wings underwater. They deployed a manned observation pod, tethered by reinforced cable. Inside was Lieutenant Ikiro Naganuma, a decorated diver with over 24 descents in high-pressure zones. His descent was smooth until he neared 1,600 meters, whereupon the pod's external lights revealed what he described as a wall of white fog submerged in shadow. It was one of the cinctures, fully vertical, stretching into the blackness above and below. When his pod drifted close to its edge, the surrounding water behaved strangely. Bubbles stopped rising, sediment suspended itself unnaturally in place, and visibility increased, not due to light, but due to a kind of refractive bleaching. Through the viewport, Naganuma saw faint silhouettes again, identical to those once described by Lore aboard the Solen, elongated humanoid frames, featureless and still, as if engraved into the ribbon of light. He said they did not move, but he felt them listening. And then the cincture flexed. There was no physical contact, yet the pod was yanked sideways, causing the tether to strain and whip. Alarms triggered. The surface crew began pulling Naganuma up, but in his final transmission, he whispered something that disturbed even the most skeptical of his colleagues. "They're not asleep. They're waiting for us to say something first." The pod surfaced with all systems disabled. The outer shell bore no damage, but every panel was cold to the touch, as if pulled from a freezer. Naganuma was found unconscious. He awoke 2 days later, but never dived again. He spoke little of what he saw, except to say, with unsettling certainty, "It wasn't a light, it was a door, and something behind it is still reading us." Following this incident, the Japanese Ministry of Marine Affairs reclassified the Luzon Trench as a closed biological risk zone and withdrew support for further deployments. Yet rumors persisted. Naval cadets stationed in the Philippines shared campfire stories about ghost ships passing over lines of glowing water, and of radios that picked up Morse codes spelling nothing but mirrored question marks. And in late 1942, a final unexplained event occurred. A Japanese cargo transport, the Haruna Maru, lost all contact while passing over the same sector. For 4 hours, its transponder vanished from every military channel. When it reappeared, it was over 70 nautical miles off course, sailing in reverse, with no wind and no visible engine function. Its crew had no recollection of those missing hours, but the ship's logs told a different story. Between midnight and dawn, an entry had been made in a language no one on board spoke. 6 vertical glyphs resembling twisted columns of light. Below them in flawless calligraphy were 3 words written in English: "We are unreadable." In the final years before the Luzon Trench was declared unfit for exploration, a small team of rogue French researchers, operating without government sanction, embarked on what would become the last recorded direct observation of the pale cinctures. The group, led by marine chronologist Dr. Armand Lussier, had pieced together testimonies from survivors of the Solen, translated segments of Naganuma's debriefings, and smuggled fragments of unreleased naval logs from Japanese archives. To them, the cinctures weren't passive anomalies, they were living boundaries, membranous lattices between zones of perceptual filtration. In Lucier's words, they do not emit light, they bleed awareness, siphoning the memory of those who come too near. The team chartered a retrofitted Portuguese vessel, the Vigilant, and departed from Manila, under cover of a routine sediment study. On board were 2 submersibles, tubular bathyspheres equipped with reinforced lenses, made from newly developed laminated quartz. believed to resist the fracture patterns caused by proximity to the cinctures. Over 5 days, they observed mild light deformations along the trench rim. On the 6th, they encountered what Dr. Lucette Dolbingy recorded as the convergence line, not a cincture, but the edge where 3 separate ribbons met in perfect angular symmetry, forming a glowing triangle submerged at 1,100 meters. Within that triangle, water darkened, sound muted, and light bent around the vessel's own shadows. The Vigilant dropped one of its submersibles into the formation. Inside was technician Julien Ray. The descent was uneventful, until the moment he entered the triangle. There, all instrumentation failed except the camera, which captured 2 minutes of footage now deemed classified. In it, the cinctures do not behave like biological phenomena. They flutter inward, each folding delicately, as if being drawn toward an unseen center. And from that center, for a brief moment, something emerges. It is not a creature in any conventional sense, but a structure, a vertical ring, rotating not on a physical axis, but upon itself. Inside the ring, Ray's camera captures what looks like undulating fields, valleys of undark water, and at least one unmistakable geometric construct, a spiral staircase descending into blackness. Then the image fractures. The last frame before blackness shows Ray's face reflected in the viewport, except the expression is wrong. The reflection is smiling, while Ray, according to eyewitnesses on the surface, was screaming. The submersible surfaced 13 hours later, though it should have run out of oxygen in 5. The craft was intact, but Ray was gone. In his place was a thin film of salt adhered to the seat, and a series of glyphs etched into the inner dome, with no tool on board capable of producing such fine scarring. The team withdrew immediately, abandoning the second submersible. On return, the Vigilant's clock systems were 6 hours out of sync, with each measuring time differently. One journal entry from Dolbingy read, "The cinctures do not guard, they do not block, they do not hide, they calculate, and we are now a variable they've written down." Following this, Lucier dissolved the team and published nothing. But in a letter discovered after his death in 1953, he wrote the following: "If they are alive, they are ancient. If they are constructs, they are still building. But if they are neither, then we have stared into the punctuation between pages of a language meant not to be read, but endured. Whatever we saw between those bands of light was not the ocean, it was the margin." In 1929, British geophysical surveys, exploring the tectonic ridgelines of the South Sandwich Islands, remote, storm-thrashed fragments of land curled around the Southern Ocean, recorded an unusual optical event while documenting volcanic plume patterns. The vessel HMS Hartwell had anchored temporarily near the Sandwich Rise to perform deep-core sediment extractions when a strange visual halo appeared upon the sea's surface just before dawn. A perfect circle, roughly 30 meters in diameter, glowing faintly grey, not white, not silver, but the color of shadow in moonlight, flickered into existence above the water, not within it. The anomaly hovered motionless, rotating imperceptibly, visible only when the observer looked slightly askew. The chief cartographer noted that when stared at directly, the ring vanished, but when viewed peripherally, it returned brighter and more detailed, revealing thin striations like stretched parchment or ripple glass. It was this unusual observation that gave rise to the term Antumbra rings, rings of not light, but shadow light, visible only in the eye's blind angle. Initial thoughts leaned toward an atmospheric illusion, possibly an unrecorded form of lunar corona. But as soon as the crew attempted to triangulate its height using altimeter lines, strange complications arose. The shadow ring reflected no light onto the surface below it, nor did it obstruct the stars behind it. One astronomer noted that it was neither reflection nor projection, but an object made of perceptual subtraction, a shape that existed because it removed the perception of what should have been there. But stranger still was what happened to the instruments lowered into the water beneath the ring. Compasses spun, thermometers dropped steadily by degrees, until the temperature within the halo's shadow was 6 degrees colder than the surrounding sea, and then for the first time sonar registered something passing directly overhead. The object returned no mass signature, but it echoed a reverse pulse, as though it had struck sonar from the opposite direction. The following morning, the ring was gone. It would reappear again 8 months later, hundreds of kilometers southeast, during a solo expedition by Norwegian oceanographer Ragnar Lev. Her steam yacht Frøvind had been outfitted with early deep-sea microphones and chemical sensors for studying sulfur vent blooms. Her log describes the moment as quiet, almost holy. The sky dimmed, not from clouds, but from something withholding the usual grey. Atop the waves, an Antumba ring again hung in the air. But this time, there were two interlocked, like a figure eight, twisting slowly. Beneath them, fish surfaced in strange silence, mouths agape, as if pulled upward by an invisible tide. The water glowed dull silver, and those aboard the Frøvind noted a distinct static taste in the air, metallic, sharp and bitter. Lecky described feeling as if her thoughts were being tugged slightly sideways. Crewmen began murmuring in fragmented speech, speaking short phrases in languages they had never learned. When she reviewed phonograph recordings later, Lecky was stunned. The voices were her own, reversed, looped and slowed, speaking not words but concepts, felt viscerally, but impossible to transcribe. On the 7th day, the rings descended. No splash, no wind, simply a slow downward drift like falling ash. They passed silently into the ocean's surface and vanished. But where they had hovered, the sea now bore a perfect depression, shallow, symmetrical, and spiraling gently clockwise. All fish within that spiral had gone limp, not dead, not stunned, simply halted, as though held in momentary suspension by an external command. Lecky's notes become erratic after this. One entry simply reads, "The rings are not symbols, they are dials. They tune the ocean to something deeper." When she returned to port, Lecky refused to speak of the event again. Her logbook was donated posthumously to a maritime folklore archive, and dismissed as poetic nonsense. But one marginal note remains taped to the last page in her own hand. "If what we saw was their handprint, then their hands are the size of weather systems." In 1932, a storm-racked ice-breaking ship, by the name of Crucible's Wake, reported a full-blown atmospheric disturbance directly above the southern tip of the Sandwich Rise. Unlike hurricanes or pressure cyclones, this event involved no rotating wind patterns or cloud walls. The s'expiwichere, in 97 se begin, are the rund sevutiki, winteno. Instead, the barometer plummeted within seconds, and visibility on the sea vanished entirely, not due to fog or rain, but from a grey blankness, like an erasure had passed through the sky. As the crew scrambled to stabilize the vessel against the growing tide, their lookouts screamed for silence, not in warning, but in reverence. The men fell quiet, and that's when they heard it. A harmonic vibration, pulsing gently in the air, not a mechanical tone, but a natural chord, like the resonance of stone deep beneath the earth. And then the Antumba rings appeared, 6 of them this time, nested like the iris of an impossible eye, drifting above the ship in absolute stillness. One helmsman wept openly, claiming he had seen his childhood home reflected in the center of the rings. Another claimed to glimpse a diagram of himself, bones and blood flowing in mathematical sequence. The rings were not mere optical phenomena, they seemed to reflect thoughts, memories, or perhaps even intent. The Crucible's Wake drifted into the heart of the anomaly for 17 minutes. During that time, every clock stopped, compasses spun outward toward the hull, and the radio emitted a slow whisper in Morse, spelling nothing, repeating nothing, yet clicking like it expected a response. Several crewmen were later institutionalized. Their ramblings never formed complete sentences, but always included circular diagrams drawn obsessively, annotated with terms like threshold, recoil, and filtering spiral. After the ship limped back to mainland, the captain submitted an incident report to the Royal Hydrographic Society, only for it to be quietly redirected to a Department of Atmospheric Anomalies, which by 1940 no longer officially existed. But interest in the rings didn't vanish. American researchers, led by oceanic physicist Dr. Harvey M. Blank, initiated a covert expedition to locate what he believed were gravitational caustics, regions where the curvature of space caused localized dimensional tension, creating visible distortions in water and sky. Blank's team believed the Antumber rings were shadows of pressure points cast across higher dimensional folds, not atmospheric at all. In his notes he wrote, "These are not illusions. These are midwater eclipses from bodies not of this earth, but cast from the sea upward, silhouettes of unseen engines buried below." His team never returned. Their ship, the Evelyn Tremont, was discovered a year later with not a soul aboard, drifting slowly against the Antarctic wind. On the bridge, Blank's last recorded scribble was etched into a bronze compass casing. "The rings are timers, they are watching for alignment, and when it comes, they'll turn." For years afterward, no ship dared enter the Sandwich Rise without emergency protocols in place. And though the rings have not been seen since 1943, fishermen still speak of skies that sometimes go grey without reason, and of waters that flatten too quickly, too calmly. They say when that happens, you don't look up, not directly, not ever, because the rings don't disappear. They wait, like eyes pressed lightly against the veil of the world, watching for the ones who see them. By 1936, a growing number of vessels navigating near the South Sandwich Rise began logging reports of compass anomalies and memory loss. What set these logs apart from typical maritime disorientation was their specificity. Crew members across multiple ships, speaking different languages and hailing from different countries, began describing the same vision. Always just after encountering unnatural calm, or moments when the clouds above formed perfect concentric circles. They reported seeing a vast floating ring, not one visible to the eye, but glimpsed in dreams or reflected surfaces, described as a thing that stares without face, and always positioned just above the sea. The ring was said to pulse, silently, and while no ship's cameras ever captured it, sailors began to leave behind sketches, spiraling structures, shaded with thick graphite, surrounded by tiny symbols resembling tidal notations or planetary orbits. That year, an Argentinian hydroacoustic team aboard the Belen Argento began deploying deep-wave sensors to analyze suboceanic vibrations in the trench zones. Their goal was to catalogue hidden volcanic activity, but what they discovered was no volcano. At depths of 1,500 meters, where pressure should have rendered acoustic patterns tight and brief, they recorded long, low-frequency pulses, each exactly 12 seconds apart. These pulses were not seismic in origin. They were too symmetrical, too deliberate. On the third night of observation, every recording device aboard the vessel began looping itself. Not rewinding, not stuttering, looping, as though time had become folded inward at the site of recording. When researchers attempted to monitor the loops in real time, they noticed that each cycle, though identical in waveform, altered slightly in detail. A change in background hiss, a missing crackle, a sound removed. One technician, Sofia Cardoza, compared it to watching a memory try to forget itself. Later that same night, the crew witnessed a manifestation they had no words for. In the sky above the trench, 3 faintly glowing arcs formed, not aligned with any known star paths, and hovered for 20 minutes. During that time, all light sources aboard ship flickered in harmony with the arc's pulsation. Shadows bent away from the arcs, not toward them. When the arcs finally collapsed into a single flash and disappeared, every mechanical clock aboard the ship had gained exactly 5 minutes and 12 seconds. But no one could recall the time passing. Worse, 2 crew members could not recall themselves, their names, their hometowns, even the language they spoke. Only after several hours of quiet and isolation did fragments of identity return, though they never again behaved normally. Both would later complain of a ringing in their vision, and draw spirals compulsively for the rest of their lives. The Belen Argento cut its mission short, but left behind one final observation. Beneath the coordinates where the arcs appeared, a perfect circle of ocean remained unnaturally still, flat as stone for over 12 hours. Despite wind and tide, sonar dropped into that patch returned nothing, not even water density. It was as if the equipment had entered a non-place, a coordinate that registered mathematically but offered no substance to measure. The captain's final entry in the ship log reads simply, "There is something under this sea that casts shadows upward." Those shadows, the Antumber rings, were never catalogued by any known oceanographic institution. They don't show up on charts or archives, But older sailors in the South Atlantic still hang silver charms on their masts, rings etched with radial lines, not for good luck, for camouflage, in case the rings return. Because if they do, no compass will save you, no depth gauge will help you. The rings don't take lives, they take presence, and replace it with silence. In 1943, one of the last and most unsettling encounters with the Untumbra rings occurred under the veil of a military operation. The British Admiralty, under the pretense of a sonar relay upgrade mission, sent a classified team aboard the retrofitted corvette HMS Penumbra to revisit the Sandwich Rise, following persistent rumors that enemy submarines had disappeared in that region without a trace. But the Penumbra's logs, once declassified in redacted form decades later, painted a picture not of sabotage or stealth warfare, but of a different kind of vanishing altogether. What they encountered did not attack, did not move, and did not belong to the surface world. What they found was geometry in orbit around impossibility. 2 nights after reaching the drop site, the ship's radar began registering aerial distortions at precisely 2:14 a.m. Initially dismissed as aurora interference, the distortions were soon visible to the naked eye, 3 elliptical bands forming a vertical ringed structure hovering above the waves like a gyroscopic gate. The rings emitted no light, yet everything near them was unnaturally illuminated, lit not from reflection, but from absence, as if the world itself grew brighter to accommodate the shadows they projected. The crew described hearing nothing but the blood in their ears. Then came the anomaly that defied every chart, map, and physical law. The sea dropped, not literally, not by depth, but by perception. All who witnessed it claimed the sea beneath the rings appeared farther away, as if gravity itself had been rethreaded through a deeper plane. A sailor dropped a wrench into the water, and instead of splashing, it fell in silence, descending not through waves, but through glass, vanishing before the ripple even formed. The effect held for just 90 seconds, but in that span, the crew's sense of orientation collapsed. Men screamed without knowing why. One claimed to see a version of himself standing on the deck, staring back through a broken face. Another swore he saw a vast spiraling chain beneath the surface, stretching down into total blackness, and along it, bound figures, suspended like pinned insects. Then came the fracture. No explosion, no wind, just a sudden tidal reverse, not water rising, but space folding. The rings imploded inward, peeling reality into a point that shimmered once, twice, and then burst upward in absolute silence. The air went cold. The ocean turned the color of old bone, and every electrical device aboard the Penumbra restarted as if freshly manufactured, settings wiped, clocks reset to 0, even serial numbers overwritten in small spiral-like font. That night, 13 crewmen awoke to find spiral-shaped scars etched lightly into their skin, perfectly symmetrical, just below the left shoulder. No trauma, no blood, as though they'd always been there, waiting to be revealed. Upon return to port, the ship was immediately quarantined. The crew separated, all reports buried beneath classified defense documents, and yet Dr. Cedric Wainscott, the Penumbra's civilian physicist, and the only one to keep a personal log, left behind one final sketch before his disappearance. It depicted 3 interlocking rings suspended over the ocean, each one carved with glyphs, never identified. Below the drawing, he wrote, "They are not ships, they are times, folded into symbols, searching for the right ocean to align with, and when they do, the tide will go up, and it will never come down again." No vessel has officially recorded Untumbra rings since that event, but to this day, in certain naval academies, and hush-toned lectures given to submarine captains, there remains a quiet warning passed from mentor to apprentice: if the sea brightens, and the air goes still, look away. For what's coming isn't from above or below, it's from the side you were never meant to see. In the icy silence of the Norwegian basin, a place already cloaked in myth and magnetic interference, a forgotten anomaly began to stir in 1933. It was first spotted during a civilian-led deep-sea cable-laying operation conducted by a Scandinavian telecommunications company, attempting to bridge isolated Arctic outposts. At a depth of roughly 1,900 meters, sonar equipment recorded a series of perfectly vertical structures, spaced evenly apart like ancient pillars. Rising from the seafloor, they stood too tall, too symmetrical, and too smooth to be natural. The crew referred to them as glassbacks, because of the way sonar bounced from their surfaces, as though the signal had glanced off polished obsidian, not stone. Photographic attempts yielded blurred silhouettes, columns surrounded by shimmering halos and fractured light, impossible to decipher. On the fifth day, one of the weighted cameras deployed along a descending tether stopped transmitting at precisely 1,937 meters. When reeled back up, the steel cable had been sheared, not frayed, and the tether line was ice cold, coated in a translucent slime that resisted chemical analysis. It took weeks to find a lab willing to analyze it discreetly. The report, now buried in an Oslo archive, noted that the substance displayed refractive properties, normally seen only in lens-grade beryllium glass, yet it contained no known elements, and when dried, the residue turned to dust and evaporated entirely, leaving no trace it ever existed. The documentation was quietly archived. The sea does not leave fingerprints, they said, but it left something else. In 1935, a more official expedition, this time under the Norwegian Maritime Research Institute, returned to the site. They sent down a reinforced probe fitted with updated depth cameras and a 3-lens visual array. The footage, which never made it into public hands, showed the glassback columns in stunning detail. Towering structures, hexagonal in shape, rising higher than the probe could see, with surfaces that pulsed ever so faintly in the dark, an inner luminescence that mimicked starlight, yet didn't cast shadows. And that wasn't the most disturbing part. Each column bore etched ridges, not random or weathered, but carved in perfect sequences, not runes, not pictographs, not words, timelines. As the probe moved past the structures, the ridges shifted with it, as if reacting to its presence. The surrounding water shimmered like heat above asphalt. One marine linguist later speculated they weren't just measuring time, they were repeating it. When the probe crossed back over its entry path, the first 3 minutes of footage re-recorded themselves, but slightly different. The lights were dimmer, the ridges deeper, a small crab scuttled into view that hadn't been there before, and then, silence. A blank frame, followed by 3 seconds of footage showing the ocean surface, as if the camera had briefly surfaced thousands of meters above. No one could explain how this happened. The glassback columns, as they were dubbed, were never seen again after 1951. The last crew to attempt a descent vanished entirely. Their submersible, the Voringsbran, was tethered, monitored, and tracked, until, mid-transmission, the signal cut off with a strange warping hum, and their last message was only one sentence. They are not rising from the floor, they are lowering from above. The support vessel waited for days. Nothing returned. No debris, no bubbles, no implosion signature. There remains a single artifact from the final dive, a broken pressure gauge, recovered from the surface winch, warped as though twisted from within. It bore 7 spiral patterns etched into its glass, arranged vertically like columns. The technician who logged it refused to touch the glass with bare hands. When asked why, he simply said, "Because it's remembering." In the decades since, no official mapping mission has acknowledged the glassbacks, and sonar scans of the same coordinates now return only flat, featureless terrain. But some say the columns are still there, just hiding in folds of physics we haven't yet torn open, waiting, recording, rewriting. In early 1937, an experimental sound mapping initiative, spearheaded by a group of physicists from Denmark and Germany, returned to the Norwegian basin under a new premise. They weren't looking for wildlife or currents. They were looking for resonance gaps, zones where acoustic waves died unnaturally, as if something in the water was devouring frequency itself. Over the course of 6 days, their instruments logged hundreds of anomalies, but one stood out, a vertical void, nearly 3 kilometers wide, where no sound returned, not even static. As if the space itself did not wish to be known. When a technician activated a tonal pulse to probe the area, designed to bounce off anything solid, The surrounding instruments didn't detect an echo. They recorded a delay. For 3 seconds, there was nothing. Then, every device on the ship simultaneously recorded a tone, not the one sent out, but something lower, slower, almost like a chord played underwater, vibrating through the metal of the ship. Within hours, one of the crew members, a young acoustician named Henrik Voller, began sketching complex radial patterns on the inside of his cabin walls, concentric circles, overlapping hexagons, and always, rising in the middle, were columns, gleaming, featureless, unreal. He claimed they weren't just underwater structures, but recordings, embedded into the ocean itself, memory scaffolds. When questioned, he whispered, "They keep the ocean remembering itself." Later that evening, he went silent, and never spoke again. He didn't lose his voice, he simply stopped using it. He was discharged, and sent home. His journals were taken by the Institute, never to be seen again. The expedition ended abruptly, after a final dive sent their deepest hydrophone array directly into the anomaly. As it descended, it picked up what could only be described as a sound that had already been heard. A playback, in real time, of the ship's own launch ceremony, echoing from beneath the waves. The feed then twisted, warping the voices of the crew into overlapping murmurs, as if multiple versions of the same moment were layered atop one another. The device was retrieved, its housing partially melted, as though exposed to radiation, but no heat source or chemical explanation ever emerged. It smelled faintly of ozone and salt. The rubber coating had peeled in perfect spirals. That year, all funding for acoustic research in the basin was suspended. In 1944, during a classified Allied operation testing subsonic navigation in high-pressure environments, a U.S. Navy submarine, known only by its call sign, Minerva Echo, reported a sudden magnetic inversion while crossing into Norwegian waters. The crew watched, stunned, as their instruments began displaying reversed values, depth as negative altitude, speed as receding motion, and sonar returning silhouettes of their own vessel from above. At 2:14 a.m., the submarine's chief navigator recorded a shadow descending across the water, massive, circular, columned, not sinking, not swimming, lowering, no surface ripples, no reaction from the sea, just presence. They lost contact for 27 minutes. When communication resumed, the crew's logbooks were blank, not torn, not erased, unwritten, the ink removed from the pages, as if it had never existed. Only one phrase remained, scribbled upside down on the final page: "The columns do not stand, they grow." Back on land, those who reviewed the logs and evidence would refer to these structures not as ruins or organisms, but architectures of recursion, built not to stand in space, but to loop in time, making the sea forget what it once knew by replacing its own past with repeated variations. The glass-back columns, if they ever existed, are likely still there, not beneath us, not around us, but in the versions of the sea we haven't seen yet. The columns do not rise to meet us. We descend again and again, through echoes already charted, and every time we descend, they change something. In 1946, a retired Soviet hydrographer named Leonid M. Burov initiated a privately funded dive to a forgotten sector of the Norwegian basin, spurred by fragments of classified maps he had obtained through unclear means. These maps referenced what was labeled cryptically as Perimeter 19, a topological memory field, a region marked not by coordinates, but by a swirling pattern, like a whirlpool etched into the page. Burov, obsessed with what he called acoustic palimpsests, layers of rewritten sound buried beneath the sea, believed the glassback columns were the foundation of a structure that existed between tonal dimensions. His hypothesis was unlike any other. The sea didn't just reflect memory, it recorded it physically, and the columns were its playback heads, resurfacing the past in altered forms for anyone who came too close. He and his three-man crew launched from a small Icelandic trawler and dropped a pressure-rated steel sphere into the basin. The sphere carried 3 ultrasonic emitters, tuned to slightly discordant frequencies, designed to interfere with each other and shake loose any hidden reverberations embedded in the trench. At first, nothing happened. Then 24 minutes in, their surface radio began receiving garbled transmissions, not from the sphere, but from Burrows' own voice, recorded at a pitch lower than natural and slowed to half speed. The voice did not repeat the crew's current conversation. It echoed conversations they hadn't had yet. One technician heard his own future panic, recorded in perfect clarity. "Leonid, it's opening. Get it back up." 10 seconds later, that panic came true. The steel sphere's cable jolted violently, then went slack. The winch creaked but held. When it was hauled back up, the sphere was intact, but ice-cold and coated in a gelatinous black sheen that seemed to shimmer with microfractals, like tiny shifting runes. Inside, the ultrasonic devices had melted, but not from heat. They had warped as though compressed from within, as if their own sound waves had become solid for a moment, and folded the metal inward. Burrow, visibly shaken, refused to continue. He returned to Moscow, where he was later found pacing endlessly in his apartment, whispering phrases in a mirror he kept covered with sea salt. The fragments of audio recovered from the dive were analyzed at the Novosibirsk Institute. One sequence stood out. It repeated for 6 minutes, low and monotonous, until suddenly breaking into a burst of rhythm. 4 rising pulses, one long, one short, a Morse-like pattern. One linguist interpreted it as stylized Morse, and the decoded phrase was haunting. "They do not forget the first listening." Burrow called this proof that the ocean was speaking back, but only through architecture, not voice. He began referring to the glassbacks not as columns but as conduits of echo, and theorized they were instruments tuned to hear what even we no longer remember about ourselves. Then, in 1951, came the final attempt. A multinational team, under the guise of a geological fault survey, deployed an unmanned drone fitted with sonar photography and magnetometers. It descended into the basin and sent back footage of the glassback columns, now closer together, visibly warped, and subtly swaying like reeds in a windless forest. Between them shimmered something new, thin filaments of transparent material, stretching between each column, like strands of a vast submerged harp. These threads vibrated visibly when sonar pinged nearby, and in each vibration, patterns emerged: faces, maps, spirals, words. Not for long, barely a second each, but unmistakably intentional. The last image transmitted before the feed cut out was of a single column, now cracked, with light bleeding from within, not illumination, but data, structured in binary blocks. It was as if the column were no longer stone or glass, but storage, and something had tried to retrieve from it, or overwrite it. The drone never resurfaced. The operation was shut down, and never spoken of again. And still in the depth charts of modern-day exploration, that region appears as ordinary, flat, unmarked. But those who have studied the logs know better. The glassback columns are not anomalies. They are devices, not forgotten, not sleeping, still recording, still rearranging. And whatever they are waiting for, whether a certain note, a phrase or a listener, they have all the time in the world to prepare their reply. In the winter of 1951, one final expedition attempted to locate the now elusive glassback columns. This time, it wasn't a government body or a rogue academic team. It was a strange consortium of ex-naval officers, cryptographers, and retired oceanographers who operated under the codename _Vector. Their vessel, the NRV Holloway, was a decommissioned research ship, purchased privately and fitted with both scientific gear and military-grade sonar equipment. They were armed not just with depth charts and cameras, but with sound. Their belief was radical. The glassback columns did not passively reflect the sea's forgotten echoes. They selected what to repeat, depending on what was played to them first. Using a 16-channel magnetic loop system, the Holloway's crew composed a series of tonal sequences designed to simulate what they called subaqueous recursion, or echo patterns, that fed into themselves until they stabilized into a continuous waveform. These were broadcast from the ship, down into the basin, for 90 consecutive hours. On the third night, the water surrounding the vessel began to thicken, not in temperature or density, but in perception. Time slowed, watches ticked slower, conversations fractured. Crew members found themselves speaking sentences twice without realizing. The ocean became resistant, like trying to look through fogged glass underwater. Then the first column appeared, not via sonar, but visually, rising only 20 meters from the starboard side in the middle of the night. It did not rise like a surfacing object. It coalesced, forming in layers, like light being etched into air. The structure was clear, pure, yet reflective from within. Its surface shimmered with rippling versions of the Holloway herself, reflections layered not only in time, but in intention. The crew saw versions of their ship from different points in the mission. In some, the deck was abandoned. In others, the vessel was upside down, or split in half, like a dissected lung. There was no mistaking it. The glassback column wasn't showing them mirrors. It was showing them outcomes, threads of what might have been, or still might be. A diver named Mikkel Harstrom was the only one to get close. He entered the water tethered, and equipped with a recording headset, a depth gauge, and a visual relay system. As he approached the column, his voice became increasingly difficult to understand. His sentences began to loop, with small changes. "I'm moving forward," he said. "I was just saying I'm moving forward." The column's surface began to ripple toward him in slow pulses, not like water, but like a curtain responding to wind from behind. As he reached out to touch the structure, his signal cut out entirely. The line held. The sensors were active, but Mikkel Harstrom was gone. When the tether was reeled in, it came back empty, burned off at the point of his last depth. But his voice remained in the earpiece. It continued speaking for 10 hours after his disappearance. Not in panic, not in fear, but calmly, curiously, describing places the sea had never known. Forests with no sky, machines made of bone, and most chillingly, a city made of listening itself, where the buildings were shaped like ears, and the wind passed through them like whispers from other worlds. At the 10-hour mark, the voice stopped mid-sentence, and in the silence that followed, every sonar station aboard the Holloway emitted one last ping. But this ping didn't echo outward. It returned immediately, as if something had answered it before it was sent. That was the final act of Oblique Vector. The vessel was found a week later, adrift, with all its paper logs erased, and every reel of recorded tape blank, as if demagnetized by some impossible force. Only one thing remained intact: a single brass dial, installed post-expedition by an unknown hand, bolted to the helm. It had no labels, just one setting: recording. To this day, mariners speak of regions in the Norwegian basin, where the sea feels too silent, where even sonar becomes confused, bouncing back questions it never asked. Some say the columns were never there. Others whisper they always were, just not in this version of the ocean. But whether you believe or not, one truth echoes through every witness account. The glassback columns do not listen like we do. They store, they repeat, and someday when the correct sequence is spoken, they will respond. Off the southern tip of Africa lies the Agulhas Slope, a liminal zone between two converging currents, a place already known for chaos, whirlpools, and sudden vanishing eddies. But beneath the turbulence, something far more persistent whispered through the trenches. Between 1938 and 1952, scattered sonar readings began registering strange audio phenomena, captured unintentionally during unrelated geological surveys. These sounds weren't the usual deep rumbles of tectonic movement or marine mammal calls. They were melodic, disturbingly harmonic, and most unsettlingly human in structure. The frequencies carried uncanny intervals, descending arpeggios, and minor key progressions that mimicked choral breathing. The scientific community, ever wary of sensationalism, dismissed these patterns as sonar distortion artifacts. But not everyone agreed. A young South African acoustician named Beatrix van Heerden began compiling a library of the slope's anomalies, piecing together old hydrophone tapes, classified Navy recordings, and even fragments of deep-sea diver logs. What emerged from her obsessive research was a catalogue she called the Ragged Choir, so named because the voices, though clearly structured, were not clean or angelic. They were weathered, dissonant, at times cracking into harmonic overtones no human vocal cord could reach. When played in sequence, they formed layered choruses that rose and fell like the tide itself. Some patterns repeated, others never did. In 1940, Van Heerden joined a research voyage on the Drakensberg, a scientific trawler outfitted with experimental low-frequency hydrophones. Her intention was to find the origin point of the choir, if there was one. Over a 12-day period, she recorded nearly 70 hours of submerged chorus tones. But something odd began happening. With each day, the melody seemed to respond, echoing fragments of the ship's engine pulses, the clinking of tools on deck, even the cadence of crew conversations. The choir wasn't just repeating, it was weaving in its listeners. On day 9, the ship's radio operator reported hearing his own voice in the background of a hydrophone test. But the voice wasn't speaking the present, it was replying to something he hadn't yet said. Later that night, the crew reported a rise in sea fog, despite no atmospheric changes. Visibility dropped, instruments dulled, and out of the deepening gloom came the clearest recording of the ragged choir to date. It rose not from beneath, but from around the vessel, echoing off the water like cathedral acoustics. The tones overlapped, rising in half-step intervals, building not to a climax, but to a sustained, unbearable harmonic that caused physical symptoms in those above deck. Nausea, bleeding gums, blurred vision. A deckhand claimed to see silhouettes beneath the surface, tall, thin figures swaying rhythmically in time with the tones, not swimming, but vibrating. On the 12th day, Van Heerden stopped recording. She sealed all tapes, locked them in watertight crates, and demanded an immediate return. When asked why, she said only, "We're not hearing the ocean. We're hearing what it mourns." She left oceanography entirely, and spent the remainder of her life deaf in her right ear. Today, only one tape survives. It's held in a university archive, mislabeled and missing its origin code. The sound it carries is faint, wavering, but if slowed, layered, and filtered, a fragment becomes intelligible, not in words, but in intent, a call, or a warning, blurred by the distance between worlds. This is not your depth to dwell in. In 1942, a British naval convoy transporting coded communications equipment passed close to the Agulhas slope during a rerouted journey from Gibraltar to Ceylon. The voyage was uneventful until the third night, when multiple vessels in the formation reported simultaneous sonar failures. The readings had not gone dead, they had become saturated. Thick bands of overlapping frequencies blotted out all usable data, resembling a waveform composed of hundreds of minute voices. One engineer likened it to a crowd whispering through water. The most remarkable aspect was the synchronization. Each ship recorded the identical sonic distortion at precisely the same timestamp, regardless of position or depth. The entire fleet had entered, unknowingly, into a harmonic field. One escort ship, the HMS Renshaw, logged an hour of continuous data before her sonar array was overwhelmed and shorted. The final moments of the recording were transcribed later in London and reviewed by cryptanalysts, musicians and linguists alike. The harmonic content had structure, an ascending chromatic pattern, cycled in triplets, overlaid with a subharmonic that pulsed every 14 seconds. When visualized through spectrum analysis, it created something unexplainable. A face, not photographic, not humanoid, but an expression unmistakable in composition, eyes narrow, mouth slightly agape, and what appeared to be strain or lament encoded in frequency itself. Scientists, cautious of sensational claims, marked the resemblance as coincidental, but a few admitted in private that it felt intentional. By 1944, several Soviet and South African submarines reported acute physiological symptoms when navigating near the slope. These included migraines, temporary aphasia, memory discontinuity, and temporal blurring, a term used by one commander to describe an experience in which he watched a crewman tie the same rope twice, but swore he had never seen the first knot undone. But perhaps the most unnerving case was that of Dutch diver Willem Tielman, who led a solo descent into a small trench pocket just off the main slope wall. His dive was unremarkable. No current, no pressure anomalies. But within 11 minutes of descent, he began humming through the comms line. It wasn't random. The tune was consistent, eerie and slow. Observers on deck realized the melody matched a snippet from the Ragged Choir's earlier recordings, one discovered 2 years after Thieleman's dive. When they tried to communicate, he didn't respond. The humming grew louder. Then abruptly, he said one thing before going completely silent. "It's not a song, it's a shape, and we're inside it." His body resurfaced 6 hours later, buoyed unnaturally as though expelled by a vertical current. The strange part wasn't the lack of trauma, it was the rigidity of his posture, arms crossed, head tilted back, eyes wide and fixed on nothing. His face bore no fear, only awe. His mouth was parted, as if mid-note. Autopsy revealed his inner ears were destroyed, not by pressure, but by vibration. His cochlea had been unraveled, as if the harmonic patterns had bypassed his skull and shredded the organs directly. The diver's suit was undamaged. The dive camera recorded nothing unusual, except for one flickering moment of water appearing to fold, a slight bending of visibility, like hot air above asphalt. The following year, funding for research into the Ragged Choir was cut. Tapes were quietly destroyed. Archives vanished. Only whispers of its return have surfaced since, always from fishermen and sailors near the edge of the slope. They speak of nights when the sea grows still, and the air fills with something unplaceable, a pressure behind the ears, followed by a far-off chorus echoing across the waves. Always wordless, always just beneath understanding. They say that if you hum along, even by accident, it learns your voice, and it will sing you back, years later, miles away, long after your ship is gone. In 1946, an experimental maritime program under the Union of South Africa's Department of Fisheries, known as Project Deep Signal, launched a research vessel into the Agulhas Slope's southern trough. Their mission was to test new passive hydroacoustic gear that could map underwater geography by listening rather than emitting sonar. What they didn't anticipate was being heard first. The vessel, SS Albatross Kraal, deployed a suspended hydrophone at 2,300 meters depth. Almost immediately, it began capturing a sonic phenomenon that resembled a heartbeat, slow, rhythmic, and not organic. The pulses were too clean, their decay too even. Every 13 seconds, the frequency pulsed. Each one came with a rising harmonic overtone, like a choir warming up before rehearsal. The sound wasn't ambient, it had structure, it moved in spirals, like something using the water to tune the space around it. That night, the crew awoke to an unexplainable phenomenon. Their ship's hull resonated gently, as if humming in harmony with something unseen. Bolts rattled, coffee cups vibrated on their saucers. One by one, the men reported hearing whisper-like harmonies rising from the water, perfectly mimicking phrases they themselves had spoken earlier that day. But none of them had recorded their voices. There were no open microphones. The ocean, it seemed, had remembered, and the choir was playing them back. Captain Willem van Dijk ordered an immediate ascent and return to port. But when the crew reeled in the hydrophone, they found the cable had twisted into itself, not tangled, but braided, in the shape of a double helix. On the receiver itself, a faint residue coated the casing, glittering under light like frost. Analysis showed it contained no known elements, but one technician likened the texture to bone dust trapped in oil. Later examination of the recordings revealed not only voices, but overlapping versions of those voices, sometimes angry, sometimes amused, sometimes whispering things that had never been said. They were not merely echoes, they were variants. In early 1948, the SS Albatross Kraal was retrofitted and sent again. This time, the team broadcast controlled speech samples through underwater speakers, basic greetings in multiple languages, sung verses, even rhythmic breathing. For 36 hours, there was no response. Then just before dawn on the fourth day, the hydrophone began transmitting a series of identical notes, spaced evenly across 5 octaves. This was followed by a chilling message, a playback of the project director's voice, but twisted subtly, like it had been relearned by something trying to speak through bone. Do not tune the silence, it remembers without forgiveness. The final transmission was worse. It was music, not composed, not melodic, but intentional, as if layered from stolen tones and swallowed speech. And through it all, the impression of thousands of voices lingered just beneath the surface, none of them quite human, but each shaped like humanity. The choir had learned their signals, it had begun to compose. No one ever dove there again. The Albatross Kraal was decommissioned, its hull sealed and locked inside a coastal military yard. Beatrix van Heerden, older now, came out of silence only once more to comment on the last recording. Her voice, brittle with fear, carried a single phrase: "The ragged choir doesn't sing to be heard, it sings to summon what listens." And somewhere down in the bone-deep dark, the chorus still waits, not to echo, not to repeat, but to gather the world into song, one voice at a time. By 1952, the legend of the Ragged Choir had nearly vanished from public memory. Research ceased. Vessels steered wide of the slope. Naval records began showing redacted entries for entire latitudinal corridors, with patrol routes quietly adjusted, without explanation. But then came the final documented encounter, one that did not begin at sea, but in a listening station, far inland. The South Atlantic Surveillance Array, a joint British-Dutch acoustic monitoring facility, located in the Namib Desert, was designed to detect underwater detonations, ship engines, and distant whale migration, using an underground network of cable-fed hydrophones. One of its deepest channels connected directly to a relay, anchored off the Agulhas slope. On March 17, 1952, the station received an unbroken signal, a tone so faint it should have been disregarded, but it continued, unwavering, for 7 hours. Analysts expected it to be tectonic, or volcanic. It was neither. It was music. Not the Ragged Choir's usual aching howls and half melodies. This was something else, structured, recursive, composed in a loop that never fully repeated yet, never changed. When sped up, the sequence revealed chord progressions too complex for randomness. The rhythm echoed human breath: inhale, pause, exhale, pause. 4 men monitoring the station that night fell into silence. One began to hum the tune unconsciously, another wept. None of them could describe what they had heard, not with accuracy, only metaphors: a ruined church in a dream, the ocean inhaling, my mother singing, but I never knew her voice. At hour 6, the station's auxiliary lines activated on their own, not the hydrophone, the landline. It rang, despite not being connected to any active telephone system. When answered, only one word was heard, sung in layered harmony: return. Within the next hour, the final relay off the slope recorded a violent surge in pressure, as if something immense had exhaled into the water. No vessels were present. The current shifted, fish disappeared from the sonar. Then came a last burst of audio, 2 full minutes of overlapping human speech, impossible to separate, compressed into a single harmonized tone. Every voice belonged to someone who had vanished in previous encounters with the Ragged Choir. Cross-referencing past dive logs confirmed it. These weren't echoes. These were reclaimed voices, woven back into sound. After that, the array's Agulhas relay went permanently offline. Divers sent to retrieve the cable found it melted, not by heat, but by resonance. The seafloor beneath it was scored with spiral impressions, as though something massive had shifted upward, without displacing a single drop of water. The trench itself had become strangely quiet, the kind of quiet that presses behind the eyes and makes the mind ache to fill it with noise. The Ragged Choir hasn't been recorded since, but there are accounts, anecdotes. A cargo ship in 1958 that claimed to pass through a stillness where the sea hummed back. A satellite relay operator, in 1963, who woke from a dream humming a tune no one else knew. A wreck diver off the Cape, in 1971, who swore the wreck whispered to him before he surfaced, "You're late." The last chorus has already begun. No instruments remain. No maps acknowledge the slope as dangerous. And yet those who have studied its legacy agree on one thing: the Ragged Choir was not an organism, or a signal, or even a mystery to be solved. It was a process, ongoing, recursive, and unfinished. And perhaps that's the deepest terror of all, that the sea doesn't need to explain itself, it only needs to listen long enough, and then one day, sing everything back. In the unyielding cold of the Weddell Sea, one of the most desolate, underexplored gyres in the Southern Ocean, strange patterns began appearing in 1941. Not surface patterns, but disruptions in deep ocean current maps, charted by Norwegian whaling fleets. These disruptions weren't like typical eddies or pressure dips. They were anomalous vectors, 90-degree turns recorded within water masses, thousands of meters deep. Oceanographers at the time dismissed it as bad instrumentation or uncalibrated barometry, but not all agreed. A few crewmen swore they saw something that made the charts make sense. Not a mass, not a shape, but movement, a slow heaving distortion in the sea, as though the water was curling around something too immense to see. By 1943, the rumors took on form, the Crooked Leviathan, they called it. A serpent too big to breach, too old to stir quickly, and too crooked to move in a straight line. Its trajectory, when traced across seasonal current maps, drew a long spiral folding into itself across time. Not a beast, they said, but a fault line wearing skin. The British Navy, growing suspicious of Weddell's unexplained sonar voids, dispatched a reconnaissance vessel, the HMS Corvix. Its task was to deploy an array of pressure microphones into the deeper shelves of the gyre, particularly into a trench known as Brant's Hollow, a place known among whalers as the Bent Grave. The ship recorded over 220 hours of near-silent recordings, punctuated only by what sounded like the groaning of ancient hulls and long drawn-out sighs. On day 6, the microphones captured a strange fluctuation. It wasn't seismic, it wasn't marine. It was a rhythmic motion, an uncoiling of current, a long whip through the deep, like a massive curved body, dragging itself along the seabed. They pulled the microphones back up. All 5 were warped, not dented, not torn, but subtly bent, as if the sea itself had twisted them, not by pressure, but by proximity to a force that bent orientation. Even their titanium cases had curved, every one in the same direction. The most alarming detail was what one technician found etched faintly into the final casing. Parallel lines, drawn not by tool, but by heat, running unevenly across the outer shell like a trail of dragging claws. The lines weren't scratches, they were perfect replicas of sonar traces, ones that the crew hadn't captured yet. In other words, they were predictions. When sonar finally did return echoes 2 days later, it sent back something so vast that the system misinterpreted it as terrain. A formation roughly 2,700 meters long, tapering at both ends, moving at the same irregular velocity seen in the current charts. The reading remained for 38 seconds before vanishing without explanation. Only one man on the bridge spoke, his voice quiet as if not to disturb something watching. It's not swimming, it's remembering where to go. The crew of the Corvix was ordered not to speak of the incident. The tapes were labeled acoustic fault, WDG-41 null, and shelved. But before they left the gyre, they passed one more reading, a slow, low-frequency moan that echoed for 12 full minutes. When charted against the gyre's current flows, the moan's waveform created a spiral, tightening inward, a shape not unlike the gyre itself, but mirrored. A leviathan that doesn't rise, it bends, it twists through the folds of the sea, coiling not around ships or prey, but around time, leaving only silence and warped machines behind. They say it's still down there, not swimming, not waiting, just moving, crookedly, towards some final memory. By mid-1944, additional anomalies from Brant's Hollow began circulating through confidential telegrams between naval observatories. Soviet listening posts near Novolazarevskaya station reported strange deviations in magnetic field readings, distortions that didn't correspond with any known auroral activity, nor the South Magnetic Pole's drift. The electromagnetic pulses followed a peculiar rhythm. Every 14 hours and 11 minutes, a soft magnetic spike emerged, just strong enough to cause compass needles to twitch southwest, briefly defying the Earth's magnetic dominance. And always, the shift pointed not to a true bearing, but to a moving coordinate, a destination that appeared to slide slowly along the bottom of the Weddell Sea. Some researchers suggested a metallic deposit, perhaps ferric anomalies disturbing the magnetic field. But deeper analysis ruled this out. The spikes came not from below, but from within the water column itself, a magnetic presence that was mobile, unpredictable, and most disturbingly, rhythmic. Dr. Isaac Volkov, a physicist stationed at the Soviet Antarctic outpost, wrote in his now classified diary, "If it is iron, then the iron is alive, and if it is alive, it moves with intention, bent intention." That same winter, the Soviet vessel Vostok Orlan was dispatched on an ice-breaking hydroacoustic mission. Its captain Maxim Vylegzhinin, a veteran of deep-sea salvage operations, had no interest in myth. But on the 7th day at sea, his skepticism shattered. The crew picked up a sonar anomaly, massive, slow, and non-reflective. A void with shape, a moving silence, almost a kilometer long, and trailing behind it what looked like folded ridges, like the sea itself was folding inwards in its wake. The anomaly did not flee when approached. It merely drifted, wobbling through the abyss with the same crooked rhythm noted in previous studies. Sonar couldn't capture its depth fully, as if the creature extended into a dimension just outside of acoustic reach. The closer they sailed, the stranger the crew felt. Navigation lights began flickering without failure in the circuit. Crew members spoke words they hadn't meant to say, and the ship's clocks began running out of sync by up to 12 minutes, even with no mechanical fault. Most haunting was the ship's last sonar ping. Instead of returning an echo, it returned another ping, slightly delayed, slightly warped, as though the Leviathan had listened and answered. The response matched the Vostok Orlan's exact ping in waveform, but reversed in direction. The sea had bounced back a perfect mimic, not as reflection, as recital. Captain Vylegzhinin, unnerved, wrote a final line in his mission log. "We have not met the Leviathan. It has memorized us. We are now one of its folds." 2 days later, an iceberg calved unusually close to the vessel. No seismic disturbance preceded it, no tremor. It simply snapped, as if nudged from beneath. The Vostok Orlan fled the area, recording minor hull warping near the stern that engineers later found untraceable to collision or heat. The metal had bent, subtly, like a spoon in the presence of invisible pressure. Back on land, the reports were suppressed, but legends began to grow. Among ice trawlers and deep-sea cartographers, whispered tales spread of the Leviathan, not as a beast of flesh, but a being of momentum, one that exists not in place, but in a curve. They called it krengsha, a word pulled from old southern Inuit dialects, meaning to walk sideways into memory. And memory, in the Weddell, isn't safe, because what swims in that gyre doesn't forget. It replays, it spirals, and when you cross its path, it does not attack, it doesn't even turn, it simply folds you into its route, another ripple, another voice in its ancient curve. In late 1946, a joint German-Argentine research initiative funded a cryptic voyage under the pretense of post-war bathymetric surveying. The vessel, the Oralis Venter, was outfitted with advanced pressure-sensing equipment and analog magnetic resonance coils, prototypes never used in open waters before. But according to a recently declassified logbook, preserved in a private archive in Ushuaia, the mission's true purpose was to investigate an unexplained drift anomaly, identified in years of ocean current maps, a pathless, meandering lane through the Weddell Gyre that refused to obey global circulation logic. Their goal was to locate the source of deviance. They found something else. Only 2 days after reaching the trench zone north of Brant's Hollow, the sea beneath the Oralis Venter fell strangely still, not windless, not calm, paused. Buoys refused to drift. Wake patterns behind the vessel collapsed into foam and vanished. The crew began experiencing time distortions in clusters. Engineers swore they had just checked pressure readouts that were suddenly hours out of sync. Ship logs became impossible to reconcile. Entries repeated themselves, word for word, in identical handwriting and ink flow. The cook, writing the menu, found the phrase boiled lamb and barley already written, before he lifted the pen. The strange stillness broke on the fourth night, when the water beneath the ship began rising without a wave, just a slow vertical lift of volume, as though something beneath them had uncoiled and pushed upward, not with force, but with shifting gravity. Sonar became incoherent. Lines stretched diagonally across the screen, forming a twisted helix, with a shadow at its core. It was then that the forward-facing lights revealed what could only be described as a moving wall, mottled like the skin of an eel, mottled and pale with lines etched in curves too perfect to be natural, like scripts or cartographic rings slowly dissolving with motion. It was not approaching, it was bending space around it. Diver Max Reinhardt, the only man to descend on that voyage, recorded 11 minutes of audio as he dropped down through the perimeter of the anomaly. His words became increasingly slurred, as if pulled from his mouth in uneven increments. But amid the disjointed audio, one sentence stands out clearly: "There's no body, just movement. Too old to need bones." Moments later, his tether line snapped, not broken, but unraveled, as if unwound by hands made of tide. The Aralis crew, in blind panic, activated ballast release and fled the coordinates. For 23 minutes after departure, every compass on board spun gently in the same direction, counter to the Earth's magnetic field. Weeks later, the sonar discs from the expedition were examined. One disc had a pattern burned into it, not etched, not scratched, burned, yet with no signs of flame or heat warping. It was a spiral, the same strange tapering form seen in every sonar trace of the gyre over the previous decade. This time, however, at its center lay a symbol, a curve with 7 notches, almost like vertebrae, but inverted. No one could interpret it, but oceanographers familiar with the trench's behavior began referring to it as the signature, not of an organism, nor a current, but of a presence, something that didn't live in the gyre, but was the gyre. A body stretched over decades of motion, a limb that only became visible when aligned with forgotten geometries. The Weddell charts were quietly revised the following year. Magnetic nulls were marked in faint ink, but sailors knew the truth already. The crooked Leviathan wasn't a myth, it was a map, made from its own shifting bulk, and every so often, ships would feel the gentle tug, the soft turn of their bow, and find themselves drifting, quietly, irreversibly, into its path. And those who did never collided. They were absorbed, curved into a memory that still swims, remembering everything we forget. By the close of 1950, the Weddell gyre had become a scientific dead zone, not officially of course, but in practice. Charts remained incomplete. Expeditions ceased midway. Funding dried up without explanation. Oceanographic societies labeled it unfeasible for long-term studies due to instrumental unreliability. But the men and women who'd sailed those waters knew better. They weren't escaping equipment failure. They were escaping something that could bend the ocean into memory. Yet, not all turned away. A final, unauthorized expedition occurred that winter, orchestrated by former Navy sonar engineer Roland Froh. He had spent nearly a decade tracing distorted sonar data collected from dozens of unconnected vessels, and everywhere his investigations led, he found one shared constant: bent time. Ships reporting events out of sequence, hulls warping ever so slightly, the same audio anomalies cropping up like recurring symptoms of a deeper illness. He became convinced the phenomenon wasn't an organism but an intelligence, one that existed only in motion, too vast and slow to perceive in a single moment. Froh's vessel, the MV Radian Coil, was modest. Its crew was small, but its equipment was focused, custom sonar devices calibrated not for range or clarity, but for disruption detection. He aimed not to map the Leviathan, but to detect where it interfered with the rules of reality. It didn't take long. On January 7th, while drifting near Brant's Hollow, the Radian Coil recorded a sharp drop in temperature, not ambient, but within the water's own salinity layers, as if something enormous had passed through and left behind a shadow of cold. Compasses froze, not spun, froze. The crew lost the ability to speak without stuttering, not from cold, but from what Froh called neurological reverberation. Words came out in halves, then echoed backwards seconds later. The sea groaned like it was remembering a deeper pressure. The entire ship began drifting in a spiral, though the sea was still, and no propulsion system was engaged. The anomaly was close. Fro activated a wide-range magnetic pulse, hoping to provoke a reaction. Instead, the sea reflected the signal before it was sent. Every speaker aboard the vessel emitted a low tone 5 seconds before the pulse left the coil. The data confirmed it. The Leviathan was not reacting. It was anticipating. The final entry in Fro's log reads, "It isn't following a path. It is laying one behind itself, like a ribbon folding back into water. We are standing on its past. That's why things bend here, because they've already been bent, years ago, by what hasn't happened yet." Minutes later, all contact with the radian coil ceased. No debris was ever recovered. Only its buoy was found. Weeks later, gently bobbing off the Falkland shelf, its beacon still blinking. Inside its protective case was one item, a brass plate, etched not by machine but by corrosion over time. On it, a phrase etched in warped English script, "We are curved in." Today, the crooked Leviathan remains unconfirmed. It has no bones, no teeth, no corpse. But those who sail near the Weddell say you can feel it, not as fear, but as dislocation. Like the world has folded once without your permission. Like your reflection forgets to mimic you. Like your voice leaves your mouth and echoes in someone else's future. You will not see it coming, because it has already passed, and you are just now beginning to remember. In the waning summer of 1928, the Marianne Care, a French merchant vessel en route to Reunion Island, made an unscheduled detour into the southern Indian Ocean due to a supposed navigational error. The crew had followed a beacon that shouldn't have existed. A strange harmonic resonance picked up on the ship's outdated crystal receiver. The frequency mimicked naval rescue tones, but distorted, like a melody warped by water. They followed it for 12 hours, convinced they were approaching a disabled ship. What they found instead was a silence so complete it seemed premeditated. There, drifting above a trench known as the Cuvier Rift, the waters became unnaturally calm. This deep gash in the ocean floor was poorly charted, with no prior incidents marked in naval records. But over the next 2 decades, it would become known, only quietly, among sailors and subaquatic engineers, as the place where sound loses its source. After the Marianne Care, dozens of passing ships reported inexplicable auditory hallucinations, crewmates hearing familiar voices in impossible places, footsteps in cabins where no one had walked, or music that seemed to rise not from instruments but from the sea itself. These sounds weren't always frightening. In fact, many were comforting, gentle singing, lullabies, sometimes in languages the hearers didn't know, but instinctively understood. It was during a 1932 Belgian expedition aboard the Dame de Sel that the phenomenon was first captured. A hydrophone left suspended 900 meters above the Cuvier Rift returned with a 2-minute recording of faint, melodious harmonies, polyphonic, subtly inhuman. The vocals slid between keys like liquid glass, and seemed to hum beneath the edge of cognition, bypassing logic and pulling directly at memory. Listeners, upon hearing the tape, reported strange dreams for weeks, visions of faces underwater, not drowning, not pleading, waiting. The press gave the event a short-lived nickname, the Sirens of Cuvier. But to naval intelligence and European marine institutes, it became something far more serious. Their theory wasn't folklore, it was acoustic warfare. Yet no explanation could account for the consistency across reports, nor the emotional power embedded in the harmonies. The ocean wasn't just broadcasting sound, it was singing to people individually, tailoring frequencies to memory, to desire. In 1938, a French submarine, the Espérance 4th, was ordered to submerge into the rift zone during a classified test run. What followed was recorded on 6 internal microphones. For over 30 minutes, the crew's voices shifted in tone and tempo, alternating between laughter and flat effect. The logs showed oddities, men singing under their breath without remembering, others claiming they heard family members speaking from the ballast chamber. At one point, the captain whispered, They're not luring us in, they're reassembling us from sound. The submarine surfaced intact, but every recording made inside was found to be mirrored in reverse. The voices on tape didn't match the crew, though they spoke the same words. The rhythm was slower, more intentional, as if another version of the voyage had already happened, and this one was merely a rehearsal. By 1949, the Cuvier Rift had earned a quiet red flag from international shipping agencies. Vessels were advised to maintain distance, though no official statements were ever published. But still, every few years, a transmission emerges, a song, a whisper, a single hum on a rescue frequency that no one claims to have sent. The harmonies don't match any known marine species, and yet, each time they're analyzed, one element remains unchanged. The vocal formants, those subtle peaks of resonance that shape human vowels, are always female, always underwater, and always tuned slightly below the range of full understanding, like a language sung from the deepest fold in the ocean's throat. And the last thing most captains hear before abandoning course, their own mother's voice, singing them back into the dark. In early 1935, an Australian signal vessel, the SS Kinsley Moore, passed within 12 nautical miles of the Cuvier Rift on its way to Mauritius. Its mission was routine, testing long-distance naval comms, but what they received wasn't a distress call or garbled noise. Instead, it was a wordless lullaby, whistled softly, but broadcast across a secure military frequency. When triangulated, the signal's origin came not from any vessel or island, but from a vertical drop within the rift itself, somewhere around 3,800 meters below. At first they dismissed it as interference, but the lullaby changed its key every time it was played back, not in pitch, in tone, in mood, as though reinterpreting itself, based on who was listening. A marine linguist later called it emotional mimicry, through tone, but the crew simply referred to it as the song that listens. Several days later, a diver named Thomas Eden went missing during a routine depth suit inspection exercise along the starboard crane rail. He hadn't entered the water. The last time he was seen, he was staring off into the sea, humming to himself. His suit was never found, but his journal was. It contained only 5 sentences, each written repeatedly. It isn't sound, it's memory. It's shaped like grief. Other vessels in proximity began reporting similar incidents: disorientation, false echoes, even entire conversations picked up on sonar that had never occurred. The patterns always returned to one specific frequency band, slightly below what the human ear can register, but strong enough to resonate through metal. Crew began experiencing tinnitus, followed by dreams, followed by behavioral changes. A ship's engineer, when questioned about a missing pressure gauge, merely said she needed it for her voice. Who she was never explained. In 1941, a Dutch expedition led by Dr. Altje van Buren deployed a submersible recording unit to drift inside the edge of the Cuvier Rift. The machine returned after 13 hours, covered in microscopic hair-like filaments, not unlike those found in certain species of deep-sea jellyfish. But the most disturbing discovery was the audio. The tapes were clean, too clean, no background noise, no water, no motion, just singing. 3 voices, harmonizing in a scale that doesn't exist in modern music theory. The melodies were circular, looping in phrases of 7, that always returned to their beginning. Analysts played the tapes on rotation, hoping to decipher patterns. But after the 5th playback, a technician listening through headphones tore them off and fled the room. When asked why, he only replied, "It added my name." It wasn't just singing anymore, it was including. By the mid-1940s, oceanographers began developing a new theory. The sirens of the Cuvier Rift weren't luring sailors to their deaths. They weren't a danger in the mythic sense. They were something more disturbing, an archive, a biological repository that didn't feed on flesh, but on sound, particularly the intimate tones of human grief, nostalgia, and lullaby. They were collecting voices, forming harmonies from memories too fragile to survive above the sea, and with every ship that passed, with every whispered breath into a radio, or cry into the void, the rift sang richer, deeper. One sailor later described hearing the voice of a lost comrade, drowned years before, speaking from the water. "I'm not trapped," it said. "I'm just being remembered." And so ships turned away. Routes were changed, maps were corrected without explanation. But still late at night, on forgotten frequencies, you might hear it, a hum, or a chord, or a wordless chorus you know without knowing how. And if you listen too closely, it may begin to hum you back. In 1943, a US Navy vessel, the USS Valhalla, was sent on a classified mission to lay acoustic mines off the southern coast of Madagascar. On its return voyage, the ship veered into the edge of the Cuvier Rift's influence zone. The crew initially noticed nothing amiss. Seas were calm, equipment was stable, but then one by one sailors began reporting an eerie phenomena, familiar voices echoing not from the radio, but from inside the ship's ventilation shafts. At first it was easy to dismiss, perhaps pranksters mimicking the officers, but then the voices grew too specific. Conversations from earlier in the voyage were replayed word for word, but subtly altered, intonation softer, more melancholic. When questioned, none of the men remembered speaking in such a tone. 3 hours later, a full blackout struck the Valhalla. Emergency systems failed to respond. During the confusion, the ship's hydrophones began emitting what sounded like a woman humming softly in reverse. The pitch was warm, nearly maternal, but beneath it lay an unsettling tremble, like grief kept in check. The hum lasted 7 minutes, and then suddenly, the lights returned. No technical failure was found, but in the bridge's logbook, the time recorded for the blackout was inconsistent, not wrong, different for each page, as if each officer had lived through a separate version of the incident. 2 days later, Lieutenant Bryce Owens, a communications officer aboard the Valhalla, locked himself inside the radio room and broadcast the same 20-second melody in repeating bursts for over an hour. When security intervened, he was unresponsive, drenched in sweat, mouth open as though mid-song. He had suffered complete auditory nerve failure. The doctors concluded it was sudden onset neurosensory degradation. Owens, when he regained speech days later, uttered only a few cryptic lines. "It has a throat of silence, but it sings through you if you've ever mourned." From this point onward, the Valhalla's trajectory was altered. It bypassed the Cuvier Rift by over 400 nautical miles on future assignments, though no official order was ever filed. But others were not so lucky. In 1946, an amateur radio operator, stationed in Mombasa, began recording a strange broadcast emanating every Thursday at 3:04 a.m. from an untraceable marine source. The signal was always the same, a child's voice reciting a lullaby in Dutch accompanied by the sound of deep-sea bubbles. It never altered, never changed key. But listeners swore the feeling changed each week, sometimes tender, sometimes unbearably mournful. Months later, the operator went silent. His equipment was found intact, humming faintly. On the recorder, the last file wasn't of the lullaby, but of a man, his own voice saying, "I know this place, it's the one she dreamed of before she drowned." What made this especially disturbing was that the operator had never left land in his life. No relatives lost at sea, no recorded trauma, and yet the rift had found in him something to echo, something usable. It was as if the Cuvier sirens no longer waited to be heard. They were seeking, tuning, learning what shapes memory leaves behind, and then using them as songlines to reach across salt and steel. Even today, deep-sea hydrophones capture brief chorales in that region. No longer melodies, but layered voices, hundreds, maybe thousands, entangled like a mass of kelp, all humming in near unison. They don't overlap by chance. They harmonize like they've been rehearsing, and perhaps they have, not for an audience, but for a moment, when something that only exists in sound finally learns how to step into silence. By the final months of 1949, the French Naval Institute dispatched one last research operation to the Cuvier Rift, a vessel named La Corvienne, captained by Jean-Marcel Roux, a veteran of both war and oceanography. Roux was skeptical of the rift's so-called sirens. He called the stories superstition wrapped in sea salt. His objective was to perform a detailed acoustic sweep of the rift's southern shoulder, using an experimental sonar array designed to detect micro-modulations, tiny frequency shifts invisible to conventional equipment. The sweep began on a clear morning. For 36 hours the ocean returned only silence, broken by the occasional whale call or tectonic tremble. The crew relaxed. Rue mocked the legends over dinner, but then at 3:23 a.m., on the third night, the sonar began receiving layered patterns. Not noise, not music, names. The machine didn't transcribe them. The crew did, each man independently hearing what sounded like someone whispering their name from beneath the floorboards. Not shouted, not called, just spoken, gently, intimately, as if the sea already knew them. At first it was manageable, an eerie curiosity. Then came the responses. The radioman reported faint words forming between static lines. "We remember you differently." The helmsman saw pale handprints blooming briefly against the outer portholes, too large to be human, and positioned as if from the inside. One sailor found the words "Below is home" scrawled across his bunk mirror in moisture, even though no one had showered that day. Rue ordered the recorders shut off, but the sea was already recording them. By dawn the ship began drifting off course, not because of current or tide, but because the rudder had shifted on its own. When manually reset, it returned within minutes. It always pointed south, toward the rift's deepest axis. Rue, furious, demanded a deep drop of the sonar capsule. It descended to nearly 4,000 meters, and then it stopped. Not mechanically, not by fault, it simply wouldn't descend any farther, despite no change in ballast or line length. It was as if it had reached a boundary that could not be crossed. From the receiver came nothing at first, then a single sustained vowel, harmonized in tritone, ringing like a throat holding its breath. As soon as it was heard, all water-based readings ceased. Depth, pressure, even temperature, blank. The ocean by all metrics no longer existed at that depth. But one tape kept running. On it a composition emerged, faint and wet, like melody echoing through flooded catacombs. The structure was unmistakable, a funeral hymn, not from any known culture, but undeniably ceremonial. The melody climbed slowly, painfully, as if each note had to rise through centuries of memory. Then came the final verse, not sung, but spoken in unison by what sounded like hundreds of distinct voices. "We were never drowned. You were never born. This is how we forget together." The crew fell into varying states of paralysis. Some wept openly. Others wandered the deck as though under hypnosis. Rue, shaking, issued a full-power retreat. The ship broke from the rift's boundary, but none aboard ever fully returned. In the weeks following, many suffered from auditory hallucinations. Some lost their sense of pitch permanently. Others reported hearing sounds they'd never known they could miss. Childhood lullabies, the voices of parents who died before they could remember them. La Corvienne's final report was buried within French naval archives. But Rue, before disappearing into obscurity, gave a single written statement to the press, never reprinted. If Lord ever sang, he did it here. And the sea never forgot the sound. To this day, the Cuvier Rift lies unmarked on most digital oceanographic maps. Not because it isn't there, but because the ocean wants it that way. Because whatever sings below is not searching for you. It's waiting for you to search for it. And when you do, it will sing you exactly as you sound in its memory. In 1930, while charting bathymetric lines in the Gulf of Mexico's southernmost basin, a British survey vessel, named the HMS Farnaby, recorded a strange topographical inconsistency at the edge of the Sigsbee Deep. The mapping instruments displayed what looked like an underwater sinkhole, a massive depression roughly 6 kilometers across, but with depth readings that fluctuated without cause. One moment reading 3,700 meters, the next infinite, not metaphorically. Literally, the altimeter returned an unresolvable value, registering only, at the time the equipment was blamed, salt corrosion, bad wiring, faulty readouts. But decades later, as instrumentation improved and submersibles advanced, the mystery only deepened. The anomaly remained, Even in 1952, a U.S. Navy expedition aboard the USNS Lancer confirmed the same impossibility. Their state-of-the-art echo sounders failed not from interference, but from absorption. Every sonar pulse vanished completely, as if swallowed by something not solid, not liquid, absent. Thus began the study of what would later be unofficially named lacunar shadows, anomalies of apparent emptiness in deep-sea locations, where matter, light and sound behaved not abnormally, but with absence altogether. The name came from Dr. Ellis Hightower, a physicist who postulated in 1941 that these zones weren't just spatial voids, but temporal fractures, places where the ocean's memory had been erased. "These aren't gaps in the sea," he wrote. "They are the sea forgetting what it once was." Following the Lancer incident, an underwater drone was dispatched, a crude mechanical crawler named Redhound of. It descended successfully for nearly 3,900 meters before suddenly stopping, not crashing, not powered down, just ceasing. Telemetry halted mid-sentence, with no indication of damage. The drone was later recovered, fully intact but quiet, its storage coils erased clean as bone. Only one anomaly remained. The camera lens had been etched, not scratched, etched, like weathered glass left to salt and wind. Across it stretched what appeared to be an image, too symmetrical to be chance, a circular depression, surrounded by 7 equidistant slits, almost like a pupil. Some aboard the Lancer believed it was just a fault of pressure, others whispered that it had captured something watching upward. Then in 1947, the strangest report yet emerged. A French commercial diver, Lucien Calvet, working for an oil prospecting rig above Sigsbee, was tethered for a deep dive. Halfway down, his air hose began to oscillate, not from current, but from rhythmic pulls, not jerks, not drags, breaths, long steady inhalations. He screamed over the line, not in panic, but in shock. "It's breathing, not me, not the sea, something else, below me." With rhythm, he was retrieved safely. His diving suit was unscathed, but his breathing apparatus recorded something chilling, a feedback loop of air displacement that matched human pulmonary cycles in volume and timing, but at a scale that implied lungs the size of submarines. Lucien never dove again. In his later years, he would speak of it only in allegory. The sea down there doesn't forget you. It waits for you to forget yourself first. What lies beneath the lacunar shadows isn't noise or mass. It's the absence of both. A hollowness that persists not by virtue of being empty, but by removing anything that dares to define it. Not pressure, not darkness, not silence, but the void in the shape of memory. And within that shape something waits, without urgency, without breath, without past. Because it has no need to surface. It only needs us to keep returning. In each time we do, it remembers less, until one day, maybe it forgets everything but itself. In the spring of 1937, a geophysical mapping expedition, under the leadership of Dr. Walter C. Monroe, was dispatched by the American Geodetic Society to re-examine the anomalous regions of the Sigsbee Deep using a newly developed pressure depth analyzer. The ship, the SS Havilland, carried a complement of hydrologists, cartographers, and a small team of deep-sea philosophers. Yes, philosophers, invited not as a novelty, but because the anomalies reported were beginning to defy the language of science. Monroe believed the ocean might be presenting something beyond empirical measurement, a behavior, a kind of selective forgetfulness embedded into water itself. What followed was one of the strangest voyages in the history of oceanographic study. Within 48 hours of lowering the analyzer into the Lacuna region, it began returning garbled data, not corrupted, not unreadable, simply incomplete. It was as though the machine had attempted to measure something that refused to be measured. Instead of numbers, many of the logs were filled with blanks, blank fields bordered by perfect boxes, the architecture of the file intact, but the values inside void. The boxes multiplied the deeper they probed, until nearly all fields across the tapes read only. The machine had recorded the format of information, but not the information itself. On the fourth day, a technician, Milo Hargrave, descended in a tethered pressure sphere for visual recon, outfitted with a single periscope-like optical line to the surface. For the first hour, everything seemed ordinary. Gradual descent, neutral buoyancy, no turbulence. Then, at approximately 2,800 meters, Hargrave began describing a veil. His voice on the comms grew slow, not from delay, but from uneven speech, measured, like someone struggling to stay aligned with the moment they were living. He said, "I can see through it, but not what's behind it. It's the shape of forgetting." Minutes later, his optical line registered an abrupt absence of light, not shadow, but the complete failure of light to interact with anything beyond. Even the fiber itself seemed to fade mid-reel. Then the pressure gauge, still fully intact, returned a reading of absolute vacuum. For one impossibly brief moment, it read 0.0 bars, the measurement one would expect only in outer space. Hargrave was pulled up, alive, incoherent. He had no memory of the descent, but in his hand, clenched so tightly it had drawn blood through the pressure suit's glove, he held a strip of copper, burnished, curved, and etched with faint concentric grooves that no one had seen before. The grooves turned out to be grooved like a phonograph disc. When one of the team played it, using a makeshift stylus and amplifier, they heard exactly one sound, the playback of a heartbeat, one that beat once, then stopped. No one could explain how copper could have been etched that way inside a sealed dive sphere, or why it carried biological rhythm. But the message was clear. Whatever was down there wasn't trying to be seen. It wasn't even trying to be known. It was recording, not with tools or eyes or sensors, but with absence itself. Like the lacuna shadows had learned how to receive information by erasing it from its source. That the only way to contain the truth of something ancient, something midwater and unmapped, was to hollow it out, remove its weight, its temperature, its sound, until only the impression of it remained, like a bruise in the shape of a dream. After the Havilland returned to port, half the crew refused to speak of what they'd seen or heard. One linguist, tasked with cataloguing the partial data, left a single written line in her final report before resigning permanently. "We went to find the depth, but it found us instead. And now, it knows how to subtract us 1 sense at a time." Since then, the lacuna shadows have been redacted from public charts and labeled as tectonic instability zones. But every year, a few submersibles return corrupted. Sonar pings echo back with perfect timing, but no shape. Cameras return blank reels, or worse, footage of smooth, unbroken gradients that turn slowly into the inside of their own housing, as if the sea had looped itself inward, showing only the device viewing itself. What resides beneath Sigsbee is not a creature, not a landscape, not even a phenomenon. It is a silence, so old and so perfectly structured, that it wears the shape of what it devours. And one day, if it learns how to wear that shape on the surface, we won't hear it arrive. We'll simply blink and find that a portion of the world is missing, and no one, not even the sea, will remember what used to be there. By 1950, the phenomenon of the lacuna shadows had taken on an almost mythological status among certain classes of naval engineers and signal technicians, especially those tasked with long-range seabed telemetry. The Gulf of Mexico, long regarded as a region of structural simplicity compared to the trench complexes of the Pacific or the chaotic ridges of the Atlantic, began showing signs of something fundamentally wrong, not violent, not explosive, but missing. Entire acoustic scans returned as if space had been lifted gently away, like skin peeled from fruit. Instruments weren't malfunctioning, they were performing too well, returning the sound of exactly nothing. It wasn't until early 1951, aboard a deep-water drilling calibration ship called the Triton's Fold, that a new theory emerged, something beyond the physical. The crew began to suspect that these missing patches were not only spatially empty, but informationally subtractive. They were taking away things that had once been known, facts that were previously recorded and verifiable, now gone from both hardware and memory. not erased, never present to begin with. Chief Technician Alfred Goodwin discovered it first. A chart from a prior survey, once clearly marked with terrain contouring and fault lines, now bore no ink. Not faded, pristine, as though never touched by human hand. His notes from a logbook, he'd personally filled now, showed entire pages of uniform indentation, without pen marks, as if someone had written with pressure alone, but never with ink. When he brought this to the captain, he found the ship's own positional logs, for the past 3 days missing timestamps. No records of noon or midnight. They hadn't lost time, they had bypassed it, like a gap in a film reel, so smoothly cut that no one noticed the jump. That same evening, a biologist on board studying planktonic density in deep water samples remarked that her microscope, calibrated for observing translucent larvae, showed an anomaly, a region in the slide that could not be focused, magnified, or even viewed in reflection. The sample was complete, but in the center, a tiny void rejected observation. She described it as an invisible anchor. When magnified 1,200 times, the blank zone began bleeding faint outlines into the surrounding view, curved ridges that appeared to imitate nearby cells, almost as if something had watched from within the void and copied the periphery to blend in. Whatever it was, it had shape, but only at the edges of attention. The moment you focused on it directly, it vanished. 2 nights later, the Triton's fold attempted to lower an experimental drone, equipped with an adaptive frequency sonar system, designed to record in ultra-low vibration ranges. The drone, nicknamed Dolman, descended for 5 hours with perfect stability, until the crew picked up a startling return, reflected silence. The sonar pings were coming back not null, but with a bounce that exactly replicated the outbound frequency in structure and amplitude. Not an echo, a mirror, as though something below wasn't absorbing the signal, but returning it perfectly, learning how to wear it like a skin. The crew listened in stunned silence, as the frequency shifted, not randomly, but with slow deliberate calibration. Dolman was no longer broadcasting to the deep. Something was now broadcasting back, from within the absence. Then the tone changed. Not abruptly, but like the last moment before a room dims during a power outage. A subtle loss of presence that can't be defined, only felt. On deck, every analog meter on the vessel slowed by a fraction of a second. A ship-wide sensation passed like a drop in barometric pressure, except it came from beneath them. One man later described it as the feeling of remembering something terrible before you realize it's not your memory. Dolman never returned. The tether was reeled up perfectly intact, severed not by stress or blade, but precision disconnection. The plug had been unscrewed gently, wire cap still affixed, as though someone had taken the device apart from the inside and handed it back. The Triton's fold abandoned its mission. Its captain filed a partial report describing hazardous cognitive interference and structural inconsistency in space-time returns. But his final note, scribbled in the margin of a maintenance request, read the sea did not forget this place. It uninvented it. Since then, subsea maps have labeled the Sigsbee's heart with neutral coding. No features, no warnings, no language, just white space. A design choice, some say. But the ones who know better, because a silence that can erase memory, instrumentation, and presence itself, doesn't need to announce itself. It only needs you to look away. And the moment you do, it subtracts one more thing you'll never remember forgetting. In 1955, the last officially documented exploration of the Sigsbee Deep's Lacuna Zone was undertaken by the privately funded RMS Verily, a research vessel financed by the elusive Paracryptic Society of Marseille. Its crew was hand-selected, ex-Navy sonar engineers, linguistic archaeologists, and 2 neurologists who had previously worked on classified wartime auditory distortion programs. The Verily's mission was not to map, probe, or recover, but to listen, specifically for what had been unheard, frequencies lost, disassembled, or never transmitted by nature itself. Their theory, drawn from dozens of post-war sonar anomalies, was radical, that the lacuna regions did not only erase what entered, but could reverse express traces of things that had never existed. Phantom data born of void, whispered back through acoustic bleed like ghost harmonics. The Sigsbee, they argued, was not a forgotten trench, but a memory well, drawing from potential histories that had been drowned before the world was ready to remember them. The Verily used custom-built harmonic coils, spiral hydrophones designed not just to receive frequency, but to trap tone over extended intervals. Within the first week, the results were inconclusive: modulated silence, oceanic static, a few subharmonic blips. But on the 8th night, something changed. A tone returned that didn't match any signal sent. It was not an echo, it was new. A low resonance, structurally near to whale song, but paced far slower, more deliberate, rising over 32 seconds into a perfect harmonic plateau. It was followed by what the logs described as negative rhythm, a reversal of sonic progression, as if the recording were being played backward before it had even been recorded. The researchers cross-checked every meter of line input, every decibel reading. No error. What they'd captured was sound that originated in the future of its own playback, a temporal dissonance that caused 2 crew members to collapse from vertigo while listening. Neurologist Dr. Leon Marchot attempted a different approach. Using a synesthetic auditory interpreter, a device originally built for trauma victims to visualize non-verbal communication, he ran the harmonic data through a chromatic translator. The machine output not just color patterns but structures, branching, tree-like forms curling inward into themselves, each layer representing not tonal range but semantic pressure. It was language, but not one meant for ears or tongues. One crewman likened it to the shape a thought would take if it could rot. Then came the final incident. On the 15th night, all ship clocks ceased at once, including battery-powered watches and non-electric chronometers. Time didn't slow, it simply disengaged. Even the ocean outside the hull seemed arrested. Waves no longer crested. Water lost its sheen. A film of deep, colorless silence settled over the vessel. And then, quietly, it arrived, not as an object, but as an absence with outline. Off the port side, where no trench should rise, there stood a towering silhouette of pure non-reflection, shaped like a spiral turned inside out. It didn't approach, it didn't move, it simply was, imposing its will by the sheer consistency of its lack. The crew stood silently, even the equipment refused to record. It was as though the Verily had entered a region where observation was forbidden, not by force, but by law, a law older than matter. Marchot, trembling, whispered one final note into his recorder before the batteries failed. "We are not seeing what is there. We are seeing what was removed from other oceans and placed here. This is where all the forgotten things were archived." The Verily limped back to port weeks later, most of its data unusable, all magnetic reels wiped clean. But etched into the steel bulkhead of the listening chamber, deep curved grooves arranged in a perfect spiral, was a single repeated symbol that none on board remembered carving. It wasn't written, it was grown, as if condensation had drawn itself into glyphs and hardened over time. To this day, no ship has returned to that exact coordinate, not because of danger, not because of fear, but because those who know understand the lacuna shadow doesn't take things. It waits for you to bring them willingly, your signals, your thoughts, your time, and when you do, it keeps only what you never realized you were giving, and the rest, it lets you take back, but altered, curved, slightly less you than before. In late 1940, a Portuguese deep-sea cable maintenance crew stationed off the Madeira archipelago made an eerie discovery while attempting to diagnose a sudden disruption in a transatlantic communications line. The signal had not failed outright. It had become folded, repeating in a non-linear echo, as if the message had bent in on itself, fragmenting and reassembling in unpredictable order. The technicians described the signal as looped in grief, where words and tones bled into each other until they meant nothing, and yet felt strangely understood. The source of this disturbance was traced to a segment of cable resting in a midwater region, where no significant trench or geological obstruction had ever been documented. When a repair team descended, they reported encountering a zone of disturbed current, not violent, but counter-directional, as though time itself hesitated to pass through it. The repair crew's submersible, recorded only partial visuals, distorted by the internal camera's inability to resolve depth. But one image survived. It showed a tangle of what appeared to be organic filaments, trailing upward from the deep like luminous wires, lightly coiling around the damaged cable. The filaments moved with subtle intention, retreating the moment lights intensified. One technician remarked, they reminded him of spinal cords suspended in jelly. Their structure didn't match any known marine organism. More disturbingly, they weren't growing from the seabed. They were descending, as if the true body lay above, and this was only what had lowered down to meet them. In 1943, a sonar engineer named Esperanza Vale, working with the Royal Navy during a shared exploration initiative, was tasked with remapping this midwater anomaly. She detected a unique phenomenon. Sonar pings sent through the area returned with duplicated shapes, two echoes slightly out of sync, as if the seabed and its features existed twice, layered over each other in imperfect correspondence. The ocean floor was not where it should have been, and the readings suggested a vertical slippage of physical space, like a page of water folded over itself without creasing. Esperanza proposed a controversial term, marine parallax rupture. But her notes also included a quieter theory, one she dared not submit to her supervisors, that the ocean here was not alone, that the fold was not an accident, but a dwelling, a place where spatial repetition had become the natural order of something resident. Then came the tapes. In 1946, a French naval vessel passing through the Madeira corridor picked up a broadcast that seemed to contain overlapping human voices, whispering in several languages simultaneously. The most audible voice repeated a single phrase, "They're not many. They're the same," observed in different directions. Audio experts struggled to pass the message. The waveform was layered with impossibly precise delay, each voice a fraction of a second behind the other, with variances too consistent to be random. One linguist speculated that the voices were not being transmitted by different beings, but by one entity, folded across time, projecting versions of itself in slightly offset frequencies. In 1950, a deep-sea probe dropped directly into the anomaly, failed to return. The descent log ended not with an impact, but with a seamless pause, no damage, no last signal, simply a line of static followed by white noise that, when slowed, revealed a pattern, a sound wave twisted into the shape of a Mobius strip. The final transmission read, "Inside is outside. I am not behind. I am beside every version of you." Since that moment, no other direct explorations have been attempted. The Madeira Abyss is listed today as a restricted cable zone, blamed on tectonic instability. But those who remember the stories whisper that something still dwells inside the fold, something that doesn't swim, doesn't hunt, doesn't even see, but merely exists in multiple forms of presence, overlapping across layers of time, like footprints pressed into softened glass. They are not monsters, they are not gods, they are the folded ones, midwater residents who live in all your reflections, in all your almost decisions, in all the futures you never followed. And when you pass above their zone, you pass above all the versions of yourself they've already met. In 1944, the German survey ship Brennschild, operating under the guise of a civilian mapping expedition, but in reality collecting experimental data for a wartime naval research division, anchored for 6 days just west of the Madeira Abyss. The mission was shrouded in secrecy, but recovered documents decades later revealed a clear purpose: the investigation of a suspected midwater resonance that could scramble magnetic navigation systems. The team was armed with electromagnetic amplifiers, deep resonance pendulums, and a strange instrument described only as a Zeddon scope, a device meant to detect temporal harmonics in open water. What they found defied all logic, and according to the logs, their own sense of sequence. By the third day, crew members began to report auditory hallucinations, not of sound, but of previous conversations they had never had, playing out exactly as if remembered, but belonging to no shared reality. They described them as moments stolen from parallel selves, words spoken in another order, phrases that had not yet been said, but were inevitable. One diver, Günther Halber, attempted a solo descent to confirm the signal's depth source. He was tethered, and the descent was carefully monitored. He reached a plateau at 1,800 meters, then radioed in a sentence that stunned every listener. "I see myself, below me. Inside a sphere of light. He isn't moving." The line went silent. Instruments confirmed the tether was intact. They pulled him up. What they retrieved was Halber's suit, completely dry inside, with no body, no trace of breach, no loss of pressure. But stitched into the seam of the suit, in thread not matching the onboard supplies, were 7 letters. Vera, a German word. It means before. This triggered panic. The officers, once skeptical, now began reviewing all acoustic logs from previous missions, comparing waveforms and timestamps. They noticed a horrifying pattern. Each signal bounce contained a second signature, always slightly earlier in timestamp than the initial ping. It was as though every sound in the area had an echo from its own future, like time itself had split into filaments, and those echoes were just the fragments that refused to die cleanly. The ship departed under cover of night. Only one page of the captain's log survived, torn and stuffed into a maintenance locker. It read, "There is no forward, there is only the overlapping. We are crossing versions of ourselves, and something knows how to pull one forward." Years later, in 1951, a cryptographer working at a naval listening station in Casablanca noticed an anomaly in mid-Atlantic data packets. Certain transatlantic signals seemed to phase in and out of sync every 48 hours, but not in waveform, in identity. The same transmission ID would appear with slight changes, as though being written by a different hand. Texts came through with minute spelling errors, phrases out of place. It was initially dismissed as interference, until one day, a message arrived from a vessel that had sunk 3 years prior, the MV Calabria. The message was short. It read, "Still listening, still folded, find the spiral again." Even more chilling, the signal had been routed through the Madeira node. Today, no publicly funded research ventures explore the abyss without remote drones, and even these are often lost to telemetry confusion. Of course, that's the sanitized phrase. The unspoken truth is far stranger. The drones don't go missing. They continue to respond, but their responses begin to drift. One underwater ROV was heard sending messages from 2 different points in time, simultaneously. One voice begged to be retrieved. The other simply asked, "Do I still sound like myself?" The folded ones are not curious. They are not evil. They are not awake in any way we understand. They are layers, echoes, near beings suspended in versions of sea we do not occupy, until we do. And when we do, they simply include us. Another fold, another line in the pattern. And the question remains, when you dive into the sea, how do you know which version of you came back up? In the spring of 1947, a research effort known as Project Avena, an obscure Anglo-Portuguese collaboration, set out aboard the vessel Cavaleiro das Ondas to study an uncharted subduction fold reported by earlier cartographers in the Madeira Abyss. Unlike the traditional abyssal trenches, which descend sharply and visibly in sonar, this region appeared to possess a horizontal drop, an anomaly described as a fold in direction, not depth, where sonar pings suggested a sudden lateral compression of space, rather than vertical relief. Upon entering the zone, the ship's compasses began a peculiar oscillation, not random, but rhythmic, ticking at intervals, that gradually matched the pulse of the ship's diesel engine, then its clock, then the crew's own heart rates. At the center of this convergence, all motion, waves, gears, breath, felt as though it paused, not in stillness, but in repetition, like the world had been reduced to a single moment, endlessly reenacted. One of the scientists, Dr. Charles Henley, brought a prototype device called a temporal modulator, intended to record minute time discrepancies across parallel layers of water temperature. What it detected was shocking: identical temperature readings repeating at equidistant intervals, suggesting that the ship had not moved through different water, but through the same water multiple times. The data logs later confirmed that, over 3 hours of linear sailing, the vessel's sensors had looped across the same 85 meters of water column 7 times, with no physical evidence of reversal. Each iteration was subtly different. In one pass, the salinity was 3% lower. In another, No plankton appeared in samples. On the fifth pass, the crew discovered a fragment of their own dropped equipment, a spool of cable they hadn't yet deployed. This prompted the launch of a deep-sea recorder, tethered with 3 layers of analog and magnetic tape, to preserve separate timelines of data. What the device returned was an impossible auditory anomaly. The first tape captured only the ambient pressure hum of the deep sea. The second tape returned distorted snippets of conversation, in the voices of the crew, but no such conversations had taken place, not yet. The third tape contained a low-frequency murmur that, when sped up to normal speech cadence, formed a single repeating phrase, "I have folded you in kindness." After surfacing, the crew began experiencing psychological dissonance. Several members recounted memories that were never shared by others, entire meals, arguments, observations of marine life that no one else remembered. These weren't fantasies, they were coherent, specific, and insisted upon with full conviction. Dr. Henley himself claimed to have written a 12-page report during the mission, complete with diagrams, only to find no trace of it in the archives. But his personal notebook included a hand-drawn glyph that no one recognized, a looping spiral with 3 spines radiating from the center, matching exactly the sonar contours of the initial anomaly, even though those readings hadn't yet been printed when he sketched it. The Cavaleiro das Ondas returned to port after only 13 days at sea. Every mechanical clock on board had drifted out of sync by different amounts. Aboard the ship were 6 standard chronometers, each typically deviating by only fractions of a second under normal conditions. But now, they showed 6 different days, and one of them had reset entirely to a date in 1912. That device was sealed in a research vault and never studied again. Though Project Avena was officially shuttered, rumors persist that a small autonomous submersible, known only as EchoCell #4, was later dropped into the Madeira Fold in 1952. It was never retrieved. Its last logged signal was a fragment of its own system check, repeated over and over, but in a voice simulation not used in its programming. It said, "Integrity sustained, version unknown, awaiting remainder of self." We speak of folded space as a theoretical construct, a trick of relativity, but the ocean, in its unknowable places, makes it real. The folded ones do not speak, they do not see. They reside, not in distance, but in possibilities collapsed in on themselves, layered not like sediment, but like memories that all try to occur at once. And when they do, they seek no witness. They simply include you. And perhaps what's most chilling is not that they exist, but that they might only exist when you do. By 1952, international interest in the Madeira Abyss had quietly intensified, though public records of these efforts remained sparse, often scrubbed or archived under ambiguous project titles like turbidity drift analysis or sonar density comparison. Among these shadowed endeavors was an unmarked Scandinavian expedition, likely Swedish, funded through a private maritime institute that had previously specialized in deep ocean recovery operations. Their goal, however, was not salvage. It was retrieval of consistency. The head researcher, Lars Nygren, had long theorized that certain coordinates in the abyss acted as anchoring points for spatial repetitions, junctions where material events might replicate, overlap, or even bleed backward into previous moments of themselves. He believed that time, under the right conditions of pressure, silence and unknown biological presence, could knot into loops, not visible from the surface, but traceable through error recurrence. Aboard the vessel Sigrun, Nygren's team employed a method called resonant reintroduction, a technique that broadcast faint harmonic signatures from past missions into the water column in hopes of stirring buried frequencies. These weren't just sonar pulses, they were memory fragments, resent into the sea like ghosts reading their own epitaphs. What they received was stunning. The harmonics returned not as simple echoes, but as altered versions of the original signals, some inverted, others slowed and laced with previously unrecorded resonant spikes. In one transmission, a vocal reading of a weather log from 1942 came back with added words no one had spoken. The voice was unmistakably Nygren's, but aged, warier, speaking a line that chilled every analyst on board. "I have been here for all your versions." On the 7th day, the team sent a drone equipped with 9 analog tape decks into the abyss. Each deck was set to a unique frequency range, designed to isolate natural sounds from mechanical or artificial anomalies. At 3,200 meters, the decks began to seize, not jam, not fail, seize, as if caught between frames of time, their reels spinning without tape advance, grinding against an invisible resistance. When pulled back, only one of the tapes remained intact. Its contents, 36 minutes of faint, rhythmic clicking, identical in interval to the crew's own heartbeats, but shifting slightly over time. When plotted on a spectrogram, the clicks formed wave patterns that resembled handwriting. Experts later aligned them to an extinct Icelandic runic dialect, revealing one discernible phrase: "Where I end, I also continue." Shortly afterward, the Sigrun experienced what the logs described as spatial hesitation. The ship's bow and stern gave conflicting orientation data. 2 identical starboard positioning buoys returned light signatures from different latitudes. Photographs taken seconds apart showed small variations: missing crew, shadows that misaligned, a crane arm seen raised in one but lowered in another. No one aboard remembered the moments between frames. One sailor reportedly walked into the engine room and exited from the opposite hallway seconds later, his shirt turned inside out, and his boots filled with seawater. The last documented event of the mission occurred when a senior technician found an envelope placed in her locker containing a letter in her own handwriting, dated 2 months into the future. It was not a warning. It was a thank you note, describing the success of the expedition and referencing moments that had not yet occurred. One paragraph mentioned a shortfall in oxygen on day 9, a thing which at the time of discovery had not happened. But 2 days later, the event unfolded precisely as described. The Madeira abyss has no body count, no monstrous silhouette rising from its depths, but that absence is perhaps what makes it more terrifying than all the leviathans and kraken ever imagined. The folded ones are not defined by mass or menace. They are the intersection of repetition and intention, identity smeared across spatial membranes until it fractures into spirals. Their existence is not a matter of seeing, hearing, or touching, but of being recognized. Once you've crossed their veil, they include you in ways you cannot undo. Your reflection ripples, your memory fractures. You begin to wonder if you are the original, or merely the nearest version that answered when your name was called. And when you leave the abyss, you may no longer be certain you ever truly surfaced. East of Luzon, where the Philippine Sea folds gently into the western Pacific, lies a submerged mystery known as the Benham Rise. This underwater plateau, rising subtly from the seafloor, like the forgotten breath of some ancient geologic rhythm, has long been regarded as geologically benign. Yet what rests above it, in that peculiar column of midwater stretching between 800 and 1,600 meters, is not benign at all. Sonar returns there behave strangely. Sound waves scatter, signals bend, and the silence between pulses feels not empty, but aware. Something in that depth does not merely absorb sound, it listens. In 1931, a Japanese oceanographic expedition aboard the Haijo Maru became the first to document what would later become one of the sea's most enigmatic and unsettling midwater phenomena. During routine depth mapping procedures, their instruments registered a harmonic anomaly at precisely 1,204 meters, a sustained sequence of 5 distinct tones, steady and unbroken, lasting for over 11 minutes. Each tone was clear, melodic, and most disturbingly mathematically arranged. When analyzed, the frequency spacing aligned almost perfectly with the golden ratio, a proportional structure more often associated with music and sacred architecture than anything found in the deep. The tones did not fluctuate with current, temperature, or turbulence. They were too perfect, too measured, as though composed. Initially, the signal was dismissed by authorities as a fluke, an echo of ship vibrations, or perhaps an interference anomaly from miscalibrated instruments. But the recording made its way to a European acoustic research lab in the mid-1940s, during a rare post-war academic collaboration. There, scientists confirmed what the Japanese had only suspected: the signal was not natural. It bore no resemblance to known marine mammal vocalizations, seismic events, or man-made sonar. It was too harmonic, too intentional. One physicist described it as a non-terrestrial tonality, a phrase he later redacted under pressure. In 1937, a second Japanese team from the University of Tokyo returned to the Rise armed with newer hydrophones. What they captured defied even their growing expectations. Once again the signal emerged from the deep, 5 tones unwavering. But this time something changed. The tones began to shift subtly, after specific vocalizations were made inside the vessel. When one of the divers spoke aloud, there was a pause, and then 2 of the tones adjusted in pitch, not randomly, but in symmetrical, responsive movement. The team ran controlled experiments, whispers, shouts, tonal phrases. Each time the hum below responded, not with mimicry, but with deliberate modulation, as though in quiet acknowledgement. The researchers began referring to it, with a mixture of reverence and fear, as the choir beneath. The choir's echo lingered not only in instruments but in minds. Analysts reported dreams and déjà vu, claiming the sounds felt familiar, childhood hymns and forgotten lullabies. A British codebreaker swore he had hummed the same melody as a boy. Crews across vessels began recognizing fragments of songs they'd never sung. It was as if the ocean was stitching together memory from sound. In 1948, the cable ship RMS Vendetta entered the zone. On the 4th night, the ship trembled, not from outside, but from within. A pure tone resonated through its steel. Audio logs slowed unnaturally, revealing reversed melodies beneath speech, one matching an ancient Gregorian chant. No one had played it. A sealed closet began humming faintly. Doors opened only when crew hummed back. The ship was decommissioned after a final discovery, a single harmonic tone replaying itself through the hull, too perfect to be chance. Not a message, not a haunting, a memory the sea had embedded in steel. In 1949, the floating research station St. Persephone anchored above the Rise to test the tonal phenomenon. Lead scientist Dr. Velt recorded the choir's hum, then emitted a purposely discordant reply. The sea answered with a sustained, all-encompassing tone that vibrated steel and bone alike. Crew began involuntarily humming. Others communicated in rhythm, waiting for replies from the deep. Underwater cameras captured a tri-lobed shape, spiraling upward, its path warping film negatives like gravity. Velt's final entry read, "We're the note that doesn't belong. The choir is trying to absorb us, not as sound, but into arrangement." Days later, the station was found adrift, empty, undamaged. Instruments were wiped. Only 5 arcs in salt remained on the control panel. The meaning remains unknown, but the tones still echo today, not as music, but as rehearsals for something preparing to sing through us all. The last transmission came from Ether 9, a surveillance buoy, dropped into the midwater zone. It captured not just tones but silences, measured, rhythmic, almost grammatical. Micro-vibrations within the gaps mimicked structure, choice, punctuation. Linguist Sister Mercado compared the waveforms to an ancient forbidden chant from a sect that believed creation was a song cut short. Her translation, 5 came before, 1 will come after. Silence is the breath between what was known and what waits beneath. Following this, the ship fell silent, no speech for 12 hours. In that hush, crew heartbeats synchronized at 47 BPM. The hull began to hum, tuning itself. Crew members wept or sang unknown songs. Then, silence returned. A fish in cold storage curled into a perfect spiral. A new buoy, unregistered, washed ashore days later. It played the same 5 tones backward, matching Mercado's childhood lullaby. Today, the Rise is avoided, but in quiet bays, old villagers still hum the ocean's note, not as worship, but remembrance. The choir waits, not to be found, but to be joined. South of Madagascar, where the Indian Ocean thins into the dark cradle of the Southern Ocean, lies the Crozet Passage, a treacherous midwater corridor, etched by ice and tide.
It is a place mariners often avoid.
Not because of reefs or storms, but because of something far stranger. Since as early as 1929, sailors passing through the region have reported glimpses of floating lights, cold blue-white glows suspended far beneath the surface, too deep for bioluminescent fish, too orderly for drifting debris. These lights did not flicker or drift aimlessly. They moved in patterns, straight lines, perfect circles, slow spirals that spun like ancient scripts inscribed on the body of the sea. The earliest documented account came from the SS Bracelinet, a French merchant steamer en route to Durban. In its logbook, the captain described floating lanterns beneath the keel, 6 in number, equidistant, tracing a perfect ellipse, as if mapping an orbit unseen. That night, the engines failed without mechanical cause. The crew reported a strange metallic taste in the air, and the stars, as noted by the ship's navigator, appeared misaligned, as if shifted a few degrees from where they should have been. Morning came with no answers, only a new silence that settled over the sea, like a lid. The lights had vanished, leaving no residue, no evidence, just the memory of something that had looked up from the dark. From 1933 to 1941, sightings increased. British Antarctic patrols navigating through the Crozet waters began logging consistent light phenomena at depths between 1,300 and 1,700 meters. These were not swarming jellyfish or deep-sea squid. The formations were rigid, always in geometric alignment, always appearing at precise latitudes during solstice windows. Scientists aboard the HMS Ardency in 1938 lowered an array of photometric sensors to capture the source of the light. What they recorded, however, did not behave like illumination at all. The light had no heat, no gradient, no diffusion. It did not reflect off sediment or scatter like other forms of bioluminescence. It simply existed, not as an emission, but a presence. One physicist called it visual gravity, as if light had settled into shapes the way weight settles into stone. Then in 1942, a Chilean exploration vessel, the Almirante Lynch, ventured closer than most. Sonar picked up slow movement beneath the lights, massive structures suspended in midwater, but not attached to the seafloor. These forms moved not vertically, but laterally, drifting against the current, their motion calm and smooth, as though guided by will or design. Cameras failed to capture anything. The images returned overexposed, each one glowing faintly at the edges, as if the film had been kissed by light that existed outside the frame of visible time. But the most disturbing detail came not from machines, but from the men. Several sailors claimed that while observing the lights through the ship's viewing scope, they began to hear faint bells, as if chimed underwater, so deep and pure they made their teeth ache. One by one, those sailors grew quiet, not fearful, reverent. They began to speak in whispers, claiming that the lights were signaling something ancient, and that the bells were not sound, but a form of counting, not for them, but of them. As if something beneath the Crozet passage had taken note of their presence. One sailor, in a moment of disturbed clarity, wrote in his journal, "The lights do not warn. They witness. They are not eyes. They are memories glowing with intent." After a sudden electrical storm, the Almirante Lynch lost contact for 6 hours. When it resurfaced in communication, all records of the incident had been erased from the internal logs. The ship's crew denied anything unusual had occurred. Yet several officers later resigned from naval service within a year, citing psychological fatigue and an irreversible sense of being watched by time itself. The lanterns have not been seen since 1948, when a Japanese research sub photographed 5 perfect circles of pale light at 1,400 meters, slowly rotating around a column of water like moons around a black planet. That footage was lost in a fire weeks later. No backups, no copies, only a still remains, a single grainy frame, where the lights can be seen glowing in symmetrical orbit, like candles lit for something that died long before humans ever arrived, or worse, something that never stopped watching. In the southern winter of 1936, the oceanographic survey vessel Isadora Renault set course from Mauritius to chart the Crozet Passage during a period of unusual tidal stillness. Led by Dr. Émeric Langlais, a physicist turned hydrologist, with an obsession for unexplained sea anomalies, the expedition had a single objective: to document and decipher the recurring midwater light formations reportedly observed in the region. Langley believed the lanterns were not biological at all, but fragments of persistent structure, perhaps relics of a collapsed geomagnetic architecture, long buried beneath shifting oceanic layers. He viewed them as light fossils, records left not in stone or bone, but in energy. During the seventh night at sea, as the Isadora Renault drifted over a known corridor of reported sightings, the ship's magnetic sensors flatlined. This in itself was not cause for alarm. Equipment failure at sea is expected. But what followed was not mechanical. Compasses spun gently, not erratically, but with rhythm. Langley ordered the engines cut, and for 12 full minutes, the ship remained still, adrift, unpowered. Then came the lights, 12 of them arranged in a spiraling helix beneath the ship, slowly pulsing, not with brightness but with timing, as if they were breathing light through the ocean itself. The helix rose, not swiftly, not suddenly, but with the grace of a thought fully formed. At 1,100 meters, the lights froze, forming a plane, a perfect flat circle of glowing points directly beneath the vessel. The effect was disorienting. Langley noted that the sea above the lights appeared shallower, almost like the water column had collapsed into a mirror. A deckhand vomited, without understanding why. Several others refused to look overboard. The ship's dog, a retriever named Etoile, howled once and fell unconscious. Langley lowered a sonar buoy, fitted with oscillating light pulses, designed to respond visually to acoustic feedback. It blinked 5 times, then dimmed. For 21 minutes, nothing happened. Then the lanterns responded. Each one began to blink in turn, not together, not randomly, but in sequence, a pattern, a mathematical rhythm resembling prime number sets. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, accelerated, then paused. The buoy flashed back with a preset Fibonacci signal. The lights dimmed, and then the sonar picked up something beneath the array, a shape not visible to the eye, but casting distortion upward. The data was unreadable. The return pulse bounced through 3 different frequencies, as if it passed through multiple mediums simultaneously: liquid, gas, and something else. Langley panicked. He attempted to hoist the buoy back aboard, but it was gone. The line remained intact, the winch unbroken, yet the tether now dragged through empty water, and the lights, they withdrew, not like prey or predator, but like something finished. The compass stabilized. The crew, shaken but unharmed, resumed course. Langley, however, fell silent for 3 days, speaking only once to whisper a single line to the ship's chaplain. There is design in the water, but not life. He died 5 years later, under mysterious conditions, found in his study with his walls lined in sketches of spirals and orbits. In every drawing, 12 dots circled a void, their alignment always different. No light was drawn in the center, only shadow. The lanterns never behaved the same again. Each new sighting grew less defined, less rhythmic, as if the thing beneath them had withdrawn or moved elsewhere. Its window of attention closed. But some believed that during that encounter in 1936, the lanterns were not displaying, they were responding. They were counting, matching, measuring the shape of the ship above them, and something below decided, not now, but perhaps soon. In 1945, amid the waning months of the Second World War, a Soviet exploratory cruiser, operating under the name Tamer 47, crossed into the southern Indian Ocean under the pretense of studying subduction zones. Though its official mission was geological, declassified reports decades later revealed the vessel had been rerouted south to investigate radio interference linked to unexplained acoustic emissions, a phrase used to mask what many on board called simply the humming abyss. The interference was traced to coordinates skirting the Crozet Passage, near the suspected path of the lanterns. At approximately 3:14 on August 7th, the Tamer 47's sonar array detected a strange delay in bounce-back timing, returns from the same pulse arriving in triplets, spaced milliseconds apart, as though the signal was echoing off layers of water with subtly different density and time phase. A junior officer described it as hearing your own voice come back in three truths at once. Then the sea beneath them lit up, not as bright spots, but as glowing lattices, like veins of ice illuminated from within. These lines extended laterally for hundreds of meters, forming a loose geometric grid suspended in water, slowly shifting orientation with the current, yet never breaking formation. The ship's engineers scrambled to capture the event. Cameras jammed, magnetic tape reels twisted into spirals, even typewriters malfunctioned, ribbons inked themselves in backward text. One scientist, frantic, began writing with chalk directly on the walls, spirals, coordinates, and numbers far too precise to be spontaneous. She stopped only when her arm went limp. The medical officer noted that her heartbeat had changed frequency, beating not irregularly, but musically, at a tempo that matched the interval between sonar pings. When asked what she was doing, she replied, "The lights are tuning me." Then came the silence. The lights blinked out, simultaneously, and in that instant, all on-board timepieces stopped. Not permanently, just for exactly 18 seconds, during which the crew swore they experienced a complete absence of motion, sound and thought. One sailor claimed that during that window, he saw a figure through the porthole, not outside the ship, but inside the water itself, motionless and watching, eyes like dim lanterns without flame. When time resumed, the lights were gone. But the sonar continued receiving signals, barely audible, impossibly low, below any marine frequency charted by human science. These tones did not form a pattern, they persisted, like the sound of thought held in stasis. The Soviets classified the findings under aural displacement phenomena and sealed the ship's logs. Rumors later emerged of entire crews developing chronospatial hallucinations, where sailors believed they'd lived entire days that had not occurred. The Tamer 47 was retired the following year. Its instruments were buried in a concrete vault outside Novosibirsk, and the coordinates of the lights were scratched off the master maps. The Crozet lanterns have not returned in full, but sailors say that during the coldest months, if you drift in silence near their waters, small lights rise from the dark, not to greet you, not to warm you, but to see if you still fit their equation. And if you do, they'll stay with you, not above, not below, but inside, waiting for the pattern to resume. The final chapter of the Lanterns, at least the one recorded in any official capacity, unfolded in 1948, with a short-lived expedition financed by a reclusive Argentinian industrialist named Aldo Moretto. Fascinated by maritime mysteries and esoteric geometry, Moretto assembled a crew of scientists, mathematicians, and deep-sea divers under the cover of an ocean mineral survey. But the ship, a heavily modified cargo trawler named Lucerna, was outfitted with experimental sonar grids, long-exposure cameras, and an enclosed observation bell, capable of submerging beyond 2,000 meters. Moretto wasn't seeking minerals. He wanted to see the lanterns with his own eyes. The Lucerna set sail from Port Elizabeth and reached the Crozet Passage under moonless skies. No signals were sent, no ship logs kept. The crew worked in silence, following Moretto's eccentric insistence that language itself disrupted the harmonic convergence. For 3 days they saw nothing, no lights, no hum. Then on the 4th night, the bell was lowered into the dark with Moretto inside. The descent was smooth, uneventful, until 1,400 meters, then the lights bloomed. One by one, 9 lanterns appeared, arranged in a perfect enneagram, not glowing, but gleaming, as though they reflected light from a source behind reality. Moretto described the sensation in a wire transmission as watching thought itself fossilize. The bell's instruments failed, its pressure sensors ceased, yet the hull remained stable, and Moretto's voice continued. He whispered a question. No one heard it, but the lights answered, not in sound, not in motion, but by becoming still, so still that the water ceased to move, so still the bell itself felt suspended in solid glass. Then came the change. The lights folded inward, not disappearing, but overlapping. Their edges merged until only a single column of white remained. Moretto's final words. It's not light, it's recognition. The bell returned, empty, no breach, no cracks. Inside a single note, etched in the condensation on the inner glass, the null symbol, not a zero, an absence, an intentional one. The Lucerna vanished 2 weeks later while returning to harbour, found adrift near St. Paul Island. Its decks were abandoned, engines intact, radios dead. Every mirror aboard had shattered. In every cabin, the same phrase had been written in seawater on the floors: "We were seen." And from that day to this, no confirmed sightings of the lanterns have been logged. The ocean does not forget. Its silence is not absence, but memory sealed in pressure, woven through columns of water deeper than any light can reach. For every sonar ping unanswered, for every submersible that returned with quiet instead of answers, there lingers the weight of something unresolved, something that watches not with eyes, but with awareness as old as the sea's own pulse. These creatures, these echoes, these patterns, they are not myths, they are the folds in reality we were never meant to unfold. Between the twilight zones and the midnight layers lies not just life, but history untold, a memory still breathing. So before you sleep, listen closely. Beneath the hum of waves, beneath the hush of distant currents, there may be something still humming back, not to alarm, not to haunt, but simply to remind you that you were never listening alone, and the sea was never truly silent.